The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten Volume 4, Chapter 1, The Angel's Thoughts. We are not dating, but he is the most important person to me. Mahiru uttered this sentence under the eyes of everyone in the class. What kind of emotion did the word important have? Friendship, love, or was it the feelings between the opposite sex? The class broke out into chaos. The more I think about it, the more mixed my heart is. Restlessness, anxiety, and a little bit of expectation. Amane spent the day dealing with indescribable feelings. Itsuki was snickering the whole time, knowing exactly what was going on. Amane found it difficult to understand why Mahiru would say such a thing. Amane wanted to directly ask Mahiru what the sentence meant, but he couldn't ask her at school. After anxiously spending the day stressing over the statement, Amane asked Mahiru after returning home, and was stunned to hear the answer. I did not tell a lie. While wearing an apron to prepare dinner, Mahiru answered nonchalantly and smiled lightly. I have a very small amount of friends. I can get along with most people, but only treasure Amane-kun, Chitaz, and Akazawa. Of course, I value everyone, but out of these relationships, I feel relaxed the most when I am with you. Oh, he didn't expect that Mahiru would tell him face to face that he had the best relationship with her and she felt the most relaxed when together. We have lived together for about half a year. These past few months, I feel that I have enjoyed my life more than I ever did before. Amane-kun is the closest one to me and my favorite person. These words made Amane almost cry out in joy. He suppressed this mood and looked at Mahiru's eyes, a gentle light in her eyes reflecting her emotions. You reached out to me and helped me when I was suffering alone. Amane-kun saved me, so have some more confidence, alright? Mahiru. Amane's cheeks became hot involuntarily. Luckily, Mahiru did not notice this. Besides, do you not know that I trust in you the most? Do you think I have a more important person than you? No. It's just about the way you said it in class. You will definitely be misunderstood. Well, I did it on purpose. Amane stared at Mahiru's unshakable smile. Mahiru was calm and smirked mischievously. It will be easier to control the rumors if the information is properly released. Instead of making false misunderstandings, it is better to guide or influence the rumors. That makes sense. Amane now understood that Mahiru had considered the consequences before speaking like that, but he was still caught off guard because his heart couldn't handle her words at the time. After that statement, the class exploded even more. Mahiru was simply sitting and smiling with an angelic look. The boys who fell in love with Mahiru were worried about the identity of the person. Anyways, remember to tell me about this kind of thing beforehand, otherwise even I will misunderstand. Misunderstanding, is it? Normally, when you say something like that, even I would think you were going out with that person. Amane believed that Mahiru did have a certain affection for him. Otherwise, Mahiru would not act so careless in front of Amane, nor would she cast such a trusting look towards him. Why exactly did she trust me? Why did she like me? These questions ran through Amane's head. Does she have the same feelings that Amane has for her? Did it contain the same passion? Mahiru was the first person who made Amane feel the need to hold her in his arms and cherish her with heart, but such feelings can't be spread to friends of the opposite sex who have not prepared for them. Amane still didn't know whether Mahiru's opinion of him was the same as his opinion of Mahiru, so Amane had been admonishing himself against any misunderstandings. If I said you were my important person at that time, you would definitely get some ideas, right? I do not think Amane-kun would say it publicly. That's true. Would you say it publicly? If I said it, then your admirers would have my head. After he waved his hand with a sigh, Mahiru smiled slightly at him. The smile Mahiru had on did not come from being amused, nor was it relieved, but it looked helpless. That is to say, Amane-kun is someone who will not take risks. I feel as if you're mocking me. You think too much. She said that, but Mahiru looked lost in her thoughts and she didn't seem to want to explain why to Amane. Mahiru sighed helplessly, and then walked to the kitchen. Hey, yeah? If I said it publicly, it would definitely affect you, right? Wah. Her statement left Amane speechless, scared of the consequences from her followers. Mahiru didn't look at Amane at the time. She put on her apron to begin to prepare dinner. My position is different from that of Amane-kun's. The eyes and feelings towards me are different too. I understand why you wouldn't say it. You don't want to be hurt. Eh? It is really troublesome to be popular. I am always being monitored and dictated, Mahiru grumbled, looking like she couldn't bear it. She then turned her back to Amane with a "But since we can be alone here, I can stay satisfied for the time being." Mahiru smiled sweetly and dashed into the kitchen. Chapter 2. The Angel's Dangerous Speech. It was the day after Mahiru's shocking statement, and the class's excitement on the topic of the Angel's important person was higher than ever. Mahiru had interacted with everyone equally, regardless of gender, which was why there was rarely any gossip on such a topic. This important person raised the interest of their classmates. It was just that Mahiru, no matter how much she was asked, did not give any further context. Her best friend Chitters also claimed she didn't know. The identity of that person was still unknown to the masses. From the perspective of Amane, this was a blessing. But he was also frightened, not knowing how things would progress. "Well, you should be fine if you weren't seen from a close range. They can only see your approximate body shape if you were seen from far away, so you shouldn't get your identity revealed." Itsuki, who was looking for goods nearby, and said that, seemingly laughing at Amane for worrying about such a thing. Amane, Itsuki, and Yuta were in a sporting goods store. Amane was going to buy some training tools for himself. The club activities were suspended for their upcoming exams, so the track and field were open for use. Amane went to buy running shoes. Usually your hairstyle is not very eye-catching, and coupled with a cold attitude, it gives people a dark feeling. Your expression does not usually change, but becomes richer and more full of life when you are with her. The look you give her gives off a soft feeling. Unexpectedly, Fujimiya is so easy to understand. Control yourself. Amane knew that his attitude towards Mahiru was softer than that with others, so he felt ashamed when it was pointed out by others. Even Yuta, who was just starting to know Amane, could see through him. He frowned unhappily to relieve himself of shame, and Itsuki smiled lightly. "I did say it, didn't I? That you will change when you meet someone new." "Will you shut up?" Okay, I know you're shy. How cute." "You're disgusting." "I agree." "Why are you siding with him, Yuta?" "Shouldn't you help me?" "Well, he isn't unnecessarily wrong." "I'm going to cry," Itsuki complained with a smile and flicked Amane in the forehead before shrugging. Well, she was quite daring to do such a thing yesterday. She said that there was going to be rumors anyway, so it was better to take the initiative and guide the direction of the rumors. Oh, that's how she explained it. Of course this is part of the truth, but I think she also wanted to fend off our classmates. Since Shiina is popular with the boys, she would be more or less envied by other girls. As long as you imply that you have an important person and care for him the most, there would be less confessions and incidents. That's true. Also, there was probably another reason. Another one? It's nothing. Pretend I didn't say anything. Anyways, it's clear that this person is special to you and she must have felt it. You need to take the initiative. If you push her down and embrace her, she won't run away. Hearing the word push her down reminded Amane of the accident that happened during Golden Week. Embarrassed, he looked away. It wasn't intentional, so it's fine, right? It was an accident. Amane, who didn't have a stable position, accidentally fell on and pressed against Mahiru's body. It was absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to do this. If he really did something as indecent as pushing her down, Mahiru would obviously not be willing. It's just that if he saw Mahiru with that same expression again, as if expecting something, Amane didn't know if he could restrain himself. Stop. Wow, did something interesting happen? For example, something perverted? Thinking of this incident, heat slowly surged across Amane's face. Itsuki, who had seen his red face, questioned him with a teasing tone. Shut up. Itsuki is a bad man. Whose side are you on? Yuta. I know you hope he makes progress too. I don't want to help someone with a mocking smirk, but I do think Fujimiya is too negative towards himself. Why won't you two listen to my point? Yuta also gave Amane such an evaluation which made Amane feel complicated. Amane himself knew that it was true, so he couldn't refute it. Okay, I just wanted to encourage you, although I am not very familiar with Mahiru, but I don't think she is as close to anyone as Fujimiya. Fujimiya is the only one she seems to trust fully. She is usually so wary of others but looks at Fujimiya's with eyes different from when she looks at others. I know she trusts me, but why are you so negative? Show a little more confidence. Fujimiya, you are a good person. You have a goal, so work hard for it. Come on, train your muscles and become a good person. With a strong body, you will have more confidence. With muscles, your posture will become better. Once your posture becomes better, you will feel brighter. Why is it all about muscles? It says so in the book. Amane had thought that he was talking about his personal experiences, but it turned out to be a book for school. Yuta smiled mischievously, then pat Amane on the shoulder. In short, Fujimiya is quite tall. If you were to bulk up, you will look more proper. You naturally have a good shape. It would be waste if you didn't use it. Let's go. Leave the bodybuilding to Yuta, the mind to me. We'll make you the perfect playboy. Is your head okay? Did you hit it on something? You are very rude. I'm just kidding, I'll be relying on you moderately. Yeah, we know. Itsuki started to nudge Amane's waist with his elbows again. Amane threw him aside without so much looking him, and turned to look at Yuta, who was smiling next to him. Amane had already selected his running shoes and finished choosing any other things he wanted to buy. Staying in the store for a prolonged period of time would cause the store trouble, so he gently lifted the merchandise in his hand and started walking towards the exit. Kadoaki. Let's go check out. Okay. I also have some sportswear I need to buy. Hey, are you abandoning me? Amane and Yuta walked towards the counter, leaving Itsuki alone. Itsuki seemed to realize this and made a slightly disappointed voice behind them. The two looked at each other and laughed softly. That's how it is. I plan to exercise a bit more, so I may be away from home more often. After returning home and enjoying the dinner that Mahiru made, Amane told Mahiru that he would be exercising more. Although it was him who wanted to exercise, Mahiru, who was usually cooking for him, would be troubled if he wasn't home when she finished. So he let her know of his plans. After their meal, Mahiru was relaxing, resting on the sofa. Hearing Amane say this, she opened her caramel eyes and looked a little surprised. So suddenly, okay, I will adjust the recipe to compensate for this exercise. How should I say this? Exercise is a good thing. But why? It isn't like you are unfit. I just think that as a man, I should exercise a little bit and put on more muscle. I want to be recognized by Mahiru, or I want to be worthy of standing next to Mahiru, and I want Mahiru to like me, were also reasons. Of course, it was impossible to say it out loud, so Amane had to pretend that he was fooling around. Mahiru let out a small chuckle and smile. Oh, I didn't expect that Amane-kun, who was still living a depraved life 6 months ago, would say such things. Hey, don't make fun of me. Studying, exercising, and tidying up my appearance, there is no harm in doing these things. That's what I have been saying. The looks that Mahiru gave Amane made him a little embarrassed and his eyes drifted naturally away from her. Mahiru didn't pry for his reasons. Showing a helpless and somewhat relieved smile, she poked Amane's cheek lightly with their finger, as if tickling him. Don't force yourself. Amane-kun loves to work too hard. When he decides that he will do something, he will put much effort into it. So please come and rely on me before you lose control. It's okay, I have a coach to help me. It's Kadoaki, right? Well, although he's not a professional coach, he can still guide me and teach me his knowledge. Then I will be Amane-kun's dedicated chef. I will consider what to cook in order to support your ambitions. In order to improve his body shape, the contents of his meals would also need to change. Now his meals were in a state where Mahiru was solely responsible for them. Amane couldn't bear to add more requests, but Mahiru offered it herself and she didn't seem to be unhappy at all. I always feel sorry for these types of things. It's okay, if Amane-kun decides to do something like this, I'm very happy to help and support you. But don't you forget about quizzes and tests, okay? I haven't forgotten. I review for them every day. Really? Good job. The sweet and soft voice sounded as Mahiru softly pat his head. Amane couldn't muster the strength to break free. It's just that he always felt unwilling to be at his mercy. Amane couldn't help but cast his resentful eyes at her. Don't underestimate me. I can balance studying and exercising. Amane had a serious personality and listened carefully to the school's lectures. He could understand most of it by only attending class. Coupled with the preview and review that he did at home, he was basically never stressed for upcoming assessments. It's just about shifting a proportion of his effort into exercise. Amane was prepared to make up for the lost time that could be spent studying. He intended to be more serious when studying, more so than before. It was not an option to slack off because he wanted to exercise more. With that kind of mentality, he wouldn't deserve to be by Mahiru's side. You will surely be more tired because of it. No? Would you like me to spoil you? You shouldn't be saying things like that. If you want to, you can act like a baby anytime. With those words, Mahiru patted her chest and smiled. Amane recalled that his face was buried in the plump place just the other day, and his lips tightened in response. That time it was Mahiru feeling that Amane was a bit disappointed, so she hugged him to comfort him. But for a boy his age, it was far too stimulating. At the time, Amane was mentally uncomfortable. He didn't have the time to enjoy her touch thoroughly. Now, it was different. If Mahiru did the same thing again, Amane would instinctively savor the touch of her body completely. It was precisely because he knew of his own shallowness that Amane tried to decline. It's a bit scary. I feel like you'll do anything I want. That's because I want to. Of course. I might ask for something in return. If you did everything without asking for anything in return, it would be even more scary. Well, my spiritual satisfaction can be considered my reward for the time being. What do you want in return? I want you to promise me something. It was Mahiru, so Amane felt that what she wouldn't ask for money or something as such, but he couldn't help but laugh when he heard her ask of such a serious request. Well, what I can do. This is the so-called law of equivalent exchange, but I'm more greedy. Really? I don't believe it. Really? Amane-kun doesn't know how greedy I was to say that. Then what is your request? Based her words, her request would not be trivial in the slightest. Amane was curious about what request she would make, and Mahiru's face became a little stiff after hearing his question. What will you ask for? Amane looked at her beautiful caramel-colored eyes, but her gaze began to wander away from his. It was difficult to tell whether this situation was a bluff and she had no request, or whether the request she was going to say was too big and it was difficult to say. Amane stared straight at Mahiru, but the blush on Mahiru's cheeks became more and more rosy. My request, yes. Okay. Please accompany. Accompany? Amane-kun. Come. Amane-kun, please touch my head. Mahiru stopped in the middle of speaking, and finally made a request in panic. Amane couldn't help but smile at her shyness. Is that enough? What else did you want to say just now? That's enough. Although Amane was very curious about what she was talking about before, if he continued to ask about it, he feared that it might spoil Mahiru's mood. So he dropped it and stretched out his hand to her head according to her wish. Amane occasionally touched Mahiru's head, but Mahiru rarely asked for it herself. He was willing to accept this kind of request even if he did not get anything in return. It would be better to say that if Mahiru wouldn't dislike it, he himself wanted to take the initiative to do it himself. If anything, this was another one of Amane's wishes. Mahiru, who let Amane touch her head, showed relaxed look. Where is the greed in this? It's greedy. I want you to touch me more. Touch, more. Mahiru almost stopped. With a soft expression, she raised her blurred eyes to look at Amane. I like it when Amane-kun is touching me. It's not that I particularly like the feeling of skin-to-skin contact, but I think Amane-kun's hands feel very comfortable. Yes, all right. Mahiru had a soft expression on her face, leaning her head and body on the front of Amane's chest. Their distance was shortened, the sweet fragrance feeling more vivid than before, and his heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Are you trying to kill me? The girl he liked said. I want you to touch me more. In this case, a normal boy would definitely give in to his desires and become a beast. but Amane knew that Mahiru acted spoiled and requested physical contact because of the trust she had in him. Even so, this strong temptation hurt his heart and mind. Amane-kun isn't rough, and feels gentle. In a way it feels soothing. I calm down and feel comfortable. Maybe it's because Amane-kun has something like healing fluctuations in his body? Mahiru hadn't thought about it at all, and Amane forced himself to ignore her ridiculous idea. On the contrary, I can't calm down. You are a girl. How can you let me touch you so casually? I don't care. Come on. Go and tell a man he can touch you and see if he forces himself on you. Amane worried that Mahiru didn't regard him as a man, so he gave her a stern warning, but Mahiru showed a happy smile as if asking him to touch her. The unsuspecting reaction stimulated Amane and he couldn't help but squeeze Mahiru's soft cheeks. Amane touched her as she requested, but Mahiru still showed a dissatisfied expression. I wouldn't ask anyone other than Amane-kun to do something like this. You shouldn't even be asking me. Hearing Mahiru inadvertently make such a remark, Amane struggled to reason with her. The fact that she allowed him to do these kinds of things shook his sanity. Amane desperately stepped on his mental brakes, drove the impure thoughts out of his mind. Then he wrapped Mahiru's hands with his own. He even struggled to tolerate this much contact. Due to Amane's actions, Mahiru shook her long eyelashes, blinked, and then showed a shy and gentle smile. Relief and happiness were clearly visible in her expression, causing Amane to feel embarrassed. They're so warm. Then I will let go. No. Amane-kun's hands are warm, big, and strong, so different from mine. Of course, a girl's body is more fragile. It won't break so easily. Moreover, Amane-kun is always gentle when he touches me. He will definitely not hurt me. I would never touch a girl's body roughly. What's more this was the girl that Amane liked and wanted to cherish for life. He couldn't make any rough actions. He could only think about protecting and supporting her, who was very delicate in both her body and mind. Amane felt like she would break with a little effort. He carefully touched the back of Mahiru's hand like touching a glass craft, and her caramel-colored eyes squinted in response, as if pleasured. That's why. Please touch me more. Hearing Mahiru's wish, Amane couldn't help but feel the urge to hug her and make her his own. Resting this impulse, Amane smiled back at Mahiru. Chapter 3, The Angel in a Dream and the Following Shame. I like. Mahiru uttered these words in a warm voice, with a small but clear voice. Amane found himself half lying on his bed with Mahiru was sitting on his lap, making him unable to move. Yet he felt no weight on his legs, but the soft touch and sweet smell of Mahiru's body felt extremely real. Mahiru lowered her gaze shyly, stretched her hands behind Amane's neck, and squeezed, filling the gap between their bodies. Amane slightly lowered his head and looked at the neckline of the white dress on her body, showing snow-white skin that seemed too surreal. Amane wanted to look away, but Mahiru seemed to be deliberately preventing Amane from escaping. Smiling warmly, she stretched her hands behind Amane's neck and brought their two faces together. Her breath brushed his lips. More, kiss? Hearing Mahiru's whisper, Amane picked up the slender body and slowly moved his lips closer. Amane suddenly woke up in the same place he dreamt of, but with only Amane lying on his bed. A ray of light broke into the room through the gap in the curtains. Looking at the clock on the bedside table, he saw that it was just past 5 in the morning. Spring had passed and summer was arriving, making sunrise happen earlier. Although it wasn't bad to get up and start his day, Amane hadn't planned to wake up so early. Realizing he was dreaming, Amane covered his face with his hands, embarrassed from what he was dreaming about. I'm terrible. Amane never expected that he would have such a dream. In the dreams Amane had before, even if Mahiru was there, she would look and act normal. Amane's dreams had never reflected his desires so openly. The reason for having such a dream was probably because of the remarks Mahiru made the day before yesterday. Amane felt ashamed of himself. Even though it was just a dream, his own brain made Mahiru do things she wouldn't do or would hate. Even if it was a dream, Amane didn't want to impose such emotions and impulses onto Mahiru. The events in his dream caused Amane to feel a strong sense of guilt. He said that he wanted to cherish and protect her, but subconsciously wanted to violate her. Faced with this irrefutable fact, Amane bit the wall with his head repeatedly. As he was about to get up to hit his head against the wall, he suddenly noticed something on his face causing him to freeze. Oh God! Amane quickly rushed towards the bathroom to wash the dried drool off of his face. Why do you look so dead? In order to get rid of the impure thoughts in his head, Amane went out for a run early in the morning. As a result, he was exhausted. Chitters saw Amane like this when she walked in class and came to question Amane during the break. Is it that bad? Turning his head to look at Itsuki, who was nodding. This. It's because I ran a bit in the morning. That makes sense. You usually don't exercise very much. If you suddenly do so, it's natural for you to be tired afterward. Chitters laughed and pat Amane on the back, who was thanking God for Chitters' obliviousness. Telling Chitters was basically the equivalent to telling Mahiru, so Amane didn't want Chitters to know about his dream. In fact, he didn't want anyone to know. If you feel tired, do hurry home and rest after school. Don't force yourself, Mahiru, who was standing next to Chitters, said to Amane worriedly. Mahiru was still in Angel Sama mode, but her concern was genuine. Amane knew that when he got home, Mahiru would most likely start doting on and spoiling him. Because of Maine's dream that morning, he felt it would be impossible to accept Mahiru's doting without feeling guilty. The guilt in his heart and the memory of the dream stopped Amane from looking at Mahiru's eyes. He couldn't forgive himself. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Amane carefully averted his eyes, restrained his feelings, and replied flatly. In the corner of his field of vision, the expression on Mahiru's face became a little stiffer. Amane avoided looking at her because if he saw Mahiru's face, his embarrassment and sorrow would show up on his face. But Mahiru seemed to think that Amane was becoming cold towards her, yet he couldn't explain the truth to her, so he avoided talking. Are you in a bad mood? No, I'm doing fine. I'm just tired, but I need to hold on. Who would dare go to class and sleep when exams are coming? Wow, you're so serious. Chitters, you're the one that need to be more serious. Our school exams are difficult, so prepare for it. Don't just play, but it's hard preparing for an exam. I think it's more interesting and more efficient for everyone to study together. Then let Sheena teach you. Although that's fine. Chitters stared directly at Amane, studying his face, but Amane ignored Chitters and took out his textbook for the next lesson and put it on the table. Relieved that he was able to hide it, Amane sighed and opened his textbook with an indifferent appearance. After school, Amane immediately left school, purchased the ingredients for dinner, and returned home. As always, Mahiru came to Amane's house to cook dinner. It was obvious that she was a little depressed. Perhaps it was because she noticed that Amane's atmosphere today was a bit unusual. Mahiru glanced at Amane from time to time, her eyebrows drooping every time. Normally, the two of them at home would be closer, but today's sense of distance was similar to that at school, so Mahiru probably felt uncomfortable about it. Amane tried not to pay attention to Mahiru, realizing Mahiru might regard this behavior as ignoring her. Are you angry with me? After eating, Mahiru tentatively asked. Until just now, the two hadn't talked. Hearing Mahiru's question, Amane realized that he had caused a misunderstanding and raised his head. Mahiru's wobbling eyes were full of anxiety. It's nothing. You only answer like that when you are not fine. You looked strange and cold today. Lately, I have not been careful. Did I do something wrong? Obviously it was his own fault that caused him to avoid her, but his attitude made her think that it was her fault. Thinking this, Amane felt the need to act. He hurriedly took Mahiru's hand and looked at her face. Mahiru's eyes were clear with worry. Amane could see himself in them, noticing that he looked really cold today. No, it's not that you did something wrong. I'm sorry for hurting you. Then, why are you treating me like this? How should I put it? It's a bit complicated. When Mahiru asked for the reason, Amane couldn't help but hesitate. If he told her the truth, as a woman, Mahiru would be disappointed and disgusted in Amane. She would surely struggle to face him in the future because of how embarrassing it would be. Could it be that you hate me? Absolutely not. It's a personal reason. Or rather, just something that's been on my mind. Can't you tell me? Mahiru lowered her eyes and showed a saddened expression, causing a strong sense of guilt to wash over Amane's body. How should I explain? Amane didn't want to deceive Mahiru. He wanted to confess to her without irritating her as much as possible. But how? If the statement was said wrong, not only would it be unclear, but it will also make her hate him. It's not a big deal, alright? Then why must you ignore me? Well, to control myself I guess. Or rather, to calm myself down. So you can't calm down without doing so? That's not what I mean. It means it would be a bit troublesome if I weren't to do it. So I upset you? No. How should I put this? If she was a male, she would probably understand. But Mahiru was a female. Even if he said it, it would be unlikely for her to understand this kind of thing. But if he didn't say anything, Mahiru wouldn't let it go. It was natural that she would want to know the reason, but it was really difficult for Amane to express it, as to not throw away the reputation he had. Amane wanted to explain it to Mahiru as safely as possible. Well, Mahiru, you said that you wanted me to touch you more. So, I had a terrible dream. A nightmare? It's not that kind of dream. Mahiru, you acted very naughtily to me in various ways. Amane racked his brain and squeezed out this answer. Mahiru, who was relatively oblivious, blinked vigorously, seeming to not understand. I'm really sorry. Normally, I would definitely not look at you like that, nor would I force you and touch you. It's just, yesterday, what you said was too cute. I felt a little embarrassed that I had that kind of dream, so I avoided you. It's not that I hate you, but I feel ashamed of myself. How exactly was I acting naughty to you? What? Judging from her expression, Mahiru didn't hate him, which made Amane feel relieved, but her dangerous words made Amane's face stiff. I was dreaming about my own desire. If I tell Mahiru so frankly, it would be like saying that I want to treat Mahiru as such. If it will make Amane-kun feel embarrassed, then I want to know. You don't want to know. But what if I want to make Amane-kun's heart beat? No, please. It's not good for my heart. Amane couldn't guess why Mahiru wanted to stimulate his heart. Mahiru often surprised him, and he didn't want to give Mahiru more ideas. At least Mahiru seemed relieved. The worry and anxiety on her face had disappeared. Instead, she had a slight blush on her face. The feeling of cuteness started to leak out again. Knowing that I am not hated, I can rest assured. For some reason, Mahiru smiled happily, appreciating Amane, who was embarrassed and was pursing his mouth with dissatisfaction. Amane-kun turned out to be so innocent. He is the most innocent among the men I know. Mahiru, aren't you quite innocent too? It's better to say that I simply have no experience. After all, I have never really interacted with anyone, nor have I wanted to establish such a relationship with others. Only Amane-kun is this close to me. I also have never been with a girl. Amane also knew that it was embarrassing to say, but he couldn't lie. If Amane were to claim that he had a lot of female experience, he would be laughed at. But Amane-kun seems to be very good at getting along with girls. What you call getting along is just treating them respectfully. My parents often tell me, if the other person is happy, I will also be happy, generally. Isn't that true? I'm talking about this when I call you cunning. You're too sleazy. What part of this is sleazy? Your existence itself is very cunning. Are you trying to deny me as a person? It is the truth. Me pushing your back will make you more confident, but you are becoming too sleazy. I don't quite understand. It seems Amane-kun does not understand. So you are doing it unconsciously? Amane felt that they have had similar conversations in the past, but he still didn't understand the meaning of her words. Regardless, he did not feel the need for clarification. Mahiru, who was hurt by Amane's attitude, was now so carefree, showing a cheerful smile. If she wanted to call him names, so be it. Anyways, I heard some good news today. Good news? Well, I am Amane-kun's first girl. Amane choked when he heard this, causing Mahiru to tilt her head in confusion. She seemed to say it without realizing just exactly what it meant. Because of this, the impact was even greater. Please realize what you just said. Well, it was not necessarily a misuse, but it sounds misleading. Why is Amane-kun so flustered? I have experienced many firsts. Didn't we experience a lot of firsts from each other? Yeah, but Amane-kun, it's nothing. Please do not look at me. Not wanting to expose his innocence, as Mahiru called it, Amane sat on the sofa, his back turned to Mahiru. Amane didn't want to be seen by Mahiru, nor did he want to see her. Why are you suddenly so tense? Don't look at me. Okay, I won't look. Although he didn't look back, Amane felt Mahiru shift towards his back and leaned forward. Amane wanted to turn his head, but Mahiru poked his waist. Although he couldn't see her face, Mahiru must have had a mischievous smile on her face. Hey, no looking, right? Right. Today I was ignored by Amane-kun. This is my compensation. Mahiru said that so Amane wouldn't run away, but Amane had no intention to do so. There was a slight warmth on his back. His heart hammered against his chest. Immersed in this indescribable tranquility, Amane put his hand on his leg and propped them up to his chin. In front of others in the future, don't use the words first time. It will be a hassle for me to explain it. Mahiru's body trembled. She seemed to have just realized what she said. She grasped the clothes on Amane's back. I didn't mean it that way. What I said was true, but I didn't mean that when I said it. I know you didn't mean that, so please stop talking about it. Listening to her say it out loud was really embarrassing, causing Amane's face to heat up. Even without investigating, you could tell that the two have had many firsts together. Besides his mother, the first woman Amane held hands with was Mahiru, and the only woman he had ever embraced was Mahiru. It was probably the same for Mahiru. Experiencing new things with the one you love make people happy. People can't help but to wish to live together with the one they love and grow old together. From behind, Mahiru kept pushing her head into Amane's back. Amane smiled quietly, wishing that he could live with Mahiru for the rest of his life. Chapter 4, Study Session with the Angel. The next day, their distance returned to normal. Chiters and Itsuki seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They had noticed Amane's subtle attitude towards Mahiru, and were worried about it. What happened yesterday was still in Amane's mind, but he no longer felt stiff when he interacted with Mahiru. No, he still felt it a little bit. They were at school after all. He couldn't act carelessly. Mahiru was doing her angel smile like usual. The girls in the class surrounded her, asking her to be their tutors. The midterm exams were next week. As the most talented girl in grade, Mahiru was entrusted with the responsibility of tutoring others. There were traces of hesitation in the soft smile on her face. I'm fine with holding a study group to review for the exam, but it may be a little difficult in my house. Although he knew it was rude, Amane pricked his ears and started listening into their conversation. The girls seemed to want to go to Mahiru's home to study with her. He was afraid that there was another reason for it, like what does Mahiru's house look like? Mahiru will definitely suffer from this. She needs a break. As classmates, Mahiru had communicated with these girls, but her relationships with them were not as intimate as the one she had with Chiters. So she would probably need to put her angel Sama facade on. If possible, Amane hoped that these girls would not go to Mahiru's house. If they found out about their relationship and situation, he was bound to be attacked hard, being questioned by the girls, and by the envy and resentment from the boys. I also want to come. Me too. Hearing what was said just then, two other girls also ran over and asked to join. Mahiru clearly showed a troubled smile. It seemed that too many people wanted to go to Mahiru's house together. There were also envious eyes cast at the girls by the boys. Well, if we stay in the classroom for an hour or two after school today. The final compromise was to hold study sessions in the spacious classrooms. Even so, there was still quite a bit of people who wanted to participate. During this time, club activities had ceased, so there would be even more people. While listening to the cheers of his classmates, Amane looked at them from a distance, thinking, it's not easy for Mahiru if you all ask like that. Itsuki gave him an inexplicable hearty smile. You aren't attending? What's the point of my participation? There is nothing in the scope of the exam that I don't understand. Besides, even if there is, there are so many people around her that everyone will have very little time to ask questions. Instead of this, I might as well go study by myself. Although I like your meticulous attitude, it's probably better for you to participate this time. I have been studying very seriously, so don't worry. I'm not talking about that, you know. Seeing that there were more than half of his classmates intending to participate in the study meeting, Amane could understand that so many people would make it difficult to handle. Having someone familiar near her would make Mahiru feel more at ease. In this sense, whether or not he participated in the meeting, it would be better for Amane to stay with her. But I don't have anything to ask help for. You can come and teach me. I'm not good at teaching others. I thought so. You are the type who won't speak much. I understand, but you won't die from it, right? Itsuki's trusting tone and rendered Amane unable to refuse, only able to respond with an facing Itsuki, who laughed and pat him on the shoulder and said, "Please, partner." Amane gave up his excuses and nodded in agreement. There were usually very few students who stayed in the classroom after school, but today, the classroom was lively. After the daily cleaning, the desks were neatly arranged into groups of squares. Since the boys also participated in the study session, the number of people swelled to about 6 times the amount of those who originally asked Mahiru. Amane sat on the opposite side of the room as Mahiru, facing Itsuki with a strained expression. "Why did I decide to help you? Thank you, teacher. Can't you just learn at home? I'm waiting for Chie to finish so we can walk together." Speaking of which, it's getting late. You can't just let that person go home alone, right? Itsuki showed a profound look. Amane glared at him, but Itsuki just gave him a hippie smile. Usually, Mahiru always returned home before dark, but because of this study meeting, she would get home a lot later than normal. Although Mahiru's was relatively smart about being safe and always carried protective equipment, it was still not ideal to let her go home alone after dark. Having said that, it was obviously impossible to leave school with Mahiru in front of his classmates, so Amane could only keep his distance and escort her from far away. Amane, normal people will take advantage of this opportunity to send the girl they like back. Why do I have to become that kind of dishonest person? Besides, I don't think that is necessary, and it's not morally justified to take advantage of such situations. Sigh. I guess that's how you won her trust. Your route home is the same anyway. You could always just offer using that as an excuse. What if she gets disgusted by me? I might as well die then. Once she opened her heart to someone, Mahiru would completely let her guard down to said person. But Amane does not intend to misuse this for anything. He frequently reminded Mahiru that she couldn't trust him too much. Mahiru's defenselessness to Amane was based on her trust in him. If he tried to do anything to Mahiru, the stable relationship would collapse. Amane didn't want to lose this trust, nor did he want to lose his sense of conscience. Now that he had decided to cherish Mahiru, he refused to force her into anything. Itsuki knew Amane's personality very well. All he could do was shrug. Amane deliberately ignored him and turned the textbook to the part that would most likely be on the exam. Let's complete the initial task first. If you don't tell me what you want to do, then I can't help you. Facing Amane, who was tapping the textbook with his hand, Itsuki smiled and said, "Hey, don't just change the subject." Itsuki was not stupid. If it was about reading the mood of a situation, he could actually be classified as smart in this sense. He understood his strengths and could get many results with a small amount of labor. Itsuki just hated trouble. He was rebellious to his parents, and was a little bit careless. Fundamentally speaking, he was actually a frivolous person. It was said that Itsuki was an honest student in junior high school, but when he started dating Chitas, his rebellious period began. I really don't understand the meaning of these English words. It's better to start by memorizing the meaning of the words. I recommend that you first memorize the grammar rules and words that will definitely be on the exam. This part will definitely be on the exam. You were sleeping in class when the teacher confirmed it. Amane flicked Itsuki in the forehead. Although he didn't skip class very much, Itsuki often lost to his will to sleep in class. I'll make a copy of my notes for you. The longer questions are difficult. Just put what you think is correct. It is okay to get some of that part wrong. but you must get the multiple choice questions correct. A little understanding of multiple choice questions can be used to eliminate the wrong options, and then you have to choose the best one among the remaining choices. The most important thing is to earn as many points as possible. Now, your English comprehension is hovering around the passing line. Thank you. As a thanks, I'll help you with her. That kind of gratitude feels superfluous and is not needed. Amane intended to slowly develop his relationship with Mahiru in his own way. So if someone pushed him too hard from behind, he may resist. After Amane's rejection, Itsuki looked a little annoyed at him, but Amane had no plans to change his mind. Amane was still working hard to sharpen himself so that he could match Mahiru. In order to gain her admiration, what he wanted was not more relationship development, but was to sharpen himself. Itsuki seemed to want to say something, but seeing that Amane had ignored him, he decided to give up and picked up his pen. Seeing Itsuki finally start studying, Amane breathed a sigh of relief, and then secretly glanced in Mahiru's direction. With her usual angel-like smile, Mahiru cordially and carefully counseled the students. She smiled to everyone, busily walking back and forth between the groups. It's not easy to be so popular, Amane thought while looking at her back. Why can't this be done here? Just use the formula. I did it, but there is no proper answer. Chitaz's group looked lively and busy. Everyone was chatting, studying, and discussing, but the boys in the other groups seemed to be in a dilemma. They were holding their heads in their hands. Mahiru couldn't take care of everyone present, not to mention that each student had different comprehension abilities and it would take time to explain clearly. Some students were not good at advocating themselves, so they couldn't call out to her. She was constantly being snatched away by the louder individuals. What am I gonna do with these people? Amane hesitated, then apologized to Itsuki and stood up. He walked up to the frowning classmates, glanced at the textbook and the formula on the page, and after confirming which part they were stuck on, he gently pointed at a note with his finger. Amane's sudden intrusion made them look up in surprise, but Amane ignored their gazes and explained the questions. The problem with this student was that he chose the wrong formula to use. After realizing the pattern to determine such things, the rest would come easily. Although he suddenly interjected, the students accepted him and asked questions. Amane breathed a sigh of relief. He then happened to see a boy on the opposite side blinking in a confused manner. I'm sorry that I'm not Shiina, but she seems to be too busy. If I'm being annoying, sorry. No. Thanks for your help, but I didn't expect Fujimiya to take initiative to speak up and help. Well, you seem to be having trouble. How alienated he was in the eyes of other people, Amane thought while mocking himself. Considering their impression of him was that of a loner, couldn't deny their claim, Amane smiled. Originally, he wanted to return to his seat. He didn't expect that a classmate on the opposite side of the group would point to a question and ask him, then what should I do here? So he gave another explanation. The students in the group exchanged glances, and then looked at Itsuki. Hey, Itsuki, could you lend Fujimiya to us for a bit? Fujimiya belongs to me, but I'll let you borrow him temporarily. When did I become yours? Amane exaggeratedly wailed in response to Itsuki's nauseating statement, only to discover that Itsuki had already merged their tables together. Must be nice being so. Amane felt dumbfounded in his heart. Although it didn't matter much, Amane hoped that his classmates would first seek the opinion of himself, rather than Itsuki. Amane sighed, sat down in his chair, and kicked Itsuki lightly under the table. I am not great at teaching others. Well, that's better than having no one to teach. After all, the angel is very busy over there. We signed up suddenly. Shiina might not be able to take care of us alone. Everyone looked at the group with Mahiru's counseling, not with jealousy, but with regret. We joined because it felt like it would be fun. At the time, we thought it would be nice if someone came to help us. So if you would be willing to help us, Fujimiya, it would be great. But the angel is cuter. Don't expect boys to be cute. Anyways, so what do you guys not understand? Amane could confidently say that he would never find the slightest cuteness in himself. Being pursued for this kind of thing worried him, but as a boy, he understood what these boys meant. Compared to a boy who was always straight-faced, The sweet and cute Mahiru would make people feel happier. Amane could only shrug his shoulders at this. He turned his attention to the eager students and began looking through the textbook. Fortunately, all of the questions could be explained easily. Since the students in the group had come with somewhat of an intention to learn, they were naturally very serious and understood the concepts quickly. Including Itsuki, Amane now had to tutor 4 people. He answered questions for a while and then did the questions himself as a demonstration. It was not easy to teach 4 people at a time. Mahiru must have been burning herself out over there. Thinking this, Amane looked at Mahiru. At this time, she was answering a question from the group next to them. It's just that these questions had nothing to do with learning at all. What kind of guy do you like? Mahiru thought about the question. The girls casted their curious gazes at her one after another. Since Mahiru avoided speaking about that important person, so the girls took a different approach and tried to learn of his characteristics. Although Mahiru never explicitly admitted that this person was her favorite or lover, their classmates assumed he was. The students around pricked their ears while working, also interested in her answer. He must be gentle and honest. I do not like dishonest people. Do you have a preference for appearance? I pay more attention to their inner personality, so there is no deliberate pursuit for appearance. As long as he looks clean, then I will be fine. With a gentle smile and a look in his eyes, Mahiru spoke of her preferences for the class to hear. The answer seemed to be too vague, as it could also be used to describe a friend. The girls who asked the question also seemed to think so. There was a little bit of unsatisfactory in their eyes, so Mahiru's usual smile became strained. If there is anything else besides these, it would be values. Values? Like a common interest? Yes, values. I do not think 2 people can have the exact same values, so even if they do not match me exactly, it's okay, but I like people who respect others and their values. For example, he will never impose himself over others. If everyone could see the world from the same perspective, it would be ideal. But if this is not possible, he should be able to accept the world the way it is seen by others and even understand it. After speaking, Mahiru showed her trademark smile again and she quietly glanced at Amane for a moment. Amane couldn't help but avert his gaze. Mahiru turned her gaze back to the girl who asked the question with an unchanged expression. If Amane continued to watch any longer, he would garner suspicion from the people around him. So Amane also turned his attention away and back to the notebook in his hand. A certain bastard to his side laughed slightly. Well, shall we continue? Itsuki seemed to notice that everyone had stopped unknowingly and had stood up. After he finished speaking, the students who were stunned suddenly recovered. They all pretended to look back at the material in front of them. Amane also pretended that nothing happened, and wrote a note in his notebook. In his heart, he began to recollect her statements. Mahiru's personality prevented her from interacting with people with the mentality of just trying it out. If she wanted to interact with people, she would aim to develop a long-term, perhaps even a lifelong relationship. Because of this, she said that she liked people who were flexible and could accompany her for a long time. The angel's way of thinking is so mature. Well, I think Sheena's way of thinking makes a lot of sense. After hearing the whispers from his classmates, Amane subconsciously said these words in a low voice, attracting the attention of the people around him. He gave off a wry smile. Living with people who aren't flexible is probably very tiring. I think people are more likely to stay with those who are easy to get along with. If 2 people are forced to stay together and they aren't compatible, a crack will appear soon after, eventually breaking the relationship between the 2. If it were me, I would not approach this kind of person in the first place. Let alone those who don't allow others to be different from themselves. As their relationship becomes closer, one of the 2 will eventually become unbearable, and the relationship will crack. In that case, they might as well have not interacted from the beginning. Anyway, I can't even imagine what kind of girl Fujimi I would like. A gentle girl is fine. That statement is too broad. Is there anything more specific? What else can I be more specific about? Maybe a woman who has a good personality and is generous and cute. Most people like girls like that. Okay, and? I like this. Do you have an issue with it? It's not that there is an issue. It just feels that what you said was really broad. Then, just assume that I like the type of my future girlfriend. When I meet someone I like, her characteristics might develop into my preferences. Amane tried to find a way to get through the questions and make the answer as vague as possible. At this moment, he suddenly heard a giggle from behind. That statement is really cute. The familiar voice immediately made Amane feel stiff. Why are you here? Amane wanted to ask, but in actuality, it was not that surprising for Mahiru to come over. He carefully concealed his expression, preventing others from seeing the shock in his heart from looking at Mahiru's direction. Ignoring the angel in front of everyone would obviously not leave a good impression on his classmates, but then again, Amane usually had a cold expression, so they did not look too surprised. Hello Shiina. Sorry, I'm late. I was busy and I was unable to come help this group. Is there anything you don't understand? It seemed that Mahiru's tutoring for the other groups had come to an end. When she came to the table, she stood by Amane's side listening and observing. This fact weighed down his heart. The boys in the group looked at each other, and then showed some embarrassed expressions. About that. We have already consulted Fujimiya. Sorry, we shouldn't have joined in suddenly like this. No, it's fine. Actually, I overestimated my abilities in the beginning, and I did not expect so many people to come. Fortunately, Fujimiya answered your questions. Thank you. Fujimiya ranks quite high, doesn't he? There was no maliciousness in Mahiru's smile and comment, but Amane felt himself become very restless. Amane tried to respond without changing his face. Thank you for the compliment. Amane immediately lowered his eyebrows to look at Mahiru, worried that she might think that he was sarcastic. But what he greeted was tender eyes and smiles, as if Mahiru had seen everything. Fujimiya is not only good at caring for people, but also good at mentoring people. How exactly am I good at caring for people? For example, when you were helping Chittas and Akazawa. Although you seem to be indifferent, you are always paying attention to them, and as soon as you found that others were struggling, you went and gave them a hand. I could clearly see it when I was watching you. Mahiru's soft expression and voice made Amane clenched his lips involuntarily. The number of times Mahiru praised Amane could not be considered small, causing Amane to feel flustered. Amane did not expect that Mahiru would say that she was watching him nor praise him for that matter, so his eyes started to wander involuntarily. Look, he's shy. Itsuki, shut up. Besides, isn't this normal? The fact that you think it's normal makes it even more amazing. Amane finally couldn't bear Mahiru's smiling face and turned his head away. Itsuki kicked his shin lightly with his toes under the table, as if trying to encourage something. After a while, the study session ended. Amane finally stretched his stiff shoulders, as if he lost the weights that were weighing him down. Mahiru looked at him, smiling with affection that only people who knew her could notice. Every time Itsuki saw an opportunity, he would kick Amane under the table. The boys in the same group gradually got used to talking with Amane and began to speak frankly and intimately with him. Yet in the end, Amane still felt tired from interacting with new faces and people. It was a good thing to speak with new people, but Mahiru's existence lurking about made him feel stressed. After the study session was over, some people asked for copies of her notes and then left. Some students had quit because of an incident, or found that this was actually a serious study session which was not what they wanted. Compared with them, the boys Amane spoke with were quite serious, and Amane respected them for it. Sorry and thank you for the help. Mahiru had stayed till the end. She cleaned the classroom, arranged the desks and chairs, and returned the keys to the office. The other classmates originally wanted to leave the campus with her, but as an organizer, she had the responsibility for cleaning after their session. Amane persuaded her to let him help with the chores. After the classroom was used by everyone, it would only be natural for there to be scraps around. Also, like Itsuki said, having a girl walk home alone in the dark was dangerous, so Amane decided to wait behind. It would have been better for Itsuki and Chittas to also stay, but the two of them left earlier while secretly snickering. It's a pity that those two went back first. Amane and Mahiru walked down the quiet corridor together while Amane complained in his heart about the Itsuki and cheaters. All the clubs had already ceased their activities. The sun was about to go down around this time. There were only a few faculty members and staff along with a handful of students still at the school. Amane felt awkward and stressed when alone with Mahiru in such a place. Actually, I should say I'm sorry to you. Maybe I was just hindering you. No. Thanks to your help, we were able to help a lot more people. Although I did not expect that there would be so many people, some people decided to come temporarily, but even then, the number of people in the end completely exceeded my expectations. Luckily most of those that needed help received it. What an angel. Please don't call me by that name. Mahiru glanced over annoyed. Amane deliberately pretended not to notice. During the session, Mahiru suddenly praised him in front of everyone. Now, he wanted to get his revenge. Fortunately, most of the students were very serious. Although there was some small talk from time to time, everyone was more motivated than I thought. I can't just be lazy around anymore. Fujimiya has always been very attentive about studying. This time, you seem to be more motivated than before. Well, I have a reason and goal now. He was not really popular or known well in his class. Whether it came to studying or exercising, Amane intended to give it his best. He hoped that in the future, he would not be alienated when he was with Mahiru. Mahiru didn't know about the underlying reason as to why Amane worked so hard, but she smiled and said to him, "You're amazing." The two of them just walked to the top of the stairs, and she said that to Amane again. "The sun has gone down." "Yup." Amane nodded, only to realize that Mahiru was looking at him. Her face did not have her usual smile, but the one she wore when the two of them were alone, a look of expectation with some intimacy. "Is she?" Amane tensed his body. He could guess what Mahiru's request would be based on the previous topic, and he let off a pained smile. "It's getting late, I'll walk you back." It seemed that it was the correct answer. A faint rose color appeared on Mahiru's porcelain white cheeks, and a gentle arc curled up at the corner of her mouth. "Thank you for being so considerate." "Fujimiya is very gentlemanly. Don't screw with me." "You just asked me to say that just now." "Ha. Did I now?" This low mumbling didn't escape Mahiru's ears, and her eyes narrowed happily, a light-hearted smile on her face. "God is cruel," Amane complained. He then changed his indoor shoes and walked out towards the front gate. He knew that Mahiru was not far behind him, so he slowed down to match her pace, and then let out a long sigh. She knows exactly what she's doing. Amane had wanted to offer it himself, but Mahiru cleverly trapped him first. The reason why Amane stayed behind so late was because he worried for Mahiru and wanted to escort her home. Walking next to her was bound to bring about issues from outsiders, so he originally planned to walk in front of or behind her instead of going home with her shoulder to shoulder. But Mahiru had seen these things, giving him a reason to walk next to her while cutting off his escape route. "I really can't beat her." "Shiina, you are a girl. People are bound to misunderstand. Plus it's not too late to go home alone." "Fujimiya is really kind." "I always notice it. If Fujimiya could accompany me today, I would feel relieved." "Is that so?" The dim street lamp shined on Mahiru's body, her smile dazzlingly brighter than before. Amane turned away quickly and started walking, praying Mahiru did not see his face. Chapter 5, Everyone's Study Session. Morning, Fujimiya. Morning. Because of the study meeting yesterday, the boys in a group began to greet Amane. Mahiru seemed to be happy for him. When they had returned home yesterday, Amane gently waved in response and put his bag on his seat. Itsuki and Yuta, who had already arrived at school, walked over with a smile. Amane felt nod, evil aura leaking from Itsuki. Sure enough, Itsuki's expression turned into a smirk, and Amane snorted. "How was the walk home yesterday?" "There was nothing special about it. Your laugh is so annoying." "Ah, you guys had a study session, right?" "I didn't participate yesterday." "Did something happen?" Because he didn't participate, Yuta didn't know the reason for Itsuki's attitude. Amane didn't bother explaining it, so he shrugged towards Itsuki with an expression of embarrassment and exasperation. "It's nothing, it was just an ordinary and meaningful study session. You know I left first because of my good intentions." It was completely unnecessary. Even if Itsuki did not leave first, Amane would still have walked Mahiru home due to the fact that their apartments were next to each other, but it would be less stressful for Amane to walk as a group. That way, Amane doesn't need to worry about other people's eyes. Without my pushing, you are too slow at progressing. That's because you are too anxious. Anyway, shouldn't you be taking notes and studying rather than being a busybody? The one that held a bigger priority was obviously the exam, but Itsuki willingly sacrificed time just to fool around. Amane took a copy of his notebook from the folder and handed it to Itsuki, praying that he would be responsible. Itsuki accepted the notes with a teasing smile. Whether or not he really studied when he got home or not was a different matter. "You're so good at caring for people." Itsuki teased him with this reference from the day before. Amane responded with a sullen face, not knowing how to refute his statement. Yuta looked at them from the side with a smile, lowering his eyebrows, seemingly regretful. "It would have been nice if I also participated yesterday. You guys seem to be very happy. I also wanted to study together. Itsuki keeps teasing me. How could I possibly be happy from this?" "Maybe you're a masochist?" "Itsuki, shut." "Okay, calm down now. Itsuki means no harm when he teases you, so it's fine." "I don't recall teasing anyone though." "That's enough." "Fujimiya should forgive you after a while, but you need to restrain yourself. Some lines shouldn't be crossed." "Don't worry, I already am paying attention. He actually enjoys it." "God, you're so annoying." Itsuki's teasing never crossed the boundary, that is, it never really made Amane angry and unpleasant. At most, it would make Amane feel a little unhappy and cause him to smack Itsuki lightly. But even then, Itsuki wouldn't complain when Amane hit him as retribution. Knowing exactly where the line of restraint is was a positive trait Itsuki had. But it was also annoying. Okay, Itsuki is a bit annoying, but let's put that aside for now. Yuta, your words are so sharp. When did your mouth become so poisonous?" "I recently felt that I need to be a bit more poisonous to you." "Excessive." "I disagree." "Ha ha ha." At the smiling Yuta, Itsuki exaggeratedly resented. Amane felt his heart relax because it was now Itsuki who was being teased. Anyways, ignoring Itsuki. "Hey, don't put me aside. Itsuki, please close your mouth for a second. You guys seem to have so much fun yesterday. That's why I want to study with you too, maybe one day on the weekend." Ignoring the aloof Itsuki, Yuta asked, "Can't I?" Amane felt that there was nothing wrong in doing so. It would be an ordinary study session with Yuta. Just when he was about to nod his head in agreement, he stopped. Amane was fine with participating. The question was, where would this study session take place? "Where should we have it?" I can't do it at my place. My parents are there. The environment would be stiff and awkward." Despite his light words, Itsuki's parent-child relationship made Amane heartache. "My place would usually be fine, but my sister and her friends might come disturb us. So it's not suitable for studying." "You have a sister?" "Well, I have two. One is a bit noisy and social, so Fujimiya will probably have difficulty dealing with them." If Yuta were to say such a thing, then his sister would indeed be that type of person. Amane felt that he would struggle in dealing with that type of girl. In this situation, Amane's home would usually be the most convenient. Itsuki often visited his apartment and Amane didn't mind Yuta visiting either. The problem was that this event would also have an impact on Mahiru. Mahiru was not always at Amane's home, but she often came to cook or study together, and the probability of her being there was higher than not. It was certainly not appropriate to let guests visit without letting the other residents know. Amane smiled vaguely. "May I make a call first?" Yes, you need to let people know. It's a love nest after all." "Itsuki, shut up. Now, what would I do if someone heard that?" Amane glared at Itsuki. Fortunately, Itsuki spoke quietly, and it seemed that none of his classmates were paying attention to them. "Really? You're such a hassle." Amane sighed, thankful for the fact that Mahiru wasn't near, lowered his head. "Mahiru, Itsuki and Kadoaki will be having a study meeting at my house early tomorrow morning. Is that okay?" After eating, Amane and Mahiru took the dishes to the sink together. Amane then asked her for her permission to have his friends over. Taking into account Itsuki's personality, it would be best to start the study session early tomorrow, so Amane decided to ask the day before. Mahiru blinked vigorously, then her eyes softened. Sure, I have to make everyone's share too, right? That would be ideal, but is it okay? It's just an increase in quantity, it's fine. It was not difficult to imagine how much energy cooking for 4 people would take. After all, she still has her own things to do. Can I also participate? If you don't mind it, then they should be fine with it too. How about we call Chitters over too? I don't know if she's free, but if we leave her alone, she's sure to struggle. Chitters was not a serious student. Although she wasn't stupid, she just didn't like to be forced to learn. Yesterday she had also participated in the study meeting, but she did not make much progress. About that. Actually, I have already made an appointment with her. Really? Chitters said. If I don't do well in the exam this time, my dad will yell at me, so I scheduled a time to study with Chitters on Saturday. So Chitters will be joining us? Amane felt that Itsuki had told Chitters about their plans. Although there was no evidence, he was sure that this situation was caused by Itsuki. He smiled helplessly. With Chitters and Itsuki together, it's sure to get rowdy. Amane thought as he washed the oily dishes with hot water. Mahiru smiled softly and put the cold leftovers into a lunchbox. Probably. Whether or not that's the case, this study session will be very lively. Oh, will it cause you problems? I will be fine. I'm used to studying, so a little noise won't disturb me. Amane knew that the reason Mahiru could make such a remark was because she was always working hard. Therefore, this small thing wouldn't affect her. Amane was curious about how Mahiru was able to study so efficiently and effectively. Mahiru, can you show me your notebook later? Sure, I don't mind, but Amane-kun's notes are also neat and organized. How responsible. Actually, about my notes, I'm pretty good at organizing, but I still want to read the notes of the top student. Mine are not that great either. Do not expect too much. Mahiru flashed a smile and put the leftovers in the refrigerator, thankful for the food. Amane worshipped Mahiru in his heart while washing the dishes. Not only for dinner, but even for breakfast, he would eat food cooked by Mahiru. With Mahiru, Amane was sure his healthy lifestyle would last forever. Amane-kun, you seem to be really motivated for this exam. Well, I want to increase my self-confidence. If I can get into the top 10, then I would be happy. But to do that I need to do my best. Then, do you need some more motivation? Motivation? If you get into the top 10, I will agree to do whatever Amane-kun asks. Huh? It took Amane a moment to process what Mahiru had said. He was so taken aback that he almost dropped the plate in his hands into the sink. Noticing that he almost dropped Mahiru's plate, Amane recovered and took a deep breath. He glanced to his side towards Mahiru. She closed the lid of a lunchbox, a calm smile on her face. Like I said, I will do what you want me to do. I know Amane-kun would never ask me to do something that I could not be willing to do. Think of it as repayment for the cake. Girls really shouldn't be saying things like that. Does Amane-kun want me to do something weird? Knowing that Amane wouldn't ask for such a thing, Mahiru questioned him. Again, Amane was left speechless from the bold questions. She seemed to truly trust that what Amane asked her to do would not be immoral. Amane slowly looked towards Mahiru, who smiled brightly, and leaned closer to Amane. He didn't know if it was caused by her words, but Amane thought he saw a look of expectation and shyness in her eyes. If I wanted you to do something immoral, what would you do? I would keep my promise. If you wish for it, then I will do my best to comply. Mahiru really wanted to fulfill Amane's wish. Of course, this was because she was convinced that Amane would not make any weird requests. Amane, who was being tempted, couldn't help but feel entangled and awkward. Although I don't want to be disrespectful, all kinds of ideas will enter my head when the girl I like says she's willing to do anything. Although it was absolutely impossible to say it, many male delusions began to flash in his mind. He glanced towards Mahiru, who was smiling as she watched him. Her innocence made him feel even worse. Then, a lap pillow, the one I had before. After the unbearable debate Amane had in his head, he expressed his desire to be spoiled in a childlike manner. Amane couldn't resist. He wanted to feel that soothing experience again. He also thought that this request wouldn't be considered one with impure motives. Nevertheless, after he made his request, Amane was so embarrassed that he wanted to scream. Mahiru blinked, looking up at Amane's face. After that, she stiffened up and shyly said, "Okay, I will gladly spoil you. Excuse me. At around 10 o'clock on the Saturday before exams, Itsuki, Chiters, and Kadoaki arrived as scheduled. They greeted Amane in unison, and walked into his apartment from the hall. They attended the same junior high school, so everyone lived near each other. It wasn't weird for them to meet up first either. The most probable reason for them to do so would be because Yuta didn't know where Amane lived, but their good relationship also occupied a large part of the reason. "Welcome. Where's Mahiru?" "She's preparing lunch in the kitchen." Mahiru arrived at Amane's house earlier and was now preparing lunch. She had just returned from the supermarket with groceries for their lunch. She said that she would make roast beef today. "As long as you make it in advance and let it stand for a while, the roast beef will be moderately firm." "You're so used to it." "God, you're annoying." "They feel like newlyweds. You don't get lunch." "No, I want to eat the food cooked by Mahiru." "Then don't say something weird," Amane scolded, and looked towards Yuta and found him looking at Amane with a difficult expression. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just think Shiina feels so familiar with Fujimiya's house." "That's to be expected. After all, I'm always troubling her to cook for me." Amane turned his head away with shame and saw Itsuki covering his smirk with his hand. Amane, irritated at his attitude, lightly kicked Itsuki's calf. "Welcome everyone. What is wrong with Akazawa?" "Don't worry about it." Mahiru probably worried about him when she saw the mysterious smile on Itsuki's face. Amane felt that Itsuki didn't deserve her worry. He turned to the guests and stated, "I still have something to prepare, please go to the living room." Turning back around, he put on his apron and walked back into the kitchen. Behind his back, he heard Itsuki whisper, "Sure enough, they give it the feeling of newlyweds." Amane walked back to smack Itsuki in the back of his head. "Go start studying." After preparing lunch, Mahiru brought tea and sat down next to Amane, which drew some stares from the rest of the group. Yelp. "Which part doesn't Chiters understand?" "It's probably mathematics, right?" All of it?" "Chia is just especially bad at math. She can barely pass." It was not that Chiters didn't try to learn, but that she was just terrible at mathematics. Hearing the word all, Mahiru's cheeks twitched slightly, but if Chiters really didn't understand, then they had no choice but to reteach the whole thing. "Fortunately, she has a certain amount of understanding. It's mostly the word problems. So it's probably best to teach her the idea of using formulas." "So she has the formulas memorized?" "I think so, right?" "I guess." Amane felt that Chiters was lost. It's not like she had a brain issue, but she didn't know how to use it properly. But as long as she understands the subject to a certain extent, she should be able to get an acceptable score. Ha ha ha. Whatever, stop messing around and study hard. What does he think the study meeting is for? Yuta Amane is strict. You do need to be serious though? Yuta refused Itsuki's call for help with a hearty smile, which made Itsuki droop his shoulders in helplessness. Yuta opened the textbook and notes, and started studying. Amane hoped that Itsuki and Chiters would follow his example. Yuta was not particularly bad at any subjects. He was an excellent boy who could exceed the average in almost everything. Amane also had no terrible subjects. On the contrary, he was actually quite proficient in most. All that he needed to do was to apply himself seriously. He entrusted the task of teaching Chiters to Mahiru, and his sight fell onto the world history textbook in front of him. After eating, everyone continued their studies. However, Chiters couldn't concentrate at all, and while eating snacks, she shouted, "I'm tired," and rolled around. "Amane, can I play games?" "If you want to play, then go ahead. I don't care about your grades." So strict. "It's okay to relax, but don't overdo it. If you think you can control yourself, go ahead and play." Chiters, with a slightly bulging face, appeared in the corner of his eye. Amane had expected that Chiters, who hated learning, would be tired, so he had prepared a 4-person game with controllers next to the game console in the TV cabinet. After all, people can't be focused and diligent all the time. It's only normal to want to take a small break and play. For Amane, he would take a short break every hour. Even if it wasn't a long break, he would be fine. Besides, he didn't hate studying, so he could persist for a long time. Amane is so cold. You're here for a study session after all. Forget it, just go play for a while. There's enough controllers for 4 people. You guys can play for a while and take a break. I'll go then. But Amane, you must also be tired from studying, right? I took a rest recently. Really? Oh, you're so serious. Then, I want to play. Itsuki, wanna join? Sure, but I won't play for too long. Itsuki was tired from studying for 2 or 3 hours, and was also interested in the game. Yuta, how about you two? Sure. Fujimiya, is that okay? Go ahead. Yuta, who was more serious than Itsuki and Chittas, also expressed interest in playing games to take a break. Amane felt that he didn't need to worry for him. After Amane expressed his whatever you want attitude, he once again turned his attention to his books. Mahiru, who was quietly working on a problem beside him, showed no sign of being distracted or fatigued. Does Mahiru want to play as well? I will study for a while longer. Okay. The reason Amane kept studying was only because he had promised to try his best this time. But Mahiru had always been like this. Amane admired her diligence. It was her unrelenting efforts that made her first place. This effort was precisely what made Mahiru so remarkable in Amane's eyes. Amane watched as 3 of them hurriedly left the desk and sat in front of the TV. Amane pushed them out of his mind and started writing. The sound of the pencil scratching the paper, the rubbing of the eraser, and the breathing of Mahiru next to him were all clearly audible. Amane casually listened into their commotion every once in a while recalling the tendency that teachers had when choosing questions. Amane focused on what he thought would be on the exams. There was a teacher who had been writing questions since his first year of high school. After observing and inferring about this teacher, Amane could firmly grasp what they would be tested on. As for the teachers who started teaching their classes this year, Amane planned to observe their question pool on this test for future quizzes. Amane tentatively predicted the scope of the exam and studied these concepts. Although this was simply speculation, his predictions likely wouldn't be far off from the truth. As long as he focused on these parts, he would do decently. Amane-kun, please enjoy. Amane silently answered his questions. Without him noticing, Mahiru, who was sitting next to him, had already stood up and grabbed refreshments. A cup of coffee was placed in Amane's hand, containing cream and a small cube of sugar. Seeing the cup of coffee, Amane felt his body relax. It's the same as usual, okay? Yeah, thank you. The two had been around each other for over half a year, and knew each other's preferences well. Mahiru had brought the coffee just as he was going to grab a drink. Amane thanked her and held the handle of the cup when he noticed that there was a small plate next to the coffee. What is this? Financiers. I thought that studying would require some energy, so I baked them yesterday. On a small plate were bite-sized rectangles showing a moderately hot brown color. The snack was served with careful preparation. In order to not get their hands dirty while eating, there was a small fork on the side. The size of the snacks were just right. There seemed to be a share for the ones that were playing games. On the tray there, financiers for 3 people were placed on a plate with small forks on the side. Coffee was prepared for them as well. Sugar packets and cream were placed on the tray, allowing them to add sugar or milk freely. Chitters, have some too. With a smile, Mahiru quietly approached them and placed the tray on a small table near them. Wow, thank you Mahiru. Wow, snacks, what great timing. Thank you, Shiina. You are welcome. Mahiru happily watched the 3 guests eat the snack and returned to Amane. Seeing her, Amane felt the corners of his lips curve into a smile. I always feel that you try so hard for others. No, I wanted this. I baked them for our break. So you are just the type of person who works hard. I do my best to support those who try to do their best. Hearing this low whisper, Amane felt a burst of heat in his chest. Before he could release it, Amane hurriedly drank the coffee and swallowed it down. He thought the coffee tasted very sweet, even though the same amount of sugar was added. Amane struggled to react to this kind of sweetness, which was not unpleasant, and to Mahiru's words. All he could do was deceive himself, so he turned his attention to his textbook. In the end, they played video games until it was late in the evening. As he kept studying, Amane found that he couldn't concentrate, so he ended his study halfway and joined their game. However, his inability to concentrate was not just because of the long hours he spent studying, rather also due to Mahiru's words. What does it mean to work your hardest for those who do the same? Mahiru's small muttering kept circling around Amane's head. Although Amane knew that Mahiru liked to support others, hearing her words made him wonder if she was talking about himself. When Mahiru said this, Amane had the delusion of, does she like me as a man and wants to do her best for me? No. She probably has to try her best for me because I'm so useless. Yes, that would be more understandable. That ideology was more likely. After all, Amane couldn't do housework, but now, as long as he worked hard, he should have no problem with living a normal life. But he was still too dependent on Mahiru. What did Mahiru mean by saying this? Did she just feel obliged to take care of him? Or was it because she liked looking after Amane? Amane liked Mahiru and hoped that she felt the same, but he didn't think that there was any possibility of this. However, he began to question himself about whether or not he was even worthy of Mahiru's love. Amane fell out of the field. What? Because he was busy thinking while playing, Amane made a mistake and his character fell. With no more lives to respawn, he put down his controller and walked away from the screen. Itsuki, Chitaz, and Yuta were still fighting it out. Although he didn't know how good Yuta was, Amane would not be defeated so quickly normally. In other words, he was thinking too much about Mahiru's statement. Sure enough, I think you've studied too much and can't concentrate. You look dazed, I guess. Is Mahiru going to join us? No, sorry. It's almost time for me to prepare dinner. Mahiru glanced at the time, and Amane followed her gaze. It's almost 7 o'clock. They seem to be a bit late to prepare dinner. Wow, really? It's already so late. I have to go back. I can't stay here overnight. Yep. Although Chie might want to sleep at Shiena's house, she doesn't have any clothes to change into, nor does she have Shiena's permission. Also, I don't think Chie would fit in Shiena's clothes. After all, their sizes aren't quite the same. Hey, Akun, whatever could you be referring to? Height. Of course. The couple quarreled harmoniously as usual, Mahiru watching with a smile. You're welcome to stay over next time. Oh, I can? Well, just tell me in advance. I'll also come to Amane's house too. Why do I feel like you just want to eat Mahiru's cooking? I got exposed. Well, it's because Shiena's cooking is delicious. Itsuki smiled nonchalantly. Amane sighed and told him only if Mahiru agrees to it. For the days that she would need to cook more food than usual, Amane had no right to decide for her. If Mahiru disagreed, he could go out to eat or go to a convenience store to buy a bento. Maybe eating out every once in a while isn't so bad. Mahiru smiled and agreed to their request. Amane felt that Itsuki would be visiting again very soon. Will Kadoaki come next time? Huh? Is it okay? Of course. Then the Kick Amane in the Back Association will gather again soon. Hey, what kind of weird group names are you geese making up? You understand, right? Seeing Itsuki smirk, Amane pulled on his cheek. Yuta was left speechless at their interactions at first, but then slowly smiled, as if relieved. Mahiru. What does it mean to do your best for those who want to do their best? After the others left, Amane stood at the door and hesitantly asked the question that was disrupting his thoughts. In fact, he wasn't sure he wanted to ask in the first place. Before Itsuki left, Amane consulted him, and Itsuki told him, just ask. You coward. Amane hadn't expected him to be so encouraging and he slapped him in retaliation, but the latter didn't seem to have learned his lesson. Hearing the question, Mahiru blinked several times and slowly smiled. What do you think it means? You can't let go of the rotten boy who needs someone to take care of him? No matter what? He didn't dare to say because she liked him. Yes, I dare not release Amane-kun. Without me, Amane-kun would be a useless person. That is very true. It was a fact that Amane received a lot of care from Mahiru. Without her, Amane would not be able to maintain his current life. It's fine though. I like to take care of Amane-kun. I'm going to be so lost in the future. I'm so used to this life that I can't live without Mahiru. Fufu. The scary thing about Mahiru was that if she was not there to help him, Amane's joyous life and spirit would have long been abolished. In every sense, Amane was her prisoner, and it was difficult, impossible, to believe her. Not that he wanted to. If he confessed and got dumped, Amane would literally feel on the verge of death in terms of spirit and life. Amane laughed at himself in his heart. It's because I'm so pathetic and used to this life that I can't live on my own. Then, Mahiru suddenly leaned against Amane. She didn't cling to him, just a small of touch. She approached Amane from the front, looked him in the eyes, and traced Amane's lips with her finger. I will ruin you and make you a good-for-nothing, so please rest assured and become spoiled. Mahiru squinted her eyes mischievously and shyly as Amane watched her, forgetting how to breathe. This smile, which Amane had never seen before, sweet and exciting, even with a hint of being coquettish, almost like a little devil, made him feel weird. This smile could truly turn a person rotten. It was more than enough to drive Amane's heart crazy. He felt his beating heart and blood flow quicken throughout his body. Amane had seen her angel-like smile, her fleeting smile that seemed to disappear, her innocent smile, and other smiles of all kinds, but none of them felt more attractive than the current Mahiru. Mahiru looked at the frozen gaping Amane with satisfaction. She returned to her usual smile and said, "Then I'm going to start cooking," and walked away to the kitchen. Amane watched her back, his face burning. I can't resist her anymore. Sighing, Amane looked up towards the ceiling, trying to slow his heart rate. Chapter 6. Just before the test. On the Sunday before the exam, Amane quietly reviewed the material in his room. Part of the reason that drove him to do this was to get good results in the exam, but the bigger one was that he wanted to get his mind off Mahiru. "I will turn you into a waste, so please don't worry about it and relax." The scene still occupied Amane's mind. Even now, he saw Mahiru's whispers as soon as he closes his eyes, as well as the little devil's smile. Recently, Mahiru had been relentlessly attacking Amane's heart. He didn't know if she did it intentionally or unintentionally. In short, as the recipient, he was very happy, but it was also very hard for him to control himself. Because he didn't know Mahiru's intentions, he couldn't do anything. Early in the morning, in order to get these thoughts out of his mind, he started to focus on the study material. This method seemed to be very successful, and when Amane broke out of his trance, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Due to his concentration, Amane had persisted until now, to the point of even forgetting to eat. Once he realized this, Amane looked at his watch again in astonishment, and his stomach suddenly started to protest loudly. "Let's have lunch then." Amane stretched his stiff body and stood up, and then walked out of the room. It seemed Mahiru was studying for exams at her home and wouldn't come over during the day, so Amane had to make lunch by himself. "Ever since Mahiru started cooking for me, I've been getting too used to eating extravagantly." Amane walked to the kitchen with such thoughts and opened the refrigerator. He put the rice that had been divided into small portions in the freezer for emergency use into the microwave to thaw, and took this time to take out the dishes made by Mahiru in the fridge and picked a few of them and put them in a small bowl, taking care to ensure the nutrition of the meal was balanced. "I've really changed thanks to her." Before Mahiru came into his life, Amane couldn't cook at all. Lunch was often solved by the convenience store or by going out to eat. Now, he had a variety of food stored in his home and had also learned how to cook somewhat. Of course, Amane's skills were limited and he couldn't make anything nearly as good as Mahiru, but what he made was at least edible. Relying on the cooking skills he learned from Mahiru, Amane made simple fried rice for lunch. Although the content was very simple, with only eggs and bacon, paired with the dishes that Mahiru prepared in advance, the meal is not monotonous at all. Paired with some instant Chinese-style soup, it was a decent meal. Amane put a bowl and pair of chopsticks on a tray and set it on the side of the table, eating lunch by himself. "Itadaki, monsieur. I hope it's not too bad." Amane smiled dryly and put his palms together, then picked up the spoon. The fried rice tasted heavier than Mahiru's usual, but it wasn't too bad. In terms of seasoning, it tasted just right. "I've really changed." His dietary life had completely shifted, but Amane himself had also changed a lot. In many aspects, he was very useless in the past. Although he considered this his ordinary life now, it was way different than before. Amane would never want to return to his past life. Without Mahiru by his side, he would feel empty. In this sense, he really was a useless person who relied on her. What's more was that now, he felt so much more energetic and full of spirit. Amane's father, Shuto, had said that all the past Fujimiya family members were very loyal and would only love one person, cherishing them very much. It seemed Amane also inherited this trait. When he realized that he was interested in Mahiru, he never looked at other girls the way he did with Mahiru, and at the same time, he had a strong urge to cherish Mahiru and make her happy. "Even if I'm not with Mahiru, it's alright. As long as Mahiru was happy, it was not necessary for him to be the one who did this. If Mahiru liked someone else and chose another person, Amane would leave without hesitation and wish her a good life. As long as Mahiru showed a bright smile, Amane would feel content. She was the source of his happiness. However, he also hoped to make Mahiru happy himself. Amane didn't want to give her to anyone else. He didn't want to let her go. This caused many disruptions and conflicts in his heart. Thinking that he was the only one who could see the true Mahiru, he hoped that she also had feelings for him. Perhaps this contradiction could be called being clingy. The reason why Amane couldn't live without Mahiru was precisely because he had such feelings in his heart, but it was difficult to tell others. His feelings were not that of lust, it was pure. This kind of love gripped around Amane's heart and dragged him into a whirlpool of feelings. "If I were more brave, I wouldn't be stressing over this so badly." Amane spoke subconsciously. As if laughing at himself, he smiled. For the first time in his 16 years of life, he had someone he liked and wanted to bring her happiness, but he didn't know what to do. "Up until now, I haven't had a first love. If this was known by others, I would be laughed at." Amane understood his character well. He was cautious and respectful, but did not know how to express himself to others well. Although these factors were the reason he was trusted by Mahiru, they also restricted him from moving forward. This was precisely the reason why he was investing time in his studies and exercising. He was trying to increase his self-confidence. After a bitter smile, Amane scooped the remaining fried rice into his mouth and cleaned up. After eating, Amane rested for a while, stretched his stiff body, and then returned to his bedroom to change into sportswear, planning to go for a run to clear his mind. After sitting still and studying for a long time, he decided that moving his body would be the best thing for him to do. The issue was that his stamina was not great. If he didn't leave enough energy to finish reviewing later, he would crash for the night. "Guess I'll have to watch myself," Amane thought as he walked out of the house. He happened to meet Mahiru, who was standing outside of his door. Amane-kun. Are you going to exercise?" It seemed that Mahiru had inferred what Amane's intentions were from his outfit. Amane nodded and found that Mahiru seemed to be wearing clothes for going out, as if she was going somewhere. Amane couldn't help groaning in his mind when he thought of yesterday's events, but he was calmer now than he was then and probably wouldn't show his feelings on his face. "Yes, I'm going to go for a light jog." "Mahiru, are you planning to go shopping?" "Yes, I think we're running out of eggs and I plan to make egg rolls for dinner and store some for breakfast tomorrow. The exam are starting tomorrow. If you get to eat egg rolls for breakfast, I feel that you will feel more encouraged." "Suddenly, I feel very motivated." "Amane-kun, you're too simplistic." Mahiru chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Amane frowned and said, "I can't do anything because Mahiru's cooking is really too delicious." Of course, Mahiru understood that Amane was just acting. He could tell from the gap in her fingers that she was smiling happily. Also, I just finished the last egg and the rest of the bacon with a bit of the frozen rice." "Oh, did Amane-kun cook his own lunch? Amazing. Are you looking down on me?" "Even when you are around, don't I cook once or twice occasionally? It was too unreasonable to push all the cooking work onto Mahiru, so Amane would create some simple dishes when Mahiru was feeling uncomfortable or tired. Given his low level of skill, Amane's could only create a limited amount of dishes, but as long as you don't consider his appearance and seasoning level that was inferior to Mahiru's, he could make food that could be eaten. That's why it was embarrassing for him to be praised by Mahiru for simply making a meal. I know, but Amane-kun rarely cooks when alone. Amane-kun usually says, "It's too troublesome," and then goes to eat convenience food. Well, from my perspective, it's really amazing. Amane hesitated, unable to respond to her facts and logic. Mahiru smiled and stretched out her hand and started to pat his head. Mahiru's hands seemed to be wrapped in a layer of air, light and fluttering. As she stroked him with a smile, Amane tightened his lips. He didn't hate it, he even felt happy. While thinking about it, he really was spoiled. "I have to go, okay?" "Oh, what a pity, I wanted to touch you more." Mahiru retracted her hand with a gentle smile. Amane knew that he was blushing furiously, and turned his head to the side. "Do you only need to buy eggs?" Amane changed the subject so that he would stop being treated like a child by Mahiru. "Well, there are still some ingredients left for dinner, but it's really only the eggs that I forgot to buy. And I guess, milk." "Okay, then I'll buy them when I come home." Usually, if there were other matters that Mahiru needed to attend to, he wouldn't keep Mahiru here like this, but since she only needed to get a few groceries, he decided to pick them up instead of bothering Mahiru to do so. Amane happened to be going out, so it would be better for him to buy the eggs and milk. Instead, he hoped that Mahiru would stay at home and do something she enjoyed. He was already making Mahiru spend a part of her time cooking for him. These little tasks were perfect for Amane to complete. "But isn't Amane-kun going to run?" "On my way back, I will drop by to buy them. I will probably pass by the market, so it doesn't matter." "Then, about the money?" "I have a stored value card and I remember the balance left. The supermarket will still give me a receipt, so there would be no issue with us sharing the expenses." "Any other questions?" Amane tilted his head, and Mahiru hesitated in response. "It feels a bit weird to let you." "I said it's okay, it's just a small detour anyway." Amane groomed Mahiru's hair as if to reassure, and Mahiru squinted and raised her head and looked at him as if she was satisfied. Her eyes seemed to glaze over with relaxation. Amane quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was back to normal. "Then, I'll wait for you at home." "Where else?" Mahiru tilted her head shyly, then took out the spare key, opened the door, and got in. Her actions gave a clear answer. She poked her head out from the crack in the door, looked at Amane with a warm look and smiled. "Hurry back, Amane-kun." "I'll be off." It seemed that Mahiru couldn't tell where her home was. This thought made Amane feel disturbed and weird. After he finished speaking, Mahiru smiled and waved goodbye to him. Amane did a simple stretching exercise to help his muscles, and then spent a bit less than an hour jogging. After waiting for his body to cool down, he stood up and started to head home as he prepared to go to the supermarket to buy groceries. While running, his brain tended to blank so Amane wouldn't think of anything else. Because of this period of concentrated exercise, he felt that his heart was no longer a mess. Amane returned home with a sigh of relief, just in time to see Mahiru stepping out to the kitchen in her slippers to greet him. "Welcome home. I have prepared the bath water. Will Amane-kun take a bath first?" Mahiru took the shopping bag from Amane in a natural manner, and told him what she had prepared. Amane couldn't help but to stare at Mahiru. Itsuki and Yuta had always said that Mahiru was like his newlywed wife, yet he couldn't help but agree. Mahiru herself probably didn't act like one on purpose. She was simply diligent and caring, and from the perspective of an outsider, she really did look like a newlywed wife. Amane felt his face start to heat up again. "Amane-kun?" Nothing. I'll go take a shower first, thank you." Mahiru showed a puzzled look, but Amane just smiled at her and went into his room to get fresh clothes. He walked to the bathroom and saw that Mahiru, like she said, had indeed prepared the bath water. The temperature in the bathroom felt just right. Amane bowed his head slightly in Mahiru's direction, then opened it to the shower to wash away the sweat on his body. Although he had been living in terrible conditions before, Amane didn't have much tolerance for dirt, so he liked to take baths. After carefully washing away the grime from his body and hair, he sat in the bathtub. He felt pure, as if the fatigue of his mind and body had also dissolved. Amane lied down, submerged himself in the bathtub and let out a sigh as he felt his body relax in the warm water. There was no bath bomb in the water, so it was transparent. He looked at his distorted body and sighed. It's still so far away. He had only started exercising seriously lately, so of course there would be no significant changes to his body. Although Amane did not have a bulky body shape, he also didn't consume much fat and calories, so he always seemed to look thin. Amane's body stature provided no sense of reliance or support. It was not an exaggeration to use a bean sprout to describe his body shape. If I can become stronger and be more handsome in terms of appearance, he could easily dress up as that man. But there was still room for improvement in terms of his face and body. Even on weekdays, Mahiru never slacked in terms of perfecting herself, an amount of effort that was beyond Amane's reach. Thinking of this, Amane couldn't help but admire her. The comforting warmth enveloped Amane. He let out a sigh and sunk into the water. Amane had almost fell asleep in the bathtub. Mahiru had woke him up through the bathroom door, worrying that he had soaked in the water for far too long. Amane-kun, please be careful, that was really dangerous. Sorry, I was careless. Mahiru lectured him with a red face, and Amane could only apologize for his mistake honestly. Amane didn't know if the blush on Mahiru's cheeks was due to her anger or embarrassment. Mahiru had slightly opened the bathroom door to look in when she was checking on Amane's situation, and she seemed to have seen Amane's upper body. Regardless, 30 centimeters of water could easily drown someone, so Mahiru's worry and anger was to be expected, not to mention that she couldn't swim, so this type of danger especially scared her. In that situation, he was not completely asleep, but his consciousness was on the edge of the it. But he wasn't too worried. If he had slept, he would have lost his balance and would have definitely hit his head on the bathtub and have woke up. Why are you working so hard that something like this would happen? I messed up. While Amane was regretting his actions in his heart, Mahiru asked him this question. Her restless voice reminded Amane how worried Mahiru was. I don't want to stop Amane-kun's efforts, but if you can't manage them properly, couldn't you be a little more cautious? That's true. Sorry, I will pay more attention to in the future. Amane-kun. Why? Because I want to be a more confident man who can hold his head upright. Mahiru's eyebrows were drooping, looking a bit angry and sad. Amane touched her head with a wry smile, hoping to wipe away the anxiety in her eyes. I won't let Mahiru see me make such a mistake next time, he secretly promised himself. I thought it would be nice if I could be a little more confident, whether it be studying or exercising. I wanted to try my best. I didn't intend to force myself to this extent. I just made a mistake this time. Next time I will be careful and work within my limits, so I no longer make Mahiru worry about me. But why are you so anxious? You can slowly improve yourself. Maybe these goals are not very urgent, but I still want to work hard. In order to make myself a little more confident, I'm working hard for myself, he said to her while stroking Mahiru. She stared into Amane's eyes, and then let out a long sigh. I know that Amane-kun is very determined. Regardless, if you accidentally forget to pay attention, it would worry me. I'm sorry. However, Amane-kun is trying his best to work hard and I admire that, so I won't try to stop you. I will cheer for you, and try not to disturb you. No, Mahiru is already helping me. If I were still alone, I would definitely not be able to manage my life in such an orderly manner. The person who worked hard was Amane-kun. To be precise, I can only help with instructing and supporting. In short, please do not push yourself so hard. Okay, I will take care not to worry Mahiru. At least Amane didn't plan to doze off in the bathtub for a second time. He didn't want to face a life crisis because of some accidental negligence. He was determined not to make Mahiru worry, so he promised to himself to take care of his physical condition and to not make any forced efforts. Mahiru cast a slightly annoyed gaze at him. Please take this seriously. Amane continued to stroke her hair gently with a smile, trying to comfort her. Chapter 7. A moment after the exam. After the exams ended, Amane felt liberated. Compared to their usual classes, their time spent at school was shorter. However, due to the tension during the exams, Amane felt more pressured. Amane had always worked normally before and had maintained a decent ranking overall, but this time, he spent much more time studying and preparing for this exam. The exam was a test of Amane's efforts, so he was a little nervous. After the exams had ended, Amane thought that his performance on the tests was satisfactory. The day before, they had been tested on a part that Amane and Mahiru had studied together on. Even if he didn't get full marks, his score should be pretty good. Regardless of how he felt, his results would come out today. Amane believed that he did a better job this time than any other time before. Amane, how did you do on the exams? Amane was relaxing and leaning on the back of his chair, resting in an improper manner when a somewhat listless Chitters staggered over. It seemed that she was depressed, presumably because of the exams. Of course, she wasn't stupid, but she did not spend enough time studying. I should be fine. I don't think I messed up much. You really worked hard this time. How do you think I did? I would guess that you did terribly and are just praying. You guessed it. Ugh. Please don't fail. We taught you so much. Will it all be for nothing? Mahiru, Amane, Itsuki, Chitters, and Yuta were relatively close people. They had taught Chitters, pushing her as their first priority. Her problem lied in her lack of focus towards lectures and her non-serious character. She was relatively smart and her ability to understand others was decent. If taught well, she would understand it. As for recalling this information for an exam, it would only be possible if she worked hard and studied. Don't worry. This is the best I've ever tried. If this is your best, whatever, your grade will reflect your effort. You'll just have to start preparing to do better on your next exams. No, I just finished these tests. Don't mention the next ones already. I want to enjoy this feeling of liberation right now. Akun, don't you agree? Relaxing for a bit won't hurt anyone. Itsuki stood behind Amane and said these words, nodding in agreement. Itsuki, even though he was more serious about school than Chitters, felt tired and dead because he had struggled on the English section. I want a definitive answer. Forgive us. We want to forget about the exam. Watching the exhausted Itsuki and Chitters stick together to comfort each other, Amane muttered, I think you guys have more than enough energy, and looked at his classmates that were gathered at the side of the classroom. After the exam, many of his classmates had gathered around Mahiru. They wanted to see Mahiru's answer sheet that showed almost full marks on every subject. With a humble smile on her face, Mahiru took out her examination papers for various subjects and talked about their relative subjects. Of course Amane wanted to join the circle, but for obvious reasons decided not to. He could to ask his questions after they returned home. It must be hard. He didn't specify that he was about Mahiru, but the Itsuki and Chitters seemed to have heard him. The duo both turned their gazes towards him and said with a smile, well, the angel is cute and smart, so popular, everyone is rushing to ask for her answers. Shouldn't Amane also join them? I don't want to. As expected of you. After all, you'll go home later and meet her there. The second half of the sentence was not said, but Amane naturally understood what they were saying from their tone. He was thankful for them not saying it, but the smirk that said we know everything was annoying and disturbed him. When Amane frowned, Itsuki smiled even more, causing Amane's brows to furrow even harder. A joyous laugh rang out, which relaxed his expression a bit. Itsuki, Fujimiya will be mad if you tease him too much. It's okay. He wouldn't be angry over some little thing like this. I'm just about to put my fist in your forehead. Yuta had intervened to reprimand Itsuki, so he shrugged and stopped glaring at Itsuki. Fujimiya, about your exam, you did pretty good, right? Well, I think I did okay. How about you, Kadoaki? I feel better than I have in the past, and I have to thank you for the study session. Although I'll know just how well I did later. Well, that's good. Saturday's study meeting became a gaming session around halfway through. Amane was worried about Yuta's results, but it seemed that his results were not bad. Maybe it's good to study with others. Looking back, Itsuki showed a clear sign of dissatisfaction. Amane, aren't you too kind to Yuta? Have you heard what type of things you say? You're just too shy to say it. I know you still love me. Don't say such disgusting things. Yes. Amane has only loves one person. Itsuki whispered. Amane placed his knuckles on Itsuki's temple and tapped him. Yuta understood what Itsuki had said and just smiled. As for Chita's, she said Ikan is so stupid, and watched in amusement. Being rolled in the temple didn't seem to hurt and Itsuki just laughed. Amane didn't really exert any effort, so it was natural that it wouldn't hurt much, but the calm look on Itsuki's face made the former a bit annoyed. That's right, Fujimiya is very loyal. Kadoaki. You too? I didn't say anything about anyone else. I just called you loyal? His hearty smile was full of laughter and Amane could not speak, so he turned his head aside. Apparently, Amane's attitude was too funny. Whether it was Itsuki, Chitaz or Yuta, they all couldn't help but laugh at him. It was embarrassing for Amane and he bit his lip, avoiding their gazes. As a result, he caught sight of Mahiru who was watching them. Mahiru smiled at Amane. It made Amane even more ashamed to have been seen by Mahiru. Mahiru walked over quietly as he groaned. You guys are so lively, what are you talking about, huh? We're talking about how loyal Amane is, right? Chitaz. Why? Am I wrong? Could you not make fun of me? I said stop teasing me. Amane looked at Chitaz with sharp eyes, trying to make her stop, but she averted her gaze as if nothing had happened. So Amane glared at Itsuki instead and held him accountable for her supervision. Why are you glaring at me now? It's because you said such things that this happened. What is this about? We're just talking about being a dedicated and innocent boy. Amane really hoped Chitaz would stop talking about it. No one said anything about being innocent, and how am I innocent? You realize it? Seeing Itsuki's trembling lips pretending to be shocked, Amane kicked him under the table and looked back at Mahiru. She tilted her head slightly with her usual smile, as if thinking about something. You are too self-denying. If others talk about Fujimiya like that, chances are that it is true. That's right. Fujimiya is someone who will work hard once a decision is made. I think this is great. Fujimiya should be a little confident for being such a good person. They were all praising him with amused eyes, making Amane very embarrassed. He looked up toward Mahiru and the latter returned a gentle smile. Amane, red with embarrassment, looked away to find that his classmates were looking enviously. They weren't looking at Amane directly, but at Mahiru and Yuta instead. Amane felt relieved and a little weird. The two popular people seemed to have a good relationship, so of course they would receive everyone's attention. There was a trace of envy in Amane's heart. Without him knowing, the envy had apparently shown on his face. Amane, what's wrong? Are you okay? Oh, it's nothing. I know you're shy, but it's fine. Shiina, can the five of us go celebrate the end of the exams? Chitaz ignored Amane's indescribable state of mind, and invited Mahiru to go out together. Faced with this casual invitation, Mahiru answered with an angelic smile. If it is convenient for everyone, I would be very happy to join you. 5 people, that meant she was including Amane. Chitaz must have understand that he did not have the will to refuse. Faced with the triumphant smile on Chitaz's face, Amane hesitantly nodded in agreement. Chapter 8. The Angel's Reward. Geez Amane, didn't you try too hard this time? On the day the results were posted, while looking at the rankings posted on the bulletin board in the hallway, Itsuki mumbled dumbfoundedly. Even after the study session, Amane studied diligently to face the exam. The reason for this was simple. He hoped to gain some achievements to be proud of. It was also to drive the seductive whisper from Mahiru out of his mind. He fully immersed himself and concentrated on studying while trying his best not to be distracted by Mahiru's words and expressions, which resulted in him being 6th place this time. No, I didn't expect that I would do so well on this exam. Well, you worked very hard. Are you confident now? I can't just lay back now. I need to keep these results up. Your standards are too high. Although he had achieved a good result, He didn't want to let Mahiru see that his grades were declining due to his negligence. This rank would be meaningless unless it was maintained. Considering the possibility of future college entrance examinations, Amane could not be satisfied with this achievement and then stop here. Entrance examinations were a competition that students from all schools would participate in. Therefore, Amane hoped to invest some energy in his studies for the far future. If anything, Mahiru was the one who deserved the most praise. This time, she was far ahead in first place, with a wide gap between her and second place. It was all thanks to Mahiru's daily efforts. The amount of effort she put into studying showed others that she truly deserved the spot and was not there simply due to her heritage or such. Fujimiya is sixth this time. Behind him, Mahiru noticed Amane's name as she looked at the rankings and smiled beautifully. Facing Mahiru's kind eyes, Amane smiled softly. He felt the stinging gazes from around him, but was gradually getting used to talking with Mahiru in public and did not waver. Of course, if you asked him if he was comfortable with these gazes, the answer would be no. It seems so. I did decently this time. That's nice. After all, Fujimiya worked hard for this spot. And you were studying during breaks. I guess Fujimiya has worked very hard. You deserve a reward, right? I mean, maybe? Thinking of rewards, Amane felt speechless. He had made a promise with Mahiru that if he made the top 10, he would get a lap pillow from her. He had been driving all kinds of impure thoughts out of his head and as a result, he forgot about this agreement. Of course, he could refuse. But why would he refuse such happiness? Especially if he could be doted on by the girl he liked? Well, Sheena won first place. Sheena should also get reward. But it's not good to pamper myself too much. Sheena is very strict with herself, so it would be nice to relax for a little bit. You shouldn't feel guilty for asking for a reward. Amane felt bad that while he had a reward, Mahiru had nothing. She should be rewarded for her efforts. Having said that, he didn't know what to give to her. Thinking this, he planned to ask her when they returned home. Seeing Mahiru's angel-like smile, Itsuki whispered to Amane, "How about you do something to comfort her?" Even if Itsuki had not said this, Amane had already planned to do so. He made up his mind to ask her what she wanted later. Well, you need a reward, right? Later that evening, Amane saw Mahiru wearing an apron and preparing dinner, and said these words behind her. Mahiru turned around, showing a surprised expression. "I do not wish for anything special." "Well then, what do you want me to do?" "What do I want Amane-kun to do?" "I guess I want you to slice the cucumber over there." "Not something like that. Forget it. If you don't have one, you don't need to force yourself." Mahiru seemingly had no desires, so Amane thought that she wouldn't take what he asked seriously. Nevertheless, thinking that it was not good to force others, Amane compromised and backed off. If Mahiru didn't need or want it, then it doesn't matter. If Mahiru wanted Amane to do anything, he intended to comply with all his ability. In short, it seemed that Mahiru wanted him to cut the cucumber, so he would listen. Amane washed his hands, picked up the knife on the counter and diced them. "Please rub some salt on the cucumbers." "Okay. Is there really nothing that you want?" "No. I'm very satisfied with my life at the moment. After all, my true wish should be realized by myself." "Your true wish? What does Amane-kun think it is?" Amane looked up from the counter and found that Mahiru's lips were pursed, as if expecting something. For a moment, Amane felt that her expression resembled that of the little devil's smile a few days ago. He couldn't look at it directly, so he dropped his gaze back to the cucumber in front of him. "I don't know." "Is that so?" "Since it's like this, let's keep it this way. I am content with how things are." Hearing Amane deny knowing, Mahiru smiled wryly. She had somehow created an atmosphere that prevented Amane from asking questions. So they started cooking again. Amane wondered about what to do and could only continue to cut the cucumbers in silence. "Now then, come here Amane-kun." They had finished their meal and it was time for his lap pillow. Mahiru sat at the end of the sofa and pat her thighs. Amane hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Mahiru's actions and mood. She was wearing a skirt with a black pantyhose, although it was separated by the cloth. The thin texture made the surface even more vivid. She had went home and taken a shower before returning. Fresh out of the bath, her shampoo fragrance lingered all over her slim body. In this situation, getting a lap pillow while having his ears cleaned was tantamount to suicide. No, if you don't want it, don't force yourself. But Amane Khan asked for it himself, right? No. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just can't really believe that this would happen. It's right in front of me, but I'm a little afraid to start. Aren't you embarrassed by this? No? If you are afraid, then why did you ask for this? How can I say this? It's the mind of a man. Then act according to this man's mind. It is a reward for hard work. No? If I was not fine with it, I would not have accepted your request. I will spoil you well, so come here. Seeing Mahiru pat her thighs again, Amane gulped. The weather had warmed up recently, so Mahiru had started to wear thinner tights. The fabric was stretched thinly on her legs, faintly revealing the color of skin, which looked particularly alluring. Even while wrapped in cloth, Mahiru's thighs showed smooth plump curves, tempting Amane's sanity. Although it may not be her intention, she was truly threatening to ruin Amane. Normally, in order to preserve his peace of heart and spirit, Amane would try to refuse. However, this time, his desire pushed Amane to the edge, forcing him to take this opportunity. Amane timidly sat next to Mahiru, and then tentatively put his head on her lap. Mahiru's thighs were as soft as Amane remembered. In addition, the cloth separating her legs from his face was thinner than before, paired with the warmth that came with her soft thighs. His heartbeat multiplied. Amane didn't know where to look, so he raised his head and Mahiru's smile came into view. It's just that her face was looming over. Amane felt a cold feeling and shuddered, the reason probably being the two peaks blocking his line of sight. It was May and the weather became slightly warmer. Because of this, like her tights, Mahiru started to wear lighter and thinner shirts. They outlined her curves, while highlighting her beautiful figure even more. Even through the cloth, the pair of bulges, even under the influence of gravity, maintained an attractive shape and clearly showed it. Amane quickly turned over. If he had continued, it was not an exaggeration to say that he would die from shame. Well then, shall I start cleaning your ears? Luckily, Mahiru didn't notice Amane's squirming. After stating her intent, she stretched out her hand to the ear pick and tissues on the table. Then, something soft fell on Amane's head. Amane wailed indescribably in his heart. Yet again, Mahiru seemed not to notice this, and she picked up the ear pick and straightened her body. My heart hurts. I feel so lightheaded. Mahiru coaxed him in a low voice. Please don't move, and gently held Amane's head with one hand. Mahiru probably wanted to clean his ears and she told him not to move. However, Amane felt very uncomfortable and struggled when he was told not to move. No matter how uncomfortable it was, he had to endure. Amane stared at the side of the table, solidifying his will. At this time, a hard object was slowly inserted into his earhole. Amane trembled, because the thin skin in that area was more sensitive. Amane usually did not feel anything when he cleaned his ears himself, but when Mahiru did it, he felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. This was most likely because it was another person cleaning them, but also because the other person was a woman he liked, which aroused his excitement. Judging from her personality, Amane knew that Mahiru would be very careful when she cleaned out his ears. However, her light and careful movements made him feel itchy. This kind of feeling was stressful. It was impossible to say that it wasn't pleasant, but the comfort ignited some desires. The indescribable comfort made Amane unable to resist Mahiru's actions. It doesn't hurt, right? It doesn't hurt, it's very comfortable. That's it. That's good. I heard that this is one of a man's desires. Is Amane Khan's desire satisfied? I guess so. So Amane Khan is also a man. What else would I be? If he was not classified as a man by Mahiru, Amane would feel depressed in his heart. The person he liked spoiled him so much and allowed such close contact. It was impossible for Amane to not feel flustered and satisfied. Amane Khan is such a gentleman. I thought he didn't have much interest. Even if I try to be a gentleman, My words and deeds are different from my desires at heart. You have to be careful. Men are like this. They usually show a good exterior and face. But once there is no one around, they will do many bad things. By that logic, Amane-kun is not a man. Amane bit his lip. He felt that Mahiru was saying that he was timid, but Mahiru seemed to have no intention of insulting him and was still cleaning his ears slowly. Amane-kun, please turn around so I can clean the other side. Amane turned over, revealing his other ear and frowned. He ended up looking at Mahiru's belly, which sent another wave of guilt and desire crashing into his heart. If he lowered his head, a major tragedy would still happen and he would see them. Therefore, he could only strain his head and look at Mahiru's belly. I don't know if this is heaven or hell. If he could just obey his desires, it would definitely be heaven. However, Amane was struggling to control himself. It was as if he had taken a step into both heaven and hell and was being pulled between the two. Amane-kun, it seems that you have been shivering for a while now. Don't mind it. Amane couldn't tell her about his feelings. If he spoke out, Mahiru would surely be disgusted and distance herself from him. Therefore, Amane could only hide his desires and honestly accept her treatment. The angel tempted him so innocently, making him afraid of the future. Wondering if he could resist his desires again, Mahiru seemed to be puzzled by Amane's attitude, but Amane was facing Mahiru's stomach and avoided her eyes, so she stopped questioning him and started to clean his ears again. Faced with this indescribable comfort and itch, Amane could do nothing but close his eyes and wait for it to end. After all, if he opened his eyes, he would have to endure a subtle sense of guilt. While closing his eyes, his other senses became sharper. He smelled Mahiru's sweet body scent, her shampoo and shower gel, and was once again reminded of the softness of her thighs. He couldn't calm his heart down. It would be great if I could enjoy this softness without holding back. Amane-kun, can I touch your hair after I finish? If you want. If you were to stop now, Amane wouldn't have to experience the struggles of resisting temptations. However, Amane was still a male. If he could relax on her thighs, he would naturally want to continue. The contradiction between wanting to stop and wanting to go on tore Amane's mind apart. He continued to worry and finally lost to his desires. Amane realized that he was quite a weak-willed person. Hearing Amane's permission, Mahiru was filled with joy. I will be done soon. While speaking, Mahiru cleaned the edges of his ears carefully. With the traces of regret that this was about to end, Amane felt his mind returning to normal. Of course, he took care not to show this regret. The slightly itchy, sweet, and pleasant sensation ended as Mahiru pulled out the ear pick. Mahiru's fingers brushing through his hair brought in another kind of comfort. Okay, it's over. Mahiru combed Amane's hair with her hands, gently, as if she was coaxing a child. Amane felt a bit shy about this and wanted to express his pleasure. Amane realized that he was slowly starting to fall more for Mahiru and he almost groaned due to his mixed emotions. It was his reward. Mahiru probably intended to spoil Amane as much as he wished, but this would definitely turn him into the rotten person. Just as Mahiru had declared, she was fully intending to turn Amane into waste. Even if Amane wanted to resist, this comfortable feeling robbed him of the energy to do so. I really am being turned into a good-for-nothing. Amane fully savored the fragrance and body temperature of Mahiru, and at the same time was embraced with her gentle hands. Although it didn't sound like a big deal, he was comfortable and felt full of happiness. The current situation filled him with pleasure and satisfaction. If he did this every day, Amane would undoubtedly fall to the point of being useless. Amane exhaled, letting his body relax into her, and then he heard a small laugh ring out. Amane rarely acts so spoiled. Whose fault do you think it is? Mine. Mahiru let out a sweet laugh, and continued to comb his hair with her fingers. Whenever I see Amane-kun, I want to get closer and feel it. Amane-kun's hair feels so fluffy. Is it really? It's so soft and glossy. Why is the surface so shiny? Maybe it's the shampoo my mother recommended. Shihoko was telling him that good hair needs to be maintained, so Amane now used the kind of shampoo used in the beauty salon, which was very effective for hair care. Amane did not hate the smell of this shampoo, and his hair always felt smooth after he dried it, so he had been using it until now. but Mahiru's hair is smoother. Amane picked up a strand of linen hair from Mahiru's waist side. Compared to his own hair, hers was softer and smoother. She had good hair which was soft and shiny. Amane was unable to reach this. Mahiru's hair had a feeling that made people want to touch it all the time. The fragrance it gave off was not strong, it had a delicate soap smell. All these factors made men unable to resist. I keep thinking this when I was touch your hair. You really take a lot of care for your hair. Well, I have never slacked off in this regard. I can see that. After all, it is said that a woman's hair is the equivalent to their life. Sorry if I ruin it by always touching it. I like being touched by Amane-kun. Amane grimaced. Fortunately, he didn't let Mahiru see his face. His expression would have given away his feelings. Shame, joy, confusion, embarrassment. All these emotions were mixed together. If she saw that expression, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Why must you say things that make me so ecstatic? Amane kept his mouth shut, then closed his eyes and sighed, trying to calm himself and his expression. Amane was met with Mahiru's shirt as he opened his eyes. It seemed that he had fallen asleep again. Apparently, the excessive comfort and happiness caused Amane to fall doze off. He didn't know how long he had slept for and felt a little uneasy. The act of combing his hair had stopped. Amane got up cautiously and found that Mahiru was asleep, leaning on the back of the sofa. Hearing Mahiru's steady breathing, Amane muttered an apology and looked at the clock, cringing. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. The lap pillow had started after they cleaned up, which was around 9 o'clock. Amane had enjoyed about 2 hours of Mahiru's lap pillow. Of course Mahiru would fall asleep because of how late it was and the fact that she couldn't move. Afraid of waking up Amane. She probably couldn't bear to wake Amane up, so she kept still in this position and fell asleep on accident. This was his home and Amane hoped Mahiru would be more vigilant in the future when in another's home. In the end, it was Amane's fault for falling asleep on her lap and forcing her to remain in this position. Amane didn't know what to do and just looked at Mahiru's sleeping face. After pondering for a while, he decided to take a bath first. Mahiru seemed to have already taken a bath beforehand, but Amane had yet to do so. Instead of waking her up, it would be better to take a shower and let her sleep. Maybe Mahiru would wake up herself when he took a bath. After that decision, Amane hurriedly returned to his bedroom and brought out a change of clothes. After taking a shower, Amane confirmed that she was still in the living room and sighed softly. Mahiru still seemed to be immersed in deep sleep. Even the sound of the hair dryer did not wake her up. Mahiru, please get up. Amane called Mahiru and shook her gently but she didn't stir at all. Mahiru seemed to be sleeping very heavily, with her body gradually tilting to the side. Amane had no choice but to hold and support her. Maybe it was the prolonged lap pillow that made her tired, or maybe she just fell asleep because it was late and she was sleepy. In short, Amane understood that Mahiru probably wouldn't get up. A similar thing has happened before. Sigh. At the end of last year, Mahiru had accidentally fallen asleep, so Amane lent her his bed. I feel like we're repeating the same situation. Amane shook her vigorously again and called out to Mahiru, but she still didn't get up. A soft and sweet voice reached Amane's ears. The voice didn't seem to be talking, but rather it sounded like a guttural sound mixed with her breath while she slept. It was not the first time that Mahiru appeared unsuspecting out of trust, and Amane didn't know if this was really all right. Amane complained to himself, really, and poked Mahiru's on the cheek again. She didn't look like she was going to get up at all, and only soft breaths came from her. He put his hand on her face, traced the tender skin that surrounded her cheek, and slowly slipped his hand down. When he touched her slightly open lips, he felt her soft and tender skin stretch, like a fruit with unbelievable sweetness when tasted. It was not impossible to taste this sweetness. At that moment, Mahiru was undefended. Amane could have tasted her lips and even stronger flavors after. The reason why he didn't do so was the same reason he stepped on the brakes and retracted his hands. If Mahiru rejected him, he would never recover. Having said that, his hands that touched her couldn't fully leave her body. Amane laughed at himself for being timid and cowardly. while admiring the beautiful sleeping position that Mahiru unreservedly showed. "Why must you tempt me like this? Aren't you worried?" She would definitely not show such an appearance if she knew what he was thinking. Amane sighed unconsciously and gently stroked Mahiru's cheek and smiled slightly. Mahiru remained still, showing an unguarded and relaxed expression. Amane knew that he was timid and cautious. He also knew that it was this side that had won Mahiru's trust. But she didn't know where his limits were, and she was getting dangerously close to pushing him over them. Amane was afraid of being turned down if he confessed. This worry prevented him from expressing his own mind. "If you could just say you liked her, you wouldn't have to struggle this hard." After murmuring to himself softly, Amane gently stroked her moist lips with his thumb and sighed. The girl he liked trusted Amane like this, which made Amane feel happy and affectionate. But at the same time, it was a kind of asceticism for him. It was time for Mahiru to understand Amane's feelings. Amane made up his mind, then grabbed Mahiru's shoulder and shook it. "Mahiru, get up soon. It's time to go home." Amane shook her slightly, prompting Mahiru to wake up. It didn't matter how long he looked at her cute sleeping face. The problem was that if he looked at it for too long, he would do something unforgivable. Mahiru's trust in him must have allowed her to feel safe and stay overnight at Amane's house. This kind of thing had happened several times before. To be precise, he had lent her his bed in the past, so it was feasible to let Mahiru sleep in Amane's room as a last resort. But it was still better to ask Mahiru to go home. If Mahiru slept in Amane's bed, she would leave a very sweet smell, which was difficult for him to handle in many aspects. Every time he slept on the bed, Amane had to endure it until the smell slowly dissipated. It was better to avoid this kind of thing. With this thought, Amane shook Mahiru and pat her soft cheeks. Only then did Mahiru react. Extremely slowly, she opened her eyelids, her long eyelashes trembling. However, her bright caramel-colored pupils under her eyelids were not focused. They looked hollow, like blurred eyes that didn't know where they were looking. Soon after, they hid under the curtains of her eyelid again. "Mahiru, please wake up and don't sleep in my house." Yes, please get up." "Okay." Listening to her soft answer, she must not have understood it. Amane's face twitched, to avoid shaking Mahiru and hurting her head, while patting her cheeks, desperately trying to guide her consciousness to reality. Perhaps Amane's approach worked, and Mahiru showed her eyes again. But this time, she leaned against Amane's chest, burying her face in it, and relaxed again. Mahiru made a vague groan again and rubbed her face in his chest. Amane barely resisted the urge to embrace her, and squeezed out a trembling sound from his throat. Such a relaxed and undefended appearance made Amane doubt whether it was intentional. He wanted to push her off, but couldn't. His desire to just hold her in his arms and love her was too strong. Perhaps it would have been wiser to release her as soon as possible and discipline himself. Amane bit his lips, grabbed Mahiru's shoulder, and slowly separated her from him. Then Mahiru looked up at him with dull saddened eyes. "Mahiru, it's late. Please go back. We have to go to class tomorrow. It won't be good if we oversleep. I'll take you to the door." Even though she lived next door, Mahiru was too sleepy and weak to walk on her own, so Amane worried for her. Amane didn't know if Mahiru heard him. She said weakly, "Good night." Then she stood up, swaying. As a result, she looked like she was about to fall to the ground, and Amane hurriedly stepped forward to help her stand. She was tired from the exams, and with Amane lying on her legs for 2 hours, her body must have been burdened. All these factors must have contributed in making Mahiru unable to stand up. "I have no other choice." Amane was convinced that even if he lent her his shoulders, and sent her to the door of his house, Mahiru would fall down in her own house. After sighing lightly, Amane turned his head and looked at Mahiru's face. She was leaning against himself. "Mahiru, I'll take you to your room. Can I borrow the key?" "I'll have to enter your home." It was not appropriate to break into a woman's house, and it was not appropriate to ask her for her keys when Mahiru wasn't in her right mind either. But he had no other choices. One was to have her spend the night at a boy's house, and the other was to send her back to her own home. If he were to choose either of them, even if the former was normal and allowed, The latter would probably be better. Mahiru could sleep more at ease in her own home compared to sleeping with a bed and pillow that one was unfamiliar with. Their own bed would definitely be better. Because Mahiru was awake and he could obtain her consent, Amane barely withstood the guilt of entering a woman's home. After asking, Mahiru nodded slowly. After confirming that she had agreed, Amane took out her key from Mahiru's pocket, taking care not to touch her body as much as possible in the process. He then hugged Mahiru with one arm, attempting to support her. Mahiru's sleepiness seemed to have reached its limit. She leaned on Amane and entered a state of being half awake and half asleep again. Amane knew that he had to send her home quickly, knowing that she might fall asleep in his arms. Trying to make as little noise as possible, Amane went out and stood in front of Mahiru's home, holding Mahiru up. He opened the lock and walked slowly into Mahiru's home. Excuse me. Needless to say, the layout was the same as his own home, so Amane knew the location of the bedroom. Amane felt his heart beating very fast from the moment he walked in her house. Even with the same layout, the sweet delicate fragrance gave the room a very different feeling which caused Amane to feel nervous. The floor was polished brightly and there was no dirt wherever he looked. It was clear that Mahiru was strict and proper with herself. Mirrors and flowers were placed on the shoe cabinets placed along the wall, rendering a calm, bright and gorgeous atmosphere. While looking at the living room from the entrance, Amane could see furniture colored soft white and light blue. Mahiru's personal tastes could be observed through them. From another's point of view, the decor could also be said to not give off any sense of life, or in other words, it did not seem to be a permanent residence. Except for going to school, taking a bath and sleeping, Mahiru had been staying at Amane's house for a majority of her time ever since she started cooking for him. It was not wrong to say that the house was barely alive. With these thoughts, Amane walked to the front of the suspected bedroom room, opened the door and stepped inside. This was the first time Amane had entered a girl's room, which felt quite clean. It looked the same as the living room, with white and light blue being the basic tone, but was more attractive than the living room. To describe it in a few words, it was delicate and elegant. In addition, Amane also felt that compared to the living room he had just glanced at, it had more of a sense of life and her own personality. Maybe it was because Mahiru didn't display unnecessary things. There was nothing in the shelves but textbooks and teaching aids, cookbooks on the table, as well as the dolls Amane had given her from the arcade. As for the bear doll given on her birthday, it was kept clean and placed upright beside her pillow. If there was anything different about it, it would be that a dark blue ribbon was inconspicuously tied under the shadow of the original ribbon. He heard Mahiru say that she cherished the doll, and now he knew that she had put the bear next to her pillow. He imagined her cuddling the bear to sleep, his face naturally burning at the image in his mind. While biting the inside of his cheek to retain a calm mind, he gently lay Mahiru on the bed and covered her with her blanket. It was only now that he remembered to thank Mahiru for the lap pillow. Perhaps she noticed the feeling of sinking into the bed. Mahiru, who had been asleep, opened her eyes slightly. Mahiru's sleepy eyes glazed over as she stared at him. Amane knelt on the floor with a smile, and gently stroked Mahiru who was lying down. "I'm going home. I'll return the key to you. Don't worry, you touched so much today, so it's okay for me to do the same, right?" Amane pulled back her hair and poked her soft cheek. Every time he did this, Mahiru's face relaxed into a light smile. Then, she tapped the area next to her. Her eyes turned glossy. "Amane-kun, come sleep, come." "What?" Trying to understand her words, Amane froze. What she wanted to say was probably "you need to sleep too." No other meaning, it had no other meaning. Amane repeatedly told this to himself so that he could defeat his desire. No matter how soft and unguarded Mahiru was, he needed to refrain from doing anything terrible. He was afraid that she would say something that would push him to do unspeakable actions, so Amane hurriedly stroked her head gently like a child, and coaxed her to sleep. "I'm going home now, okay?" "Not good. I can't stay in a girl's room for long. You will definitely regret it when you get up. You will probably hit me with a pillow." If Amane slept with Mahiru in her bed, it would be impossible for him to sleep. When Mahiru would eventually awaken, Her face would be flushed with confusion, and she would smash her pillow into him to hide her shame. It was not difficult to predict that she would ignore Amane after that. For the sake of Amane's rationality, she must do her best to stop him, and he must do his best to resist. Mahiru, whose consciousness was still blurred and slow, struggled to stay awake, longing for Amane's comfort. He was finished. Amane picked up the little bear next to her and pressed it against Mahiru's face. "It can sleep with you in place of me." "Good night." Mahiru usually slept with the bear in her arms, so Amane decided to let the bear sleep with her. After combing her soft hair with his fingers, and whispering softly in her ear, Mahiru made a lovely mumble, then hugged the bear doll in front of her. She looked so innocent in contrast to her usual reliable aura, looking so cute that Amane wanted to hold her. If he had his phone, Amane would have definitely taken a picture of her pure appearance. Unfortunately, he had only brought his house keys. He sighed, silently scolding himself. Taking pictures of a girl asleep without authorization was a very impolite and perverted thought. Under her long eyelashes, her eyelids were fully closed. After hearing her breath slow, Amane stood, taking care not to wake her, and sighed lightly. "Why must you be so careless? You're hurting me." In front of Amane, she would lower her guard and act spoiled with the confidence that she would be fine. For Amane, it hurt his soul every time he had to refrain from embracing and touching her undefended self. "It's not easy to hold it back," Amane murmured, and quietly walked out of the room, and then left Mahiru's home. Today, it would take a while for him to fall asleep. "Good morning." Morning. The next morning, the two looked at each other awkwardly, which was inevitable. Up until that moment, Mahiru generally wouldn't come over in the morning when they had school, but after what happened yesterday, she seemed to have something to say. As for Amane, due to yesterday's reward and Mahiru's dozing incident, he didn't sleep well. His heart felt uncomfortable when Mahiru came in the morning. Last night, he had recalled many things about the comfortable lap pillow, the scent and softness of the rich fruits that fell on the top of his head, the design and decor of Mahiru's room and home that he had entered, with consent, the innocent and cute appearance of her sleeping, all flashed through his mind. All these scenes were played dozens of times in his head when he tried to sleep. After tossing and turning for an hour, he finally fell asleep and was awakened the next morning by an alarm. Tired from the lack of sleep. On the contrary, Mahiru looked very refreshed with a rosy complexion. She seemed to have slept soundly, but she was squirming and looking at him as if trying to hide her embarrassment. Just as he was about to eat breakfast, Mahiru entered, making Amane stiff. Everything that had happened yesterday made it hard for Amane to meet Mahiru's eyes. Although Mahiru had fallen asleep in his home, it was Amane's heart that accumulated guilt. Why did you visit so early in the morning?" "Ah yes. You came to get the key?" "I'm sorry. I took the key with me on accident." "Ah, that's not it, and it's fine, don't worry." Although their relationship was very close, it was not appropriate for him to take the key to her home. It was not even appropriate for him to step into her house while she was asleep. But Amane had gained her consent. Sure enough, she didn't want me to invade her privacy. From Amane's perspective, he felt that the room was clean and organized. But from the perspective of Mahiru, the room was seen arbitrarily in a state that wasn't prepared. It was understandable for her to have things she wanted to say. If he had seen underwear hangings, Amane believed that Mahiru would not look at him for a while, completely ignoring him. Fortunately, he didn't see that kind of thing. Otherwise Amane felt that he would also have avoided her for a while out of embarrassment. Can I ask a question?" "Sure." "There's a picture frame on the table, on the nightstand." "A picture frame?" It was rude to stare at someone's room, so Amane just quickly passed by and didn't remember any picture frame. Since Mahiru had said that it should be something important, he looked through his memory, but could not find it. It meant that Amane did not notice such a thing. "Well, I didn't see it. What's the matter? Did I break it?" No, you didn't see it. You didn't see it." Mahiru seemed to have put something in the frame that she didn't want to be seen. Seeing how relieved she was, Amane wanted to check it out, but in respect for her privacy, he didn't express his thoughts or wishes. Seeing that Mahiru was relieved, Amane scratched his face and said, I didn't look in your room much. All I saw were the dolls I gave you and the little bear you put on the pillow to sleep with. Please forget about that. Mahiru started to hit Amane's arm gently. Then asked her why I had the doll in my arms. Was it you were so confused at the time and you asked me to accompany you to sleep? I definitely couldn't do it, so I just gave you the bear instead. Sleep with me? Maybe because she didn't believe that she would say something like that. Mahiru had a startled expression, and her entire face became an even darker shade of red. To think you would say that kind of thing, even when half asleep, even I barely believe it. I said that? Yes, you didn't say it explicitly, but you invited me into your bed. You were probably just telling me to sleep. Mahiru covered her flushed face with glossy eyes and made a tragic cry as if regretting something. No, I don't usually. Don't think about that kind of thing. That, Amane-kun. Beside, it's reassuring. I don't have that kind of desire. Just like that, I want to seek the warmth of people, one way or another. What exactly is it? Don't ask. Mahiru yelled and screamed uncommonly, and then turned her head aside. Mahiru panted heavily, but Amane was relieved. Okay, although I don't know much, I won't ask more. Please pay more attention in the future. This time, you agreed for me to send you back to the room. You were asleep at that time. If you didn't wake up, I would move you to my room and sleep. That's also okay? It's nothing. Mahiru seemed to have said something in a low voice, but Amane didn't hear clearly, not knowing what she was talking about. Although not sure, what Mahiru said just now shouldn't be for Amane to hear. Anyway, you should also understand, no matter how I have my heart with you, it won't be good for you to live in everything. The next time I really will sleep with you as a body pillow. Said it is to sleep on a pillow. If it really comes that night, then she will definitely not fall asleep. This was also clear to Amane, but she would be careless in the future if he doesn't remind her like this. There were not many people she can trust, and accordingly she would show a lax appearance to the people she could. Amane wished she could pay more attention. Hearing Amane's reproachful tone, Mahiru blinked vigorously, and smiled faintly. Haven't you overslept casually on my lap? You fell asleep on my legs twice. I can't say that. A man sleeping in front of a woman is different from a woman sleeping in front of a man. There is no danger. I don't necessarily know how to do nothing. What are you really going to do? Let me think about it. I could do some pranks and take a picture or something. Mahiru looked confident, as if asking, are you afraid? Amane was relieved, but Mahiru didn't notice it. It's not impossible. I'll check it anyway. I will save it to the cloud before you see it, and delete it locally. Don't do that. I'm a little scared. I always think you really will do this trick someday. Also, what I said is different from what you said. Really, you have to pay attention. You absolutely didn't understand. Amane grabbed Mahiru's shoulder and said to her solemnly. Mahiru was startled, but did not run away, nor did she look away. I understand. Don't worry. You probably don't understand. That meant I understand. That's rude. You are underestimating me. One who understood wouldn't do that sort of thing. Amane-kun is still too timid. With a speechless look for some reason, Mahiru sighed softly, escaped Amane's hand, and went to the corridor. Mahiru held the key of her house in her hand, not knowing when she took it away. Maybe she saw the key on the small plate on the shoe cabinet at the door. Amane-kun, it's better if you think about it. After saying something that seemed to apply to her, Mahiru disappeared from Amane's home. Amane covered his forehead and said softly, who's the one that doesn't understand? Chapter 9. The Angel's New Clothes. Exams had ended and it was now mid-May. Under the warm sun of spring, it became a little bit hotter, and the long-sleeved school uniforms became more and more unbearable. He would have started wearing short sleeves during April, but Amane felt that it was too troublesome to change into his summer school uniform, so he continued to wear long sleeves. However, in the current weather, even if the school was blasting their air conditioning, it would still feel hot when traveling to and from the campus. With this in mind, Amane felt that it was time to take out his summer uniform and wear it. I guess it's time to start wearing short sleeves. Amane had thought about wearing the short sleeves the next day, so he took out the summer school uniform from its storage box in the closet and put it in the washing machine. Seeing Amane washing his summer school uniform, Mahiru nodded in understanding. Mahiru was still wearing her long sleeves with stockings. Although Mahiru had changed her jacket into a vest, she was still covered tightly, barely revealing any skin. Amane was worried that she felt too hot wearing such clothes. The weather is getting warmer. I have also been feeling more sweaty lately. That's because your clothes are worn very tightly. Each button is fastened, the sleeves are not rolled up, and you are always wearing tights. If I am exposed like that, other people will always be watching. That's why I have to wear it. As a sort of protection. Mahiru had an outstanding figure and beauty that most people wished for. She was often troubled by the attention she attracted from others. She was eye-catching and easily garnered attention from others. It was understandable that men would be attracted to her charming looks, but that kind of lewd gaze would definitely made her feel uncomfortable. What should I do this summer? I wore very thin black stockings last year, and it was still hot. Well, that's a given. Tights are hot in general. Girls have a lot more clothes than boys, and they look much hotter. In order to protect myself, I can endure a little heat, but it is really uncomfortable to always be sweating. This is why I hate summer. Mahiru sighed. Amane didn't know how to help her, so he didn't speak. Mahiru didn't seem to care too much, and turned to continue washing the dishes. Amane-kun, will you start wearing short sleeves tomorrow? Yeah. I feel like it's time to switch to them. It's been so hot lately. I agree. I think it's about time I change too. But before I wear it to school, I have check if I can still fit in it. Although my figure should not have changed over this past year, Mahiru worked hard to maintain her figure, never letting her body look even a little bit out of shape. Amane admired Mahiru's firm will and self-management ability, at the same time hoping that he could do the same. Of course, the first step was to achieve his ideal figure. Regardless, I should still try it first. I am a little taller now than when I was back then. If I can't wear it, I'll have to get another one. Summer school uniforms were bought before school started, so the size may be a little small by the time summer comes around. Last summer, Amane had the same issue. He had grown too much to wear the clothes that he bought, and had to get another set. From when the start of the school year to now, Amane had grown 5 centimeters in height, so just to be safe, it was better to test if it fit first. Amane looked at the humming washing machine, planning to try on the clothes after they were done washing and drying. From his side, Mahiru raised her head and stared at Amane. Amane-kun is actually quite tall. Well, I think I'm a bit taller than average. Amane was a head taller than Mahiru, so Mahiru needed to look up at Amane. On the other hand, Mahiru was average for a woman her age, so from Amane's perspective, she was small. Compared to when he first met Mahiru, Mahiru now had to look a little bit higher at Amane, which also confirmed that he was indeed growing taller. Usually, in order to lighten Mahiru's burden, Amane would stand a little further away, but recently, Mahiru often stuck closely to him and often touched him. Amane was a little worried that Mahiru's neck was tired. As for that day, it seemed that he didn't need to worry about that problem, because Mahiru was staring at Amane's body instead, frowning slightly. I worry that you are going to become too light. I'm exercising to strengthen and build my muscles. Anyways, how do you know my weight? I saw it on the scale in the bathroom. Aren't you working too hard? You wake up so late on the weekends and you even fell asleep in the bathroom. Amane was unable to refute her statements and Mahiru looked at Amane helplessly, expressing her worry for him on her face. Amane-kun is working really hard. After working so hard, you should eat more. Even if you are thin, you can still create a solid body by simply eating your fill. If you want to exercise, tell me beforehand so I can adjust the meal to satisfy you. You really need to eat more, especially after you exercise. I'm sorry that you have to do this for me. Thank you, but I also think you should eat more. Your body looks so thin, it makes me worry about whether you will snap or break. Thanks to Mahiru, Amane didn't have to worry about cooking or eating. She even considered Amane's training regiment when cooking for him, which he was very grateful for. However, Amane felt that Mahiru herself should eat more. The slenderness of her body could be felt through her clothes, the kind of fragility that broke from even a light touch. Mahiru didn't eat much in the first place. Maybe she was able to control her weight and shape because of this, but he couldn't help but worry for her. Amane thought that she was too thin. He stretched her hand to the thinnest part of Mahiru's abdomen and felt it, once again sighing in his heart about the slenderness of her body. Hearing Mahiru's scream, Amane's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Sorry. No. It's okay. I'm okay, but if you just touch a girl's belly so casually. I'm really sorry, I wasn't thinking properly. Touching a woman's body like that is considered sexual harassment. I'm sorry. It's not as serious as you think. I don't mind. No matter how good their relationship was, they were of opposite sexes and their physical interactions had to be carefully limited to a certain extent. Usually, Amane was very careful to avoid active physical contact, but this time, he subconsciously grabbed Mahiru's waist. With such a thin waist, he truly wondered how her internal organs fit. But Amane regretted touching Mahiru. It's fine. I know Amane-kun wouldn't do such things to others, right? I only talk about these topics with Mahiru. Well, I don't have many chances to talk to other girls anyways, and I could never touch a girl that I have a bad relationship with. If he had to touch, Chitter's was a possibility, but Chitter's had an athletic-like, firm yet slim body. It was not like Mahiru who pursued beauty. Amane obviously wouldn't touch Chitter's body. At most, he would lightly flick her head, which was not offensive or severe in any way. Then it's fine. After hearing Amane's answer, Mahiru nodded in satisfaction, and then responded as such. She also stretched her hand to Amane's abdomen and touched his belly through his clothes. He had made a mistake first, so he endured it, but he felt itchy when she touched him so much. Amane also felt that his figure was a little shameful and was embarrassed by this fact. The improvement in his diet had made Amane's figure healthier than before he met Mahiru, but there was still a large gap between Amane's ideal figure and his stature back then. Worried that Mahiru was saying that he was too weak, Amane felt himself despair. Does Mahiru think I need to get stronger? Amane doesn't have to be strong. Both men and women want to have a healthy body. The next reason is purely my personal opinion as a woman, but if a man and a woman stand together, the woman may look too thin, so there is no need to bulk up. It's more difficult, but it's better to have a moderately decent body shape. So, that being said, Amane, despite what he says, isn't actually skinny. I just think you need to eat more food. It feels like Amane-kun is eating less compared to the average high school boy. Then does Amane-kun think that girls should be slimmer? I would never mean to say something that disrespectful. If I did, I apologize. Amane replied quickly with a grimace. His parents had told him, if you say anything about this, there might be bloodshed. So Amane always tried to avoid commenting on other people's figures. Hearing Amane's straightforward answer, Mahiru looked into the distance with a look of understanding. If I had to say anything about your figure, I would call it perfect. But if it's too thin, then people will worry for you. A little bit more muscle and fat will make me feel more at ease. Why do I feel like you're speaking like a parent and not a boy? So now it's your turn to say that to me? Well, when Mahiru spoke to Amane, he felt the same as when his mother spoke to him. On the other hand, it was not convincing when Amane acted like a guardian. Don't worry, I don't think you need to lose weight. Really? Where could you possibly lose more weight? Are you maintaining your ideal body shape? If so, don't worry about what others say, just have the body that gives you the most confidence. But if I had to say anything, you are very slim. I would worry if you lose weight. It's better to just stay like this. Mahiru was very slender, and it would make people feel uneasy if she lost any more weight. It would be more than enough for her to maintain her current body shape. If Mahiru wanted to get any thinner, Amane would definitely try to stop her. Of course, I know that maintaining one's body shape is quite difficult, so as long as you don't become too unhealthy, it's fine. Okay, Mahiru nodded in response. As if echoing her, the washing machine also buzzed and quaked. Good morning. Early the next morning, Amane got up and walked out of his room and saw Mahiru. Amane turned his head and glanced at the clock in his bedroom. It was quite early in the morning and was not yet time to leave for school. Mahiru rarely came to Amane's house in the morning. As a result, Amane felt a bit confused. "You're early?" Mahiru had her own key and Amane had told her that she could come anytime if she wanted to, but he didn't expect to see her come so early in the morning. Amane asked with a confused tone and the Mahiru showed a faint smile when she heard it. "Well, although it was a little sudden to come here so early, I wanted Amane to confirm something for me." "Confirm?" As Amane's eyes slowly focused, he realized that Mahiru was exposing more skin than usual today. "I changed my clothes. Is there anything inappropriate about it?" "Oh, your school uniform. That being bare-legged is a bit unpleasant, right?" It was normal to change into short sleeves in the summer, but the problem with Mahiru's current get-up was that Mahiru was not fully wearing her usual uniform. Looking down, under the skirt of her school uniform, a pair of white and flawless thighs could be seen. Even when dressed casually, Mahiru wore long skirts or stockings, so the thighs displayed in front of him were usually completely hidden. Mahiru obeyed the school rules strictly. Her skirt was not particularly short and would not reveal her underwear. However, her exposed thighs that were usually hidden under her clothes, sending Amane's gaze scurrying. "It's hot, so it actually feels better to not wear anything there." Although that is true, it's not good for Mahiru. "It's not as ideal because of people staring at my legs with naughty eyes." "Sort of. I just feels like you shouldn't just let people look at them so casually. Guys will definitely get excited and stare at you, so I don't think you should go like this." Yesterday, she said that she planned to wear thin black stockings. Amane did not expect that Mahiru would come over today without even wearing her protective gear. Her white thighs were too dazzling to look directly at. "Will Amane-kun also stare at it?" "I know not to do such things." "You looked at them when I twisted my ankle." "I didn't have any evil thoughts at the time. It was an emergency. Also, I told you to put a coat on your knees, did I not?" At that time, he squatted down to look at Mahiru's leg, but he paid great attention and care into making sure Mahiru was covered her with a coat. He was also concentrating on dealing with the injury on her ankle and didn't look at any strange places. Amane didn't tie Mahiru's thighs because he knew it was very offensive. "Then do you have evil thoughts now?" "No." That pause makes me concerned. "No, you don't need to yell. Sorry for the joke. I knew from the beginning. Amane-kun would not look at me with like that. You just don't know where to look right now." "You know all this but you still came and asked me." "No, it was necessary for me. I wanted to make Amane-kun's heart beat." "But, you're embarrassed at heart, right?" It seemed that Mahiru had come to prank Amane early in the morning. Noticing that he had fallen into Mahiru's trap, Amane looked at Mahiru with light resentment, but Mahiru, who succeeded in her prank, returned a mischievous smile. "Don't worry, I have silk stockings. I plan to wear them." Now knowing that Mahiru came here entirely to mess with him, Amane sighed. In order to win at least part of his pride back, he looked straight at her caramel eyes that were shaking happily. "Is it okay if I look then?" "Eh?" It seemed that Amane's question was beyond Mahiru's expectation and her eyes widened. Amane did not stop, looking straight into her eyes. He continued, "Well, you showed me your thighs to me deliberately because you think it doesn't matter if you let me see them, right?" "Well, actually, it's okay for Amane-kun to see, so it doesn't matter to you at all?" "Not really. I don't mind." Seeing Mahiru becoming vague, Amane sighed. "Then don't let me see them. Don't do this kind of thing to people unless you want them to really see it." He felt tired from the attack so early that Monday. Then, Mahiru shivered and grabbed a corner of Amane's shirt. "Then if I tell you, I just wanted to show them to you, would you look?" There was shame in her faint and trembling voice. The eyes that she looked at him with were slightly moist, making Amane feel guilty. "I wanted to see Amane-kun's reaction, but Amane-kun just said no and looked away. Do you not want to look?" Seeing Mahiru's slightly disappointed expression before him, Amane shook his head quickly. "Of course not, but this look, it's too dangerous. People won't know where to look." "If you don't hate it, what do you think then?" Hearing Mahiru's question, Amane hesitated and looked at Mahiru's clothes. Mahiru was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a pleated skirt, ironed smoothly with clear creases, and adding a bit of liveliness to her get-up. On her chest, neat buttons and ribbons faithfully expressed her meticulousness. Since it was the girl he liked, Amane hoped that the clothes could hide her alluring body a little bit better, but it was really difficult to do this with some clothes. Amane tried his best not to look at her slender legs. He looked up and down at Mahiru's whole body, and then slowly spoke, in a troubled tone. "Although you look very cute and it's suitable for you, please hurry up and put on your stockings." "Okay." Mahiru understood that Amane was complimenting herself just now. The short words that Amane struggled to say made her smile, and she nodded. The innocent smile left him speechless. He turned his face away, praying that Mahiru didn't notice his reaction. "Please don't tease me like this anymore. I will go wash my face and change my clothes now. In the meantime, please go back to your house and put on everything you should wear." Amane unconsciously sped up his speech as he walked towards the bathroom, a soft laugh coming from behind him. After washing his face and taking care of any needs he had, Amane went to the living room. He saw Mahiru wearing her usual black stockings and vest, sitting quietly on the sofa waiting for him. Looking at her, fully dressed now, he really wanted to ask Mahiru why she had done such a thing earlier. "If you dress like this in the beginning, then I can praise you without my heart going haywire." "That won't do." Seeing Mahiru smiling unrepentantly, Amane became annoyed and stepped forward and pinched her cheek. But Mahiru still smiled brightly. "Then I will head out to school first." Perhaps as an apology, Mahiru made Amane's breakfast. She made egg rolls, probably to please Amane. Seeing that Amane had almost finished eating, she stood up. By this time, Amane's mood had returned to normal. He followed her to the door to see her off. It sounded a bit stupid to go to a place separately, but it was even more impractical for the two to go to school together due to the rumors that would surely follow. So they had to stagger the time like this. "See you at school." As always, Amane planned to wait until later before going to school. However, he found that Mahiru's face was slightly dissatisfied, so he asked about it. "What's wrong?" "I'm just thinking, one day, will we be able to go to school together? I would be stabbed to death on sight." Recently, Amane and Mahiru's intimacy had gradually increased, and his classmates had begun to get used to it. But the envious eyes that followed Amane did not disappear. As for the students in other classes, they just stared directly at them. Their aggressive line of sight was constantly following him, which was enough to make Amane feel endangered. If they went to school together, the intensity of these glares would be far worse. "I want to get to that point, but it is difficult to do so with so many people watching. There is no chance for me to relax at all. It really is uncomfortable for you to be so popular. If you walk with a male friend, there will be an uproar in the school. It doesn't matter how others quarrel over me, but Amane-kun will probably be troubled. But if Amane-kun doesn't mind, I will gladly go to school with you. I mean, I want to. Everyone follows nearly the same schedule, so it wouldn't be too suspicious. You see, it is troublesome to have to be carefully to stagger the time we leave, especially in today's situation. It is simply too inefficient. Moreover, it is better to have someone familiar with you to walk with, correct? At least it's better than walking alone." "That's true. Unfortunately, reality always fails to meet people's expectations." Mahiru made a tired look and sighed, then shook her head and regained her usual grace and smiled. "Then I'll head out first. Amane-kun was the first to see my summer dress." Mahiru smiled. Seeing Amane stunned, Mahiru blinked a few times and tilted her head in a puzzled manner, then turned and opened the door. "Then I'll be off." "Don't be late, Amane-kun, okay?" Mahiru shyly left the house. Amane pressed his head against the wall, considering whether or not he should wash his face again. After reaching his seat in class, he saw that there was a circle of people around Mahiru who had also put on their new uniforms. The weather was getting hotter and the number of students wearing short sleeves had gradually increased. Mahiru's beautiful appearance, although more revealing than before, was the center of attention. In addition, Chitters was in the seat behind her, tying Mahiru's hair into a ponytail. The fresh hairstyle attracted everyone's attention even more. Because the back of her neck is exposed, he was reluctant to let Mahiru have such a hairstyle, although it was her choice to choose her hairstyle. He naturally didn't want the girl he liked to be so exposed. She doesn't belong to me. I shouldn't be having these thoughts. Obviously he was not her boyfriend, but his own desire for exclusiveness had begun to emerge, which made Amane somewhat disgusted with himself. Are you in a bad mood? You think too much. Itsuki looked towards Amane's face. He always suddenly became sharp during strange times. Amane put on an indifferent expression. Itsuki took a look at Mahiru, and then nodded in understanding as if he suddenly realized something. The smirk on Itsuki's face irritated Amane's heart. He wondered why Itsuki had to be so keen during times like these. Chapter 10. The Angel's Sight and Amane's Struggle. Amane, here. Pass. You shoot so terribly. The sports festival would be held in about a month, and they were taking physical education classes leisurely as practice. If the process was the same as the year before, the groups would be announced in about a week and the whole school would be in a state of intense preparation. But classes were still being held normally, accompanied by the sharp squeaks of the basketball shoes provided by the basketball club members. Itsuki threw the ball randomly as a joke. The ball bounced against the wall, bouncing off away from them. Amane glared at him, then chased after the ball that had rolled off. Today's physical education class was playing basketball, and now it was time for passing practice, with a scrimmage in the second half. Although Amane was not very good at playing basketball, he did not hate the practice of simply shooting the ball into the basket. The old brown basketball no longer bounced as far as it did in its prime after bouncing against the wall, but it still rolled far away. While chasing it, Amane secretly looked off to the side. A net divided the gymnasium into two halves, and the girls were playing badminton on the other half. The girls were going to do sports outdoors, but it suddenly rained, so they had to divide the gymnasium into two and carry out both activities indoors. The girls didn't seem to have much energy as they looked tired. The girl who happened to be nearby gently kicked the ball back. Amane glanced at that side for a while, and returned to Itsuki after picking up the ball. It was not good to always be looking at Mahiru. If people around noticed, there would be gossip like Fujimiya really likes the angel. Amane wanted to avoid this. Although Amane did like her, if she heard these words, she would be troubled, and Amane also hoped to hide these feelings in his heart, not wanting to let any of his classmates know this. Don't throw the ball mindlessly. If it rolls into the girl's side, it will be annoying and embarrassing to pick up. All right. Don't worry about such trivial matters. When Itsuki smiled carelessly, Amane threw the ball at his stomach. Itsuki, who kept smiling, and was not bad at sports, caught the ball casually. Amane sighed inwardly and took out another ball from the cage beside him. When taking this kind of physical education class, people in the sports clubs were often filled with enthusiasm. This time, it was the corresponding club, the basketball club, that was high on morale. As for Amane, although he doesn't like competitions, he was fond of shooting practice. Amane could simply shoot a ball in the direction of the basket and the teacher would think that he was taking it seriously. Amane took a shot and the basketball hit the backboard and bounced into the hoop, picking the ball back up with a little bit of satisfaction. You are quite good at this kind of thing, but it's a pity that you don't join the basketball club. It would also provide you with the chance to exercise more. I'm a person who plays casually. I don't want to participate in those types of clubs. Being on an actual team is too tiring. Okay. I just think you should occasionally show that person how reliable you are. Although Amane knew who the person Itsuki spoke of was, he couldn't simply nod obediently. Stop being so nosy. She knows I'm not good with sports. Why are you so stubborn at times like these? It's too unreasonable to ask me to perform that way. Amane looked at Itsuki with annoyance and found that he was laughing. All right. You will get more opportunities. Those don't exist. Why don't you do it then? No, I'm not that good. Then you still think I can do it? If you can't do it yourself, don't just push it onto others. Amane pinched Itsuki's cheek and pressed his finger into his face, while Itsuki smiled and said, Sorry. while looking at the other side of the gymnasium. "Hey, they are watching us right now." "What?" Following Itsuki's line of sight, Amane found that Mahiru, who was standing in line to play badminton, was looking at them. Or rather, she was carelessly watching their side of the gym. There was nothing wrong with her watching, but Amane suddenly felt a little fidgety. Amane closed his mouth tightly. Hearing the whistle from the physical education teacher, Itsuki pulled him away from towards the bleachers. The second half of the class was conducted in the form of a competition. A class was divided into two teams that competed against one of the teams from the other class. Amane and Itsuki played in the second round. In order not to interfere with the players on the field, they sat down on the side. The two watched Yuta play with the other members. How can Kadoaki play against the basketball club members so well? The opposing team contained many members from the basketball club, but Yuta's movements were almost at the same level as them. Generally speaking, even if both sides had members from sports clubs, most of the players' actions would not be as good as those in the basketball club. Just looking at pure foot strength, maybe the track club had the advantage, but the people in the basketball club mastered their control over the ball, such as dribbling, fast and slow tempos, and their posture when shooting. Therefore, Amane took it for granted that the basketball club would be easily winning, but Yuta broke through this logic and kept scoring. Yuta really is a genius at sports. He joined the track club because he likes to run, but he is very good at most sports. He is quite athletic after all. I heard that his mother is a sports coach and his two sisters are also developing in the sports field, so he's the result of some elite teachers. Yuta didn't seem to get along well with his sisters, but judging from what Itsuki said, maybe it was because he received a Spartan education. Amane couldn't help but wonder if it was true. While they were chatting, Yuta ran on the court, fiercely competing with his opponents. Sometimes he shot and scored, sometimes he baited and passed to his teammates to score goals. He used a balanced and cooperative strategy. Hurry up, guard him, knock him down. Don't let him have a chance to score. Did those guys bring in too many personal grievances? Well, if they get robbed of their limelight here, then their basketball club would really lose face. Amane listened to the shouts from the opposing team, and while feeling lost, he heard the girls cheering for Yuta from the other side of the net. The girls seemed to have started their game, and the rest of the girls came to their side of the net to watch the game. Looking at the boys who were obviously becoming more motivated, Amane sighed. "They're too passionate," and then was inexplicably slapped on the back by Itsuki. In the end, Amane's class won the first game. Amane stood, worried about how he could possibly match Yuta. Amane took the numbered vest and put it on, showing a troublesome expression. He suddenly met Mahiru's eyes by the net. Unlike the angelic smile she showed to others, Mahiru displayed a soft smile. The same soft smile that Mahiru would show at home. With a sense of closeness in her eyes, Mahiru waved her hand gently, and her lips moved slightly. "Good luck." She didn't make a sound, but he seemed to have heard her say so. Amane couldn't look at her, so he turned his face away towards his opponents. Then Itsuki's face appeared in front of him, and Amane, who saw his expression, showed a sour face. "Are you motivated now?" "Shut up." Feeling as if he had been seen it through, Amane replied arrogantly, and Itsuki couldn't help letting out a light laugh. "I want to die." After a long absence, he used all his energy and played the basketball game with all his strength. Amane squatted down, panting and groaning in pain. The heart was beating violently. Although Amane had started to exercise regularly recently, he had never exhausted his full strength as he did then, nor had he ever done such intense exercise. In addition, this was a competition against others. Amane was really tired. Amane coughed and tried to slow his breathing, but his beating heart still didn't settle down. An accident had happened during the game. Amane had fallen to the ground fiercely. His body was aching and his breathing could not be eased. He felt quite uncomfortable. He had tried his best, but ended up overextending and injuring himself. "It feels like she saw a rather embarrassing appearance of mine because he fell in front of Mahiru." Amane couldn't help but worry about how he would face her when he returned to the classroom. He didn't even achieve anything significant in the game, so she only saw his bad side. "Amane, are you okay?" After the contestants bid farewell to each other, Amane squatted in the corner, and Itsuki seemed worried about him. "I'm okay, but I will definitely be tired and have muscle aches tomorrow." "Haha, it's because you started exercising too late," Itsuki said jokingly, massaging Amane's back. Amane silently thanked him, and continued to breathe deeply, slowing his beating heart. Although his body was hot and he was hurt, Amane did not regret that he tried his best during the game. Amane felt that it would be nice to come here once in a while, but at the same time also thought that these thoughts weren't his. He stood up, wanting to go wash his face, and took another deep breath. After changing into his uniform for class, Amane went to the faucet next to the gymnasium to wash his face. They had lunch time after their physical education class. Everyone was muttering things like, "I'm so hungry," and such. After changing their clothes, they left, leaving Amane alone, who was quietly washing his face. Itsuki and the others would probably wait for him in the cafeteria, but it was still embarrassing to meet Mahiru. He kept rubbing his face with cold water, trying to force it to cool down. Although he used too much force, even the hair got wet, but his hair was already damp with sweat, so he might as well wash it. Amane sighed to himself. It just so happened that he fell violently near Mahiru. Amane recalled Mahiru's face at that time and his expression became bitter, and then he heard some slight footsteps coming from behind him. "Are you okay?" It was the voice of the person he wanted to hide from. Amane slowly stopped washing his face and raised his head, because he didn't want the other person to see his embarrassed expression. Amane bit his lip tightly and took a deep breath, barely holding back the urge to escape from the shame in his heart. Brushing up his wet hair that had stuck to his face, he turned around. "What's wrong? Why did you come here after you have already changed your clothes? Don't you need to go to lunch?" After Amane turned around, he found that Mahiru was at a loss for some reason. "No, nothing. I was just worried about whether you were injured after you fell. Akazawa-san told me that you were here," Itsuki said. "Don't worry. It isn't anything big." Mahiru's eyes drifted around nervously, leaving Amane very confused, not knowing why she was like this. When he fell in front of her, Mahiru also looked panicked, but she had a different type of panic on her face now, and Amane felt confused about it. "Mahiru, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine, please don't mind me." Also, Amane-kun's action was too dangerous. "Please don't do it again." "What are you referring to?" "Just don't." Sometimes Mahiru would take care of him for unknown reasons. This time it was even more inexplicable. However, Mahiru didn't answer, only cleared his throat, and then calmed down and looked at Amane. "Just then, you wanted to protect me." "It's just that you happened to be there as well." "Even if you were not there, I would still block it." No, I don't mean it that way." In the physical education class just now, in order to cheer for the boys, the girls had stood near the net and the high-speed basketball was almost shot at the faces of the girls. The reason why he fell during class was because the ball flew to a place where the net could not catch it, and Amane desperately stopped it. Even so, Amane never thought of asking others to thank him and hoped that others would pretend as if nothing had happened. "I fell by myself." "Go ahead and laugh if you want. I wouldn't do that." "Thank you very much, but please don't be so careless. It couldn't be helped in that situation, right?" Turning around, he picked up the towel set beside him and wiped his face. With a helpless look in her eyes, he raised his head and looked at her, as if saying, "You don't need to help me, I am fine." "Although it was very cool, you have to show me where you fell when we get home, Amane-kun," Mahiru whispered to Amane as she left, as if she didn't intend to let him struggle on his own. Her voice could only be heard by Amane at that distance. Amane didn't nod his head, but looked away, and murmured, "It's troublesome," as if to escape her care and worry. Of course, it was impossible for Mahiru to leave him be. After returning home, Mahiru took off his shirt and dealt with his injuries. After that, Mahiru realized that she had forcibly taken off Amane's clothes and blushed furiously, refusing to look at Amane for a small while. Chapter 11. the impact the angel left behind. After the examination papers were returned and the results were announced, normal club activities resumed. For the second-year high school students like Amane, the only event they would have for the rest of the year would be the sports festival in around 3 weeks. They could breathe a sigh of relief after finishing their exams. Although there would still be remedial study sessions according to their grades, Amane had passed with flying colors and could relax. I don't have so much time to relax. Not only are there club activities, but I also have to practice for national tournaments. Yuta expressed his thoughts to Amane after school, and Amane smiled wryly. Yuta was known as the trump card of the track and field club for their grade. He was highly anticipated to lead them to victory by his coaches and consultants. In order to live up to the expectations of these people, he was always working tirelessly. Yuta once said that Amane was a self-denying person, but in Amane's eyes, Yuta was even more self-denying. Well, you've been preparing for these competition for a large part of your life. Although the competition is still quite far away. Well, I still have to shorten my time steadily, but I like to run. Even if I don't win, it doesn't matter because I'll have enjoyed myself. Is it really okay? I thought the track club activities were tiring. Fortunately, our club activities are not so Spartan. Our coach is not the kind of person who thinks that just running constantly will show good results. We combine working and resting, and take breaks when we need them. But when doing activities, we put all our energy into these club activities. Wow, I thought your club was more hardcore. Perseverance and motivation are of course necessary, but if we ran non-stop, I would have retired long ago. If I want to run anywhere, I want to do it at my own leisure. Shirakawa, Chitters, retired with this idea. Speaking of which, you and those two went to the same junior high school, right? Yep. Itsuki and Shirakawa at that time were much more rowdy than they are now. Amane had heard that Chitters' personality had changed a lot compared to when she attended junior high school. Like Yuta said, apparently they were worse when they were in junior high, but Amane found that hard to believe and couldn't imagine how they were back then. He only knew them as two people who were overly cheerful and good at reading and changing the atmosphere. Amane did not delve into topics that they did not want to mention. But now that Yuta was saying it, the two of them probably changed a lot from their past selves. The thought of "I want to know, but I am afraid of disturbing them" seemed to be written on Amane's face, and Yuta said flatly, "I won't tell you. Those two will surely tell you one day." Amane didn't intend to force them to speak, so he nodded obediently. Since Itsuki didn't ask about Amane's past, Amane didn't plan to explore their past until the two were willing to tell him about it. Anyways, running blindly will only cause you muscle soreness and maybe even heat stroke. Moreover, there are many different type of people that join the track and field club, so I feel comfortable staying in the club now. Yuta gave a surprisingly hearty smile, which made Amane feel amazed. Seeing Amane's reaction, Yuta seemed to feel slightly embarrassed, and his smile became a little sheepish. Okay, why are we talking about me? Forget about club activities. After all, it's a rest day. Kadoaki, you started talking about it first. Well, I was just responding to you. Let's go now. Seeing Yuta, who was clearly avoiding the subject, Amane quietly smiled, and the two of them walked out of the classroom together. Itsuki and Chitters seemed to be on a date to celebrate the end of the exams, so they left first. It just so happened that Yuta's club was taking a break that day, and the two decided to take this opportunity to go shopping. And this was why they got together to chat after school. Walking along the corridor, Amane saw the familiar linen color in front of him. It's rare for Mahiru to leave school so late, Amane thought. Upon closer inspection, she was holding a lot of documents in both hands. Shiina, what are you doing? Ah, it's Fujimiya and Kadoaki. It's rare that you guys haven't left yet, especially Fujimiya. Aren't you the same? What's going on with that? Amane pointed at the materials that Mahiru was holding with both hands, and a wry smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The teachers asked me to help bind the information about next month's sports festival with a stapler. I'm not very good at rejecting requests. Shiina, are you being treated as a messenger? Mahiru was deeply trusted by students and even teachers. Whether it was good or bad, They were always dependent on her. Amane had witnessed many others ask Mahiru for help, and it seemed to be the same this time. Because she was a talented woman but did not participate in the clubs, the teachers thought she had plenty of time and often asked her for help. However, if Mahiru wanted to maintain her goodwill, she would not refuse, and the teachers should be vaguely aware of this. I do have a lot of time to spare, and this can be done quite quickly. This is the last batch that needs to be moved to the empty classroom. I'll be done when I move them and bind them. What are the faculty and staff doing? No, it doesn't matter. This can be done in just over an hour. That just means they're being lazy and using you for more than an hour. Amane thought that making someone else do your work is irresponsible. However, Mahiru didn't seem to care much, or was used to it, and just frowned and smiled wryly. I will get home a bit later than usual today. Lately, it's been getting dark later, so I should be okay. Seeing that Mahiru didn't mind much, Amane sighed gently. Sorry Kadoaki. Can we change our appointment to next time? I think that would be for the best. It seems that they were thinking of the same thing. The two smiled knowingly at each other, and Amane casually took the documents from Mahiru's hands. Mahiru blinked multiple times, and there was a delay before she understood what the two were doing. She quickly grabbed Amane's clothes. Fujimiya, please return them to me. Where are these supposed to be? The empty classroom at the corner of the second floor. No, the teacher asked me to do it. It's going to be handed out to us later. There shouldn't be any confidential matters written in them. And it doesn't say that other people can't help, right? Yes, that's right. Kadoaki, please reason with him. Haha. Fujimiya, you sure you can carry it? I'll help move half of it. Okay. Mahiru deliberately showed her dissatisfaction. Amane smiled and gave him half. Mahiru seemed to know that it was useless to complain. Mahiru gave Amane a reproachful look, but Amane left nonchalantly. I don't want to take up both of your time. My time isn't occupied. Also, I used it voluntarily. This was just Amane's own proposition to help. To put it bluntly, it was to force her to accept his kindness. Instead of letting her work alone, Amane would rather do it. Yuta seemed to agree with Amane's idea and smiled calmly. Mahiru had no rebuttal. She looked at Amane with a little resentment, but Amane pretended not to notice. But Mahiru did not express resistance either. She only complained because she felt that she was troubling them. Baka. Hearing her cute curse, which was from her real side that was rarely shown at school, Amane and Yuta couldn't help but laugh. Just as the Angel Sama's mask was about to fall off, a voice was heard. Wow, not only does she suck up to the teachers, but she uses boys to do the work. How sly. Her scheming is really heavy. He didn't know where this conversation came from. Amane stopped walked. His body stiffened. He didn't turn his head, but just glanced around. But didn't see the girls that made those comments. They were probably hiding behind him in some shadow. Yuta stood there, still smiling. But Mahiru was not smiling. Yuta had told Amane before that he didn't like people who said bad things about others. He would definitely not forgive whoever spoke such words. Amane wanted to call out to them to defend her, but he knew that this would only make things worse. So he ignored the voices and glanced at Mahiru. Mahiru's expression was the same as usual, as if she didn't take them seriously. Her expression that hadn't changed at all seemed to say I'm used to this, leaving Amane feeling enraged. He couldn't help but stare at Mahiru. She seemed to notice his eyes and smiled gently. Thank you for your help. Let's finish this quickly. Hearing Mahiru's soft and worried tone, Amane and Yuta nodded and started walking. While working, Amane couldn't say anything. The slightly embarrassing atmosphere lasted until the end. When he returned home, Amane observed Mahiru's face, worried for her. Mahiru's expression was the same as usual, her beauty not affected by her negative emotions. On the contrary, Amane felt angry and was glaring harshly at nothing. Mahiru noticed Amane's gloomy look, and smiled wryly. Are you still angry about what happened at school? Of course I mind. Amane couldn't stop the anger in his heart for those who not only insulted others, but said them in the dark and deliberately made others hear it. Amane sat next to Mahiru, peeking at Mahiru's expression. his attitude making Mahiru also frown. I don't care that much myself. It's normal to have these kinds of things. Seeing that Mahiru simply accepted that she wasn't liked by some people left Amane a bit shaken. Precisely because he knew that Mahiru played the role of an angel, Amane was surprised that she didn't mind people like them, and his expression became stiff. Is that right? Of course. I can't be loved by everyone. Maybe it was because her hands had nothing to do. Mahiru lifted a strand of her hair with her hands, and wrapped the tips of it around his fingers as said that quietly. I know I'm somewhat likable, but I don't think everyone in the school will like me. It's just that there are more people who are kind to me that overwhelm those who hate me. Didn't Amane-kun also stay away from me at first? Yeah, I guess so. Amane himself, before he met Mahiru, only knew her from rumors. He did think that her ability and appearance were very good, but also thought they were exaggerated. As far as Amane was concerned, he was not very good at dealing with the angel. Every aspect she showed was too good, and he didn't know what she is thinking. She felt too inaccessible. Especially among the girls. There are some who pretend to be friendly on the surface but look at me enviously and slander me in private. The reason why they don't stand out is because most people think highly of me. It will cause their reputation to go down. Mahiru commented about herself indifferently and objectively, and talked about people who hated her. Amane did not know how to react. The world of the girls was different than his. They had different values, but also had interpersonal relationship between each other. Since Mahiru had said that, then there must have been people who were dissatisfied with Mahiru, and the voices he heard earlier confirmed this. Amane didn't know what to say. All he could do was worry about her. Realizing his emotions, Mahiru lowered her eyebrows and smiled. There's a lot less now. In the past, a certain percentage of people hated me, and I was used to it. Even if I try to reduce this percentage, it can never become zero. Aren't you uncomfortable though? If the other party says it out loud straight to me, then I will feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, no one has done it yet. I also feel that the ones who said they hated me today hate me not internally, but externally. For my status, I can't solve this kind of problem though, and I'm not going to do anything about these people. So resilient. If you don't look a little bit invincible, you can't act like this in school. Mahiru, who was stricter than anyone in this kind of thing, quietly closed her eyes, and let out a sigh. I know that objectively speaking, my appearance is more attractive than others. Of course there are some innate elements at play, but the effort I put into maintaining this appearance is quite large. I have spent much time and effort to create my current appearance, but still, some people feel unhappy about it. There was no exaggeration or ignorance in her words. Just pure self-confidence. It was true that Mahiru was naturally beautiful. However, Mahiru's beauty is not only inborn. Posture, demeanor, temperament, eyes and expressions, everything that made one look elegant and beautiful, was by no means something that could be done by innate aptitude alone. Amane believed that Mahiru was not only had an excellent exterior, but was great on the inside as well. Both intelligence and character contributed to making her look more beautiful. She was so bright, as if she could burn others, and even she herself seemed to be scorched by this light. Not everyone knows of the amount of effort that I put into these types of things. Those who only see the results may feel it to be unfair. But jealousy is human nature. Rumors will naturally spread around. I usually don't mind such rumors, but there is one thing that I need to deny. What I feel for Kadoaki is only the kindness of friends, and I don't like him as the opposite sex at all. The jealousy caused by this misunderstanding still gives me a headache. Besides, have I ever given a reason to believe that I like Kadoaki? He is excellent, and I do appreciate his personality. But what I think of him is not about love at all. Even just chatting with him spreads even more rumors. It's really troublesome. Mahiru appeared a little embarrassed, perhaps from speaking about love. Mahiru and Yuta, who have become some kind of idols in the school, were often mentioned together because of their different genders and equal level of excellence. In fact, the relationship between the two was actually quite weak. When Mahiru and Amane first met, they only knew that Yuta was a very popular person and knew nothing of his personality or such. They only started talking to Yuta when he approached Amane. Amane also didn't think that Mahiru, who treated Yuta as equally as anyone else, would have love for Yuta. In the eyes of people who liked Mahiru, they will think that you betrayed them. After all, if you took the initiative to show favor to one person especially, most of the boys would cry. In short, Kadoaki is not the type that I like. In terms of an objective evaluation, I know he is a handsome and kind man, but how should I put it? Because he is in a similar position as I consider him an acquaintance, or a friend. We may become closer, but it will certainly not develop into love. Indeed, on the surface, Mahiru and Kadoaki are inexplicably similar, although the contrast between his true personality and persona is not as great as yours. As his friendship with Yuta deepened, Amane learned that Yuta would try to meet the expectations of others, but not to the extent of Mahiru. Mahiru had to do this because of her family environment. The reasons and extent the two had were different and could not be generalized. It sounds like I have a dual personality. Is that bad? It can't be said that one is worse, but compared with the Angel Sama mode, your real appearance is more cute. At first, it looked cold and strict. Now, you're more frank, but also sometimes shy. You, Mahiru glared at him cutely. Who do you think made me shy? Well, I didn't mean to. Amane did not do it deliberately. She easily got shy when she praised her face. Mahiru usually worked very hard and exercised strict self-discipline. Amane knew this very well, so he would praise her frankly with as much passion and heart as possible. If this was what made her shy, then there was nothing he could do about it. It's more effective because it isn't intentional. I want to throw those words right back at you. What do you mean, Mahiru? You sometimes touch me unconsciously. Your body contact causes me to have headaches. Mahiru was even more surprised. Amane. When it came to making the other person bashful, Mahiru had more destructive power and did it more frequently. She often did these things without even knowing. For this reason, Amane's heart and reason were suffering every day. When she heard the word body contact, Mahiru's eyes widened even more. She blinked and took a deep breath, her lips trembling. The redness on her cheeks gradually spread across her face the more Amane stared at her. I didn't mean to do it. I mean, although sometimes it is intentional, most of the time it is not. I know, but you need to pay more attention. If a girl keeps doing this, it will surely cause misunderstandings. I only do this to Amane-kun. I know that too. That's why I said that. Although it was hard to tell whether Mahiru had special feelings for Amane, he also knew that Mahiru just wanted the best for him. But still, Mahiru's unconscious physical contact was so destructive to him that it was disturbing his daily life. Amane hoped that Mahiru could be more aware. Otherwise he would not be able to maintain his rationality. He turned his gaze towards Mahiru again, only to see her blushing and hitting Amane's upper arm lightly with her head. See, this is what I meant. This time, it's deliberate. What? Mahiru glared at him, her eyes wet from her embarrassment. The only thing he felt from it was admiration for her cuteness and purity. Amane didn't express these feelings that came of his heart. If he did, it might make her even more unhappy. Then, Mahiru cleared her throat and corrected her posture. Back to what we were talking about. Even if a portion of the girls hate me, I don't care. Trying to be liked by everyone is too unrealistic. Trying to fake a friendship with people you dislike will cause some issues and conflict, so I just have to accept that some people will dislike me. Amane once again realized that being popular was very difficult to deal with. Although it contradicts what I just said, I still act as a good student to everyone, trying to build myself up as a beloved angel as they call it. But recently, I've been thinking that it's enough. Enough? Hearing that Mahiru, who had tried so hard to put on a persona of an angel, say that it was enough, Amane couldn't help question her. A faint smile appeared on Mahiru's face. I feel that it doesn't matter if I'm not a perfect student anymore. For a long time, I've known that I couldn't be loved by everyone, but I wanted to win everyone's affection with my words and deeds. Now that I can find people that are willing to look at the true me, people that I have enjoyed being with, I feel that it's not bad to just be myself. Mahiru reminisces about her past. her eyes swaying slowly, a pure light shining in her caramel pupils. Amane-kun will always look at me, right? The light in her eyes washed over him, not burning, but calmly and softly covering him, full of warmth and love. Amane was stared at by these eyes full of emotion, causing him to swallow. Well, yeah, I will always. Then it's a promise. With Amane's affirmation, Mahiru's face bloomed into a smile that seemed to melt him. Her calm, warm eyes seemed to paralyze him. He couldn't move his eyes away and felt ashamed from looking at her clear smile. Amane felt the agitation from deep in his heart, while branding the smile of Mahiru in his eyes. So, I don't think I need to be so uptight. Although I don't plan to make any deliberate changes in school at the moment, I shouldn't take this matter too seriously. It doesn't matter if my image is ruined, because someone is willing to look at me and accept me. Is that so? Because Amane understood the real Mahiru, she felt relieved and content with only him. But faced with her expression, a sudden surge of joy and affection pierced Amane's heart, which made his chest hurt. However, Amane held it in, trying his best not to express it. Are you a little dissatisfied? Mahiru seemed to be aware of Amane's suffering, so she looked at Amane, her eyes worried and uneasy. No, I am very happy that Mahiru is thinking like that. It's just that I have some other thoughts in my head at the moment. So there is an issue? No, that I won't be angry. I don't think Amane-kun would say hurtful things. Mahiru's eyes were staring into him, as if she was telling Amane that he had no right to refuse. Amane struggled to find the words to explain it to her. If you spoke carelessly, his ridiculous and childish feelings would be exposed. If I say it, you won't laugh, right? Since there was no way to keep silent, Amane made the confirmation. After Mahiru nodded, Amane slightly looked away and spoke with embarrassment. About what you said just then, you wouldn't be so uptight in public, right? Yes. In other words, you might accidentally reveal your true personality, right? Having said this, Amane hesitated to continue speaking, but it was already too late. After taking a deep breath, he said with a trembling voice, when I think that Mahiru's true personality that only I really know of, how do I say it? It makes me feel a little complicated. The reason why he hesitated for a moment to continue was because Amane thought it was a childish reason. Whether it was Mahiru being willing to accept her true self, or that Mahiru broke the shell that had been suppressed for many years, or that Mahiru was willing to trust him with all her heart, everything made Amane happy. Under normal circumstances, Amane shouldn't be dissatisfied with the fact that Mahiru had the intent of showing off her true self to others. She always worked too hard and she was afraid of being lonely. Her exposing herself as an ordinary girl and being treated as such should make him happy, but the thought of her acting spoiled towards others left a bad taste in his mouth. She didn't even belong to him. Amane didn't have the right to have such feelings, but he couldn't stop these thoughts from forming in his mind. I know. I'm sorry. You will definitely think I am selfish or inexplicable now. Mahiru blinked blankly with wide eyes, looking at Amane who had pursed his mouth out of shame, embarrassment. Soon afterward, her lips slightly curled up. When Amane recovered, Mahiru had already begun to smile, her eyes warm and happy. Hey, you said you wouldn't laugh. Hee. I'm sorry. Seeing Mahiru apologize with a soft and innocent smile, his words stuck in his throat. Mahiru's expression and eyes were different from the smile just before. This one was full of pure joy and affection. Seeing that Amane was struggling to speak, she smiled even more and stared into Amane's eyes. Don't worry, other people can't see the same expression I have in front of Amane-kun. There is no reason for such an expression to be seen by people that I am not close with. Thank you. Amane breathed a sigh of relief, forcing his chest to calm down. Usually Amane could hide his expressions and feelings better, but once they were exposed, the things that he tried so hard to conceal emerged uncontrollably. Amane-kun is really cute. Amane forcefully bit the inner side of his cheek so that the muscles on his face would not express anything. At this moment, Mahiru suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and said with a light chuckle, "Stop calling boys cute." But it is the truth. That's even worse. Amane-kun is the one who should take care to not let other people see such a cute side. Why the word cute? How can a guy be cute? Amane could confidently say that he had stopped being cute the moment he hit his teenager years. From this point of view, it was difficult for him to accept her evaluation. In addition, from a male's point of view, it was embarrassing and unacceptable. Only children and women could regard cuteness as a compliment. For Amane, who did not pursue cuteness, could only think that the other party was teasing him. Amane frowned and protested with his eyes. Mahiru, not bothering to correct her evaluation of him, laughed softly. Everyone can be cute. A girl's cuteness describes one's appearance, though. I don't deny that the definition of cuteness from a girl is for one's appearance, but that's why I called Amane-kun very cute. Guys won't be happy to be praised as cute. The girl he liked praised him using the word cute, which did not make him happy. No, getting praised was a good thing in itself. But Amane felt that a man like him should not be judged as cute. Do you think I would be happy to say that I am cute? Amane wanted to ask, but felt that it would be useless to ask, because her calling him cute was not so much a compliment, but a simple evaluation. Amane pursed his lips and looked at Mahiru with dissatisfaction. She was still smiling happily. If it weren't for the love and compassion in her eyes, Amane might have already been pinching her cheeks. Why not handsome instead? Amane blurted out softly, and immediately regretted what he had just said because it had caused Mahiru to stare at him blankly. Can't you see how handsome I am? Such words made him seem arrogant. Sorry, I was wrong to ask for those kinds of words. Amane concluded, planning to look away, but Mahiru looked straight at him. You are handsome. The clear statement made Amane question his own mind and ears. Amane-kun is really cute, but he is also very handsome. In my opinion, he is more handsome than anyone else. You don't need to lie to make me feel better. That's rude. It would do me no good to lie to you. Everything I just said was from the bottom of my heart. That just means you haven't seen anyone better. Amane had the ambition to become more handsome, but at the moment he didn't feel handsome at all. Even if Mahiru praised him so much, he would feel suspicious of her, especially when she said that he was cute so many times before. He just couldn't truly believe her words. What is Amane-kun's definition of handsome? With soft A's, Mahiru looked at Amane, who frowned. In my mind, the handsomeness of a man is determined by his complete personality, including temperament, words and deeds, expressions and personality, etc., correct? Yeah, of course, from an objective standpoint, Amane-kun may not be a man who will fascinate everyone with only his appearance, but his facial features are all nice. And I just said that being handsome is not all about appearance. Amane-kun may not communicate well, but he is gentle and kind. While Amane pretends to be indifferent, he is actually warm-hearted and will lend a hand when he sees others struggling. Although he is cautious of others, he is a reliable person at critical moments. In general, Amane-kun is very handsome. Please show your confidence. Don't stop talking. I understand. I already understand, so please. Amane-kun, it's because you don't understand that I have to tell of your strengths so openly. Please stop talking. As Mahiru spoke with certainty, Amane was ashamed to death and kept groaning to himself. If she continued to praise him, Amane would be so ashamed that he might lock himself in his room. But he had no way to stop her relentless attacks. Amane struggled to stop Mahiru, who seriously praised him, and while taking deep breaths, trying to control his expressions, his face was probably as red as a ripe apple, an even darker shade than the day before. Amane had personally understood that Mahiru held a high opinion of him, but there was no need to voice it in such detail. It was bad for his heart. Moreover, the shame and joy from her compliments made Amane embarrassed and want to escape from her sight. His gaze kept swimming around the ceiling. He desperately tried to let the heat and shame that dominated his body escape. Mahiru's eyes widened. She then smiled happily. See? You are cute. Amane vaguely understood what Mahiru meant this time, and stared at Mahiru with flushed cheeks. I'll gag your mouth next time. With what? How else would I plug it? Of course, with my hand. That's not terrible at all. Mahiru did not waver at all, with a smile on her face, and gently stretched her hands out to Amane. Her cold fingers covered Amane's face, cooling down his hot cheeks. Mahiru gently turned Amane's face to herself and fixed her gaze on him. Even if you don't think it yourself, Amane-kun is very handsome to me. Don't worry, I see Amane-kun's positive traits. She gently praised Amane to his face. Just like the spring sunshine, a warm voice gently caressed Amane's heart. Amane took a breath, perhaps because her caramel-colored gaze carried warmth and kindness. No more feeling entranced by this warmth, Amane couldn't even groan and couldn't look away. As he felt Mahiru's emotions and begged her to stop with his eyes, Mahiru's smile suddenly softened. Cute. Hearing her sweet whispers, a sweet electric shock rushed to the back of his spine. After returning to his senses, Amane had already peeled Mahiru's slender fingers off his cheeks, pressed her against the back of the sofa, and pushed her face up with his spare hand. The distance between the two sides was only a few inches. He put his finger on Mahiru's lips, and then stared into her wavering eyes. Her caramel-colored eyes widened in surprise. Amane felt on edge, his heart threatening to betray him. Being looked at and incited by those eyes, he almost became irrational. Fortunately, he held onto a strand of reason. He dropped the hand that had been holding her face. How nice would life be if I could give in to my desires? Despite such thoughts, reason rang the belated alarm in his mind and restored him to reason. He thanked his own rationality for making that choice. Mahiru froze, staring at him expectantly with rosy cheeks. In the end, Mahiru was still like this. She didn't deal with unexpected situations well. Amane smiled lightly. Next time I might not be able to resist. Amane stepped back a little, then slowly put his lips to Mahiru's ear and whispered to her. Mahiru's body shook with embarrassment. Even Amane, who couldn't see her expression, could feel it. But Mahiru did not push away or reject him. Amane breathed a sigh of relief, and really separated from Mahiru this time. He wanted to see Mahiru's expression, but he was also shy, and once his eyes met Mahiru's, he stepped away from her. Because of his daring behavior, Amane felt some violent shame and got up from the sofa. Amane knew that his face exposed all his thoughts. As he was about to leave, he felt some resistance, as if he was being pulled. He looked back down, and the next moment there was a sweet smell passing past the tip of his nose. In the blink of an eye, flax-colored filaments drifted past his field of vision. Something soft and warm was pressed against his cheek. The footsteps were not brisk, they were more heavy, as if in a hurry. The feeling just now was like a phantom just disappeared from in front of his eyes. The sound of the door closing in the distance brought him back to reality. Amane put his hand on his cheek that had just been kissed. Wah! There was of course no one to respond to this mutter. Feeling lost and confused, Amane sat on the sofa and stared blankly at the corridor where Mahiru had just disappeared to. Afterward, Mahiru never went back to Amane's home. Chapter 12, Pretending to be unseen, pretending to be unknown. What touched my face? After that, Mahiru didn't return to Amane's home. So the next day came. Amane woke up feeling drowsy. To be precise, his mind was filled with Mahiru's action from the previous day which had kept him up at night. The soft thing touched his cheek had happened in an instant. He even questioned himself, wondering if he was delusional. The feeling on his face gave Amane a rough guess of what she did, but his mind couldn't fully grasp what had happened. Even if it was just on the face, who would have thought that Mahiru would actually kiss him? Why? Generally speaking, kissing was an act done by lovers. From this point of view, her actions were an expression of her love. There was usually always a way to find excuses, but this was different. Although it is on the cheek, she kissed him sincerely. Amane knew that she liked himself to a certain extent and treated him differently than others. However, when this level of affection was displayed in front of him, Amane was more confused than happy. Does she like me? He hadn't even shown any of his good traits yet. If anything, all he showed was that he was decadent. He didn't know what he could have possibly done to make Mahiru like him. After all, wasn't it too ambitious to think that she liked him in the first place? Negative thoughts circled back and forth in his head, hindering his ability to think properly. During class, Amane felt very tired, but he tried his best to not show it. Sheena and Amane occasionally caught each other's gazes, and then both of them looked away, their faces red. Did you have a quarrel with her? Amane kept looking towards Mahiru nervously, and the intuitive Itsuki seemed to notice the strange sense of distance between Amane and the Mahiru, and asked him during lunch. Chiters and Mahiru did join them today, so the three boys were eating alone. What? Fujimiya, you guys quarreled? No. Well, not a quarrel. Well, a lot of things happened. It was extremely difficult to say the words. I attempted to kiss her and got kissed. Itsuki did not hide his dumbfounded gaze and stared at him as if saying, you should quickly explain it from beginning to end, and Amane avoided his gaze. Anyway, something happened. How should I put it? We both care a little about each other. Damn it, dude. When are you going to stop being so timid? You're so annoying. Well, Fujimiya is a prudent person, so he wouldn't dare to chase without conclusive evidence. That's called timid. The two of them probably didn't know what had happened, but they were sure that Amane was being timid again. If I'm confident that she likes me, I wouldn't be struggling this hard. If I had more masculinity, I would have the confidence and reason as to why she would like me. Let me say that Fujimiya is good in most aspects. It's just your low self-esteem. Kadoaki, you are literally the best in all aspects. It sounds like mockery when you say it. If Amane was like Yuta, with ideal manners and was handsome in appearance, it wouldn't be so hard to accept the fact that Mahiru had affection for him. He could frankly think of Mahiru's affection for him as love, and he could express his affection to her without feeling burdened. Amane knew that Mahiru said that he was handsome because of his sincerity, but objective handsomeness and subjective handsomeness were two different things. The most important thing was, of course, Mahiru's subjectivity, but his objective handsomeness also needed some training. Well, I'm not jealous, but I just think that if I could be more like Kadoaki, I could be more confident. The reason why Amane was so diligent and wary was because he didn't have any prospects that he could be confident in, so he didn't dare to seek her answer. You could rush forward confidently right now. You are already good enough. Self-confidence is not something that you are born with. Amane was working hard to increase his self-confidence. In terms of education, Amane was determined to make progress, and currently intended to remain in the top 10 in the future. Fortunately, Amane's memory and learning ability were pretty good, and it didn't take much effort to maintain his grades. The only thing he needed to do was to raise his grades to an acceptable range and then maintain them. The problem was in his athletic ability. If Amane had Yuta's superb athletic ability, then it would be fine. However, his ability was only average. In order to improve his appearance and increase his morale, Amane decided to exercise, but only improving his figure did not help with his sports ability. If he could get better at sports, then for the sports festival next month, Amane would be able to perform better. Even if this didn't happen, I would still try my best, so don't push me too much. It's okay for Fujimiya to say that, but we are not in a hurry. It is Mahiru that is in a hurry. That's right. Then the Kikomane Association needs to find a time to gather. Really? Why did you guys even make such a group? Amane's face twitched. He hadn't expected that they would actually make this group. Yuta smiled awkwardly. We are just cheering for you, and shrugged. As a result of her actions, Amane was constantly worrying about what Mahiru's kiss meant. When he returned home and waited for her to arrive, he felt more and more nervous for her answer. Amane had sent a message, asking if she would come to, which she replied yes to. Amane sat on the sofa, feeling a tension in his body that he had never felt before. He wanted to roll on the sofa, his heart and stomach starting to burn. The ticking clock sounded extraordinarily loud to him. Suddenly, he heard the door unlocking. His body shook violently. Amane desperately held his arms to suppress his shaking. If he was not calm enough, Amane was afraid that Mahiru would also be unable to calm down. If that were to happen, they would make no progress with their conversation. Amane took a few deep breaths and waited for her to approach him. A shadow fell over him. Amane raised his head hesitantly, and found that Mahiru, who had changed into casual clothes, was the same as usual. No, she was standing there with a blush on her face, her eyes wandering. Sorry, I left before eating yesterday. No, it's okay, I don't mind that. After Amane responded stiffly and looked towards Mahiru, She sat by Amane's side, her movements also stiff like a machine. Normally she would sit in within reach of him, but this time, she sat in the corner, holding cushion to her chest, looking very troubled. The body temperature that he had gradually become accustomed to was lost. Amane felt lonely and at the same time was relieved. The reason for this is probably because of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, about that incident. After a moment of silence, Amane hesitated to mention the topic that had been on his mind. Then he saw a wave of flaxen hair shake. That is to say, Mahiru, why did you do that? Amane knew that he was being very vague, but he couldn't muster the courage to ask what he really wanted to know the answer to, so he asked in an indirect way. Faced with Amane's cautious question, Mahiru tightened her lips and looked at Amane. They shook and showed a little dissatisfaction in them. Then she slowly opened her pursed lips. It was impulsive, or in other words, revenge. Revenge? Didn't Amane do that to me first? No, that's not true. Amane only made an attempt. But Mahiru actually did the deed. There was a clear difference, yet Amane hesitated to point this out. If he did, Mahiru might run away in embarrassment. Then I have the right to do this too, right? Even if it's just on the cheek. Was it really okay to kiss me? If only he was brave enough to ask her directly, it would save him so much trouble. However, one thing was certain. Mahiru was not shy about what Amane intended to do, and thought that it was okay to take the initiative to bring them together. The only question he had was what kind of feelings she had when she kissed him. It was not impossible to guess this question's answer, but he was afraid of getting it wrong, so he didn't decide upon an answer. Amane simply wanted to scream at himself for being a coward. He then looked at Mahiru's, only to be glared at by her wet eyes and reddish cheeks. What's wrong? Nothing. After her brief reply, Amane turned his face away in order to move Mahiru out of his field of vision, desperately wishing for his heart to calm down. Chapter 13, Preparations for the Sports Festival and New Friends. I'm on the red team. Seeing that the teams for the sports festival next month were posted, Chitose expressed her regret. Itsuki was assigned to the white group, and the two were separated. How good would it be if the groups were based on our last names? But you would still be on separate teams, right? Itsuki's surname was Akazawa and Chitose's surname was Shirakawa. Is that so? This is such a tragedy. A forbidden love. Enemies on the surface but lovers at heart. Amane made no attempt to hide his dumbfounded expression as watched the two pretended to lament and show affection to each other, and then looked at the paper with groupings written on it. Amane and Yuta were also in the red group with Chitose. Itsuki and Mahiru were assigned to the white group. Although Yuta was the track and field club's trump card and was on the red team, most of the members of the sports club were on the opposing side. Amane didn't care about winning or losing, but he was a little worried about whether his team would get completely destroyed in front of Mahiru. What events do you plan to participate in? After finishing messing around with Chitose, Itsuki walked over to talk to Amane. He and Chitose were both executive members of the group that were helping organize the sports festival. Although Itsuki was good at enlivening the atmosphere of the class and such a position was very suitable for his characteristics, Amane did not like trouble, so he was very curious as to what he could sign up for it. What are the events? You can choose from sprints, various relay races, obstacle races, borrowed races, two-person three-legged, pitching, and tug-of-war. You didn't participate in clubs this year, so club relays should have nothing to do with you. Pitching is good. Such an unsurprising choice. You have to choose at least two? Then pitching and the borrowing race. Amane didn't want to lose face in front of Mahiru. Relay races and sprints were both places where members of sports clubs shined. As for the two-person three-legged race, Itsuki was on the enemy's side so Amane couldn't team up with him. Although Yuta was also an option, Amane didn't feel that he could keep up with the speed of someone as athletic as him. I just chose the ones that can't go wrong, Amane whispered, causing Itsuki to smile wryly. The ones you choose are really inconspicuous. No. It might be very conspicuous depending on what you get for the borrowing race. After all, I don't run very fast, so I'd rather not compete with any of the sports club members. That's just like you. Amane wanted to avoid any head-on conflicts with the sports club. Participating in the events that required little to no athleticism was the safest, although it was inevitable that there would be an intense competition during the cavalry competition. Although Amane had a particularly good relationship with Itsuki and Yuta in his class, he did not interact much with any other boys. Maybe Yuta's team would take in Amane out of sympathy. Even so, he still felt that there would be a subtle sense of alienation. For the cavalry race, it was normal for friends who had good relationships with each other to form a team. Due to his indifference towards the sports festival, he knew that others would be troubled to have him on their team due to his mood and aura. They should be fine. Who? Yuta, Kazuo, and Makoto look like they want to team up with you. Over there, Amane looked in the direction Itsuki was pointing. There were 3 boys waving at Amane, one of which was Yuta, and the other 2 were people who Amane had never spoken to. Amane still knew them from some rumors. The 2 had a good relationship with Yuta. Yuta smiled heartily and said, "I hope you and my friends can get along well," and he seemed to be referring to them. Whenever he was not with Amane and Itsuki, he seemed to hang around them. "Hey, Fujimiya, come join our team from the cavalry race." From the center of the group, Yuta shouted to Amane with a cheerful smile as always. Amane felt a little confused, and Itsuki pushed Amane from behind saying, "Go on." After Amane leaned forward with some hesitation, he was then greeted again by Yuta with a smile. "Fujimiya hasn't joined a team yet? I hope you can join ours if it's convenient for you." "I'm fine with it, but are you two okay with it?" "Yep. Yuta and Kazuya are both taller than average, so in terms of height, you are the closest to them." So that's why. If there was a gap between their steeds' heights, then it would be difficult for the group to move well. Because of this, there was a high probability that Kyuju would be the rider. Amane was decently tall, so there was not much of a difference between him, Yuta and Kazuya. Although speaking of physique alone, Amane was very thin and weak, and was not as strong and flexible as they were. "Is this really okay, Aragi?" "Of course. I originally called you for your height, but I also heard that you have a good relationship with Yuta, so I'm also curious about that." "Don't worry, Fujimiya is a good person. Yuta is very good with who he hangs out with. I'm not skeptical about that. If I want to have a good relationship with someone, I need to get along with this person on my own." Hearing his logic that made sense, Amane smiled dryly, and Kazuya stared at him intently. This look made Amane feel uncomfortable, but he was someone who had suddenly joined their circle of friends, so it was only natural for Aragi to try to figure him out. "Anyway, please take care of me." Seeing that Kazuya was smiling slightly towards him, Amane felt that at the very least he wasn't a terrible person. Amane also smiled and said likewise, "Please take care of me." "Fujimiya, I have a question for you. Do you happen to have a good relationship with Shiina?" In a fast food restaurant, Yuta led a simple group meeting to introduce the members to each other. At the meeting, Kyuju quietly ate the chicken nuggets, and then asked this question as if he had just suddenly remembered it. Hearing the question, Amane kept his expression calm as much as possible and filled his mouth with French fries. In order to have better synergy for the cavalry battle, Yuta suggested that they get to know each other better, so the 4 of them went to a fast food restaurant together. Amane didn't expect that Kyuju, who barely knew him, would ask such a question. He glanced at Yuta and saw his expression as if he was saying, "I didn't say anything." It seemed that this question was purely based off of his observations. Amane thought he had done well to hide their relationship. "Why do you think so?" "Counting Yuta, the 5 of you often talk with each other, but I always feel that Shiina's attitude towards you is different from that of Itsuki or Yuta." "Really? I didn't notice it at all." Kazuya looked at Amane unexpectedly. His eyes widened, as if he was surprised. "I don't think other people notice it. They just glare at you with envy." "That's terrible." "Seeing that you aren't denying it, I'm right." Amane desperately looked at Yuta, wondering how to answer him. Yuta looked back at Amane as if everything was fine. He seemed to trust them. Kyuju seemed to be convinced of this fact, but Amane didn't wish to affirm it, afraid that he would spread it. However, Yuta had good judgment for people. Besides, Makoto's question was not asking for any details. It was more like he was trying to understand him. There was no malice in his question. "If I had to say, I think we have what you could consider a good relationship. It looks like Sheena is taking care of you. Does it really look like that?" Vaguely. His observation power was really scary. "It's just because I live close to her, and have had the opportunity to talk to her before. From then on our relationship has improved." Speaking a little part of the truth would better prevent the other party from being suspicious and increase the credibility of their friendship. "Could it be around our sophomore year?" "Yeah. We started communicating with each other early during our sophomore year." Of course, Amane couldn't tell them that Mahiru was his neighbor, and that she came to his house to cook every day. Besides, it sounded too unrealistic, so he simply mentioned a part of the truth. After hearing Amane's explanation, Makoto looked at Yuta and asked, "Did Yuta know?" Now that the person himself had affirmed it, Yuta had nothing to hide, so he nodded and Makoto sighed slightly. "Yuta, you have been hiding this from us?" "Of course. How could I deliberately do things that others would hate? If Fujimiya doesn't say it, I won't either." Kadoaki's integrity sure is a virtue. Yuta grinned at his praise, but his head tilted slightly. His expression reflected his attitude as if he was saying, "Why are you complimenting for something so natural?" Although Amane felt that it was somewhat betraying to keep secrets from close friends, the fact that Kadoaki was a good person would not change. Kazuya was known for being serious and upright in a different way than Yuta. He was very observative and respectful to others. There would be no issues if Amane wished to befriend him. "So as long as I don't tell others, it's all good, right?" "Kazuya, you don't seem to like lying. I think you'd be better off pretending not to know." Even then, if someone suspects that the two have a good relationship, they would ask Itsuki or Yuta, not you. "That's true." Yuta smiled softly and Amane also felt relieved. "Well, thank you so much for doing this. I don't want to cause trouble further either." Amane himself also hoped to keep it secret. Since they didn't plan to say it, he could only thank them. She probably doesn't want others to point fingers at her relationships. "I hope you guys can keep it a secret. It's for her own good. If others were to know," Amane knew that he would be harassed for it, and he was psychologically prepared for it. However, there would surely be someone who would ask Mahiru, why someone like Fujimiya. In the eyes of his fellow students, Mahiru was special, even if she did not live high in the clouds. If nobles communicated with commoners, they would be criticized by people around them, and these voices would undoubtedly reach Mahiru. Although there was nothing wrong with that type of question, Amane was afraid that it would make Mahiru unhappy. She had the right to choose whom she gets along with. And, although it was only speculation, Amane felt that if he was slandered, Mahiru would be angry for his sake. Amane didn't want to disturb Mahiru's life, so he wanted to hide their relationship as much as possible. "But I feel that Mahiru wants to make our relationship public." Amane knew that the distance between the two of them was gradually shortening recently, but for the time being, he regarded this as his own delusions. What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing, I just understand your situation a bit." "She really has it hard." Kyuju looked at Amane as if he was troubled, but there were dumbfounded elements mixed into his expression which left Amane a little confused. "Yuta, does this mean?" "That's correct. What's wrong?" "What are you talking about? I guess you don't understand. Don't mind us," Kyuju said so simply, and Kazuya smiled. He didn't seem to be in a bad mood. Yuta and Makoto nodded repeatedly with a look of understanding. Amane didn't know what the two of them were thinking, and showed a puzzled expression while eating fries. "About the sports festival, which events did Mahiru sign up for?" After dinner, Amane asked this. She was taking ice cream out of the refrigerator and putting the leftovers from their dinner in a lunchbox. It was a few days after the kissing commotion. The atmosphere had calmed down, but the subtle stiffness had not completely disappeared. The two sides would involuntarily be aware of the other. Their sense of distance was no longer be the same as before. If the two were sitting together, but they would take care not to touch each other. It was the same for dinner today. There was a little stiffness in their daily interactions. Although it was not embarrassing, the two were obviously aware of each other. After putting the leftovers into the lunchbox, Mahiru handed it to Amane. at the same time looked upwards at him, as if reminiscing. "Well, I am doing the relay race and the borrowing race." "Oh, that's somewhat like mine. I signed up for pitching and the borrowing race." Although Amane did not know if he would actually get the event, but the pitching event was not popular and Amane thought that he had a decent chance of entering it. Whether he would get the borrowing race or not was a bit harder to predict, but his third choice was the obstacle race, so even if he got that event, Amane would be fine. Obstacle races did not rely purely on leg strength. It also relied on balance and flexibility. Even if Amane's running speed was only average, he shouldn't injure his team too badly. Amane-kun doesn't plan to exercise at all. "I'm not good at sports, just let the professionals do their thing." I remember that Amane-kun's sports performance is average though. It barely meets the requirement. That's it. If his physical ability was better, Amane would probably be more active, but unfortunately he was not very good at sports. Although his athletic level was not fatally bad, it was not good either and could only be called average at best. Amane was different than Yuto and Mahiru, who have both worked hard and hid their talents. For him, becoming like them was an unattainable dream. Amane-kun hates the sports festivals, right? "Well, I don't hate sports. I just don't like being forced to exercise. If I can exercise freely, I enjoy it." As the two returned to the sofa in the living room, Amane recalled his painful experience from the last winter marathon. Amane was not physically weak. He could run the distance required for class, but to be honest, he felt that it was boring to run a specified distance with time constraints. Amane would feel more comfortable if he finished the goal at his own speed. Seeing Amane remove the lid of the ice cream with a frowning expression, Mahiru smiled wryly. "It's not that I don't understand that. After all, I don't like others to force myself either." Right. Therefore, although Amane planned to work hard, he intended to exert his strength moderately. Although, if the event he signed up for was given to him, he wouldn't have to work much in the first place. It's a pity that I can't see Amane-kun's performance. Don't worry, I will do my best for pitching. Probably I'll look forward to it. Well, the event isn't that remarkable and it's a team-based game, so Amane didn't understand why events such as pitching even existed. Nowadays, some high schools have abolished this event, but it still existed in their school. This may be to cater to the baseball club, but on the other hand, when it came to pitching, it lacked much tension and competitiveness. Amane-kun is quite accurate at throwing things. You scored goals in the previous gym class, and you don't miss often when you throw paper into the trash, although it's because of your laziness," Mahiru added in a low voice, causing Amane to smile. "What can I say? Laziness is good sometimes. I haven't missed that many times anyway. It doesn't matter." In short, Amane-kun is indeed quite accurate. "I'm pretty good at throwing, as well as darts. My mother often took me to play them at festivals." Amane's family trips often involved a wide range of activities, from outdoor sports such as camping and rafting, to indoor places such as darts, bowling, and game halls. Amane was taken to various places by his mother, earning him a random skill set. However, it came in handy sometimes, so it could not be called completely useless. Has Amane-kun received some kind of talent education? In terms of playing, I guess you could say that Shihoko-san is also good in a sense. Mahiru's tone was that of a quiet and wishful sigh. However, Amane, who had been dragged everywhere, didn't recommend it, but still, his gratitude towards Shihoko was genuine. First of all, Shihoko allowed Amane to accumulate a lot of experience in such games. Even in junior high school, when Amane was down, she treated Amane well. Thanks to this, Amane didn't become a delinquent. That being said, he still hoped that Shihoko would not drag him to so many places, causing him to feel exhausted. After all, it's a team event. I don't think I will stand out much. I will still try my best, although I don't have much interest in it. After summing it up in this way, Amane inserted a spoon into the ice cream that had partly melted and brought it to his mouth. The ice cream he was holding was produced by some famous high-end chocolate company and was only available in certain convenience stores. The taste was rich with cocoa and tasted more bitter than sweet. This kind of ice cream was relatively expensive and the market, Therefore, Amane planned to savor it, one bite at a time. Is the sports festival really that annoying? Depends. The weather is quite hot. It will definitely be annoying to spend a long time outside wearing a gym suit. Even if we have a tent. That's right. Please don't work so hard, okay? I will work hard with moderation. Although Mahiru's mouth was pouting, her eyes were fixed on his spoon on the ice cream to be precise, and Amane couldn't help but laugh. Amane thought that it would be nice to buy more later for Mahiru. He tried to hold his spoon in front of Mahiru, and her eyes sparkled. So cute. Amane secretly smiled, and after putting the spoon to Mahiru's lips, Mahiru unceremoniously put the spoon in her mouth, like a kitten being fed by her owner's hands. Her eyes narrowed into thin lines. Ice cream probably tasted delicious to her. You could tell from her expression. Like Amane, her tongue was more sensitive than ordinary people and could accurately judge the taste of the foods she ate. This is pretty expensive, right? You can tell? It's better to tell by looking at the packaging, but even then, it's more delicious than normal. Really? Here. Amane handed out a scoop of ice cream again, and Mahiru opened her mouth to eat it, with a satisfied smile on her face. Her expression melted more openly than ice cream left at room temperature, allowing the heat in her body to slowly flow into her cheeks. Not good. Stop these bad thoughts. You're just feeding her. Amane originally planned to maintain a normal sense of distance with Mahiru, but he didn't expect it to shorten so much in an instant. Generally speaking, being fed by a man that you were not in a relationship with is not something to be happy about. Yet she still showed him this defenseless and joyous expression. Mahiru, you can have it all. Why? I'm going to make myself some coffee so I won't finish it. Here. Amane gave Mahiru the cup of ice cream with a spoon and fled to the kitchen, then stuffed filter paper and coffee beans into the coffee machine, desperate to clear his mind of her smile. Chapter 14, Say Goodbye to the Once Weak Self. Early June, the sweat season as people call it, was gradually approaching, and Amane's school held a sports festival during this time. Compared to the kind of sports games in elementary school and junior high, the atmosphere of the high school sports festivals were more competitive, and almost no parents came to watch. Sports festivals were one of the few activities that students were still enthusiastic about, especially the students in sports clubs. Maybe they felt that this event allowed them to show off to others. On the contrary, students in cultural clubs had very little interest. Those that did not participate in any clubs mostly belonged to the latter group. So tiring. The student who said this was in the same tent as Amane. Hearing him say this, Amane secretly smiled dryly to himself. Since he would be alienated by the sports clubs for showing any resentment for the event, Amane didn't show his dissatisfaction and pretended not to hear it. Fortunately, Amane got all the events he wanted, so he didn't need to participate in any of the extremely physical activities. Still, all the boys must participate in a cavalry battle. Fujimiya doesn't seem to hate it. I thought you would dislike it more. Yuta, who was also in the red group tent, looked at Amane's face in surprise. I wanted to exercise anyway, and I'm not doing much, so it's not that bothersome. Even so, I still think it's easier to study. How rare. Fujimiya is good at learning, but he isn't that great in terms of physical ability. Amane couldn't deny Aragi words, who was listening into their conversation from beside him, showing a smile. After all, this was a fact, and Amane did not wish to lie. However, being pointed out about this made him feel complicated. Of course, Amane was very grateful for the excellent evaluation on his ability to learn, but he couldn't help but have a longing for a great physical evaluation as well. I'm now exercising according to Kado Aki's teachings. Should I do more then? Well, we use a system that is more for athletes. If it's just light exercise like the one Fujimiya is doing, I think it's good enough as it is. If my home was closer, I would jog with Fujimiya. How could I possibly keep up with your speed and physical strength? Yuta, did you forget that I ran with you last time and almost died? You are not jogging, you are full-on sprinting. Kyuju seemed to have been jogged with Yuta before, and showed an exhausted expression. Kyuju was not a member of a sports club, but a cultural club, the astronomy club to be exact. He had a slender build and was not only small, but his skin was also pure white. So he didn't look like the type to exercise much. Even so, even with a slender body, Mahiru could do all kinds of sports, so people truly could not be generalized. No, I think Fujimiya can bear with me. When we did the marathon, you weren't that tired when you finished. I was doing some fitness training. I try my best to prevent my body from becoming so weak that it fails me as I grow old, but it's not comparable to people who actively engage in sports. Only you would think about the future so early. Fujimiya is really weird. I know. Should I say you are simply planning ahead? Are you complimenting me? Iragi was an upright and honest person, and spoke in a very straightforward fashion. His straightforwardness and bluntness were things that Amane noticed when he first met him. Kazuya, I think he is complimenting you, probably. Thank you then. You are welcome. What is this conversation even about? Kyuju made no effort to hide his dumbfounded eyes, but there was no ridicule in it, just simple confusion. There was also a hint of comfort in his expression. It seemed that Amane was slowly being accepted. Forget it, Kazuya has always been too natural for us. I don't think I'm that natural. Haha, it's okay. You don't need to worry about it. Just keep being you. Well, all right then. Kazuya accepted it easily, and didn't ask any more questions. Amane whispered, is this really okay? At the same time, he looked at the field. On the track, the players were sprinting. Judging from the length of the track, it was a 100-meter run. The first batch had already taken off, and the second batch had started to line up. The second group seemed to be a team of girls. Among them was a familiar girl with brownish red hair. I don't think she's in the track and field club, but Chitaz is on the track. Does she run fast? Well, you'll see. Shirakawa in junior high was the trump card of the track and field club. Wow, really? Yeah. But she didn't join the club in high school, saying that it was troublesome to have disputes with the seniors in the club. Do I have to tell her not to cause trouble to others? No, that. There is a reason. In short, she had learned a lesson, or rather, she is tired. Tired? There were a lot of twists and turns in the relationship between Shirakawa and Itsuki. How should I put it? There was a senior in the track club who liked Itsuki, and Shirakawa's performance in running was better than that of this senior. Simply put, they had a bad relationship. Ah, I get it. Now, the two were recognized throughout the whole school, but Amane heard from Chitaz that before they started dating, Itsuki had been aggressively chasing Chitaz. It was said that Chitaz's personality was a little colder than it was now, and it took Itsuki a long time before finally being able to socialize with her. If the club senior liked Itsuki, it was not difficult to imagine that there would be a dispute. Because of this, she didn't join the club. However, she still likes to run. You can often see her run on holidays and off days. Yuta smiled and added, after all, our homes are close, and then looked at Chitaz, who was in a squatting starting position. Even if Amane was an amateur, he could see that Chitaz's posture was superb. Even from this distance, you could see that her expression was not like her usual nonsense, carefree smile, but a serious and stern expression. The starting gun rang out. At this moment, Chitaz was the fastest to react. She rushed out in a posture that anyone would find professional, running like the wind, even throwing off the club members from the track and field club. Her soft hair was thrown back, her body pushed forward. She reached the finish line far before any of the other contestants. Chitaz's face broke into a smile after she crossed the finish line, throwing her serious facade away. After finishing the race, Chitaz took the first-placed flag and looked at the red group. That is, looked at Amane's side and smiled cheerfully. Her appearance of waving the flag violently with satisfaction was inspiring. After returning from the 100-meter run, Chitaz proudly stood up. I'm back. Did you see me? I saw it. So fast. Wow, thank you Tilda. Yes. Shirakawa looks very comfortable in running. Chitaz was in a great mood after being praised by two members of the track and field club. Amane also praised her. Nice. You ran so fast. In fact, she ran faster than he could imagine, leaving him shocked. But Chitaz didn't have any kind of imposing aura and just smiled and said, thanks. It was Chitters after all. This feeling of nearly no tension was completely different than when she was running. Amane also felt relieved, showing a relaxed smile. Speaking of which, Shirakawa is as fast as ever. After all, I practice quite a bit, although I was much faster back when I was in the club. It seemed that Chitters' junior high school time was even quicker than now, which was really amazing. She had high athletic capabilities. As an ordinary person, Amane felt extremely envious. Although Kazuya seemed to be from the same junior high school as Yuta, he was still surprised that Chitters did not join the track and field club. I've been thinking, how can you be so fast? Is it because of the small surface area you have? Does it reduce air resistance? What exactly do you mean by surface huh? I mean height? Kazuya looked at Chitters with innocent eyes, as if saying, what else could it be? Chitters frowned. Her expression was not so much angry as she was ashamed of herself. She must have thought that Iragi was talking about her breasts. By the way, although Chitters was not as small as Mahiru, she couldn't be considered tall either. Based on the average height of a girl, she was considered decently tall, but compared to other athletes, she was on the shorter side. In addition, she was also slender and slim. Perhaps because of this, Kazuya was surprised at her speed. Judging from his attitude, he didn't have any other meaning behind his words. So, this was a complete misunderstanding by Chitters. You really made a shame out of yourself, huh? Shut up, Kyuchu, you're so noisy. Chitters blushed and looked at the floor. Amane showed a soft smile and looked away as to not let her discover it. The only events that Amane would participate in were the pitching and borrowing races, plus the cavalry riding competitions that all the boys had to participate in. Some students were full of enthusiasm and applied for more than 2 events, but Amane was not so invested into the sports festival, so he only signed up for 2 events. He had already finished the pitching event. It was a kind of competition that didn't get very heated. To put it bluntly, it's just throwing a ball into a high-hanging basket. Although points were based on how many shots you made, there were a lot of balls, so there was no need to compete, and the whole game was peaceful from beginning to end. Before he played, Chitters asked him to show them a great performance. The problem was that there was nothing to show in pitching. Pitching was simply picking up a few balls, letting them roll to one place, collecting them, and then throwing them. The repetition of such a boring task did not attract attention. The only thing worth mentioning was that they scored more goals than the white team. This is probably due to the accuracy of their shots, plus the fact that their balls were gathered in one place. Come on, Amane, you really only picked the inconspicuous events, huh? Too noisy. It's about time for your shift. Don't you need to go? Yes. Chitters looked at her schedule and mumbled, the executive committee is really busy, and walked towards the main tent. Amane thought to himself, why did you sign up for it then? But he kept silent in fear of getting punched. While looking at the back of Chitters trotting away, he browsed the schedule posted on the tent walls. There were only a few events left before their lunch break, which also included the borrowing race. After these events finished, and after their lunch break, they had the afternoon events. After the borrowing race was over, Amane only had the horseback riding in the afternoon. By the way, why is Chitters in charge of the borrowing race? The schedule showed that Chitters was responsible for the next event, and that the referee for the borrowed race would be her. Amane felt a foreboding feeling wash over him. He didn't know who thought of putting Chitters in this position, but it scared him for some reason. Amane's mood became a little heavy, but he still walked towards the next event, which was the borrowing race. Mahiru seemed to have joined this event too, and was standing there quietly. He had nothing to say to her, so Amane did not speak. When Mahiru met his eyes, she smiled faintly and nodded towards Amane. Although the two kept their distance as ordinary people outside, Amane still felt his heart jump up a bit when he saw Mahiru's smile. Amane greeted Mahiru with a blank face, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Chitters, who was responsible for the operation of this event, looked at the two knowingly, and then called out to the rest of the participants. When it was time for the borrowing race, the players followed the instructions of the person in charge, Chitters, and entered the field. A large number of folded papers were scattered around. Basically, You would pick up a slip of paper and bring the items according to the words written inside it. The borrowing race was much different from the other events. It was more of a casual event, with the purpose of enjoying the borrowing process. However, depending on the topic you got, you could also be exposed and singled out. Amane needed to be careful. Competitors, please stand at the starting line. Chitters used the microphone to give clear instructions. As long as she didn't cause any issues intentionally, she was suitable as a host. Not only was she bright in character, she was good at perceiving the atmosphere and the situation. Also, her voice was very clear, not too sharp, easy to hear, and enough to gather attention. Since all the students and staff of the school were watching, Chitters did not commit any mischief, and gave the signal to get ready. However, the starting gun was held by another boy who was in charge, and Chitters was only in charge of the countdown. After Chitters yelled out the "Get Set" command, there was a bang from the starting gun. Although the sound of the gunshot was unkind to his heart, Amane calmly jogged towards the place where the paper were placed. The fast runners had already unfolded their paper, browsing the topics inside. Amane followed them and picked up a folded piece of paper to confirm the contents. A few words were neatly written on the paper. A person you think is beautiful. The subject he had to borrow was not an object, but a person. Amane wanted to complain to who came up with the themes. Fortunately, the topic was not the most difficult type. At least it wasn't only his favorite. So Amane only needed to bring an objectively beautiful person. In other words, he just needed to bring a well-known beauty, Mahiru. After Mahiru borrowed something, he could cross the finish line with her. Although it might be conspicuous to walk with Mahiru, he had a valid excuse. After everyone knew the subject, they should understand that she was the appropriate choice. Amane thought this, and was about to find Mahiru, who was probably also picking up pieces of paper. But before he could, someone grabbed his t-shirt from the side. To be precise, this person's action was not grasping, but pinching. Amane's hem was slightly tugged a few times, and he turned his head towards it. In front of Amane's eyes, the person he was looking for was smiling at him politely. "Fujimiya, may I please borrow you? After you have borrowed the things you need to borrow, can you follow me?" "Huh, me?" Yes. It turned out that both needed to borrow each other, which was unexpected to Amane. Although it was possible in a sense, he thought it would be very conspicuous. However, it was meaningless to talk about what would conspicuous or inconspicuous since Mahiru had come to talk to him first. On the opposite side of the finish line, Chitters, who was in charge of being the referee, was looking at him with a wide smirk. "I'll remember this." The themes on the paper were written by Chitters, and these topics must have been her doing. Although Amane didn't know what topic Mahiru drew, but judging from the fact that Mahiru chose himself, it must have been something special. "Ah, what do you want to borrow?" "It's a secret." Chitters would announce it after crossing the finish line, but Mahiru refused to tell him. So Amane had no choice but to sigh, and then he headed towards the end. "The thing I want to borrow also happens to be you, so let's go to the destination together." "What is Fujimiya going to borrow?" "It's also a secret." Mahiru smiled slightly at Amane's response. "Well, we'll see what it is when we cross." Mahiru finished speaking softly and took Amane's hand. She ignored the noise around her and touched Amane's fingertips. Although Amane felt a headache coming on, seeing Mahiru's heart full of joy, he felt that there was nothing he could do, and endured. Amane felt on edge as he walked with Mahiru. The two finally reached the end. There, Chitters was waiting to greet them. Amane glared at her, but Chitters ignored him. "Oh, are you two crossing the line together, Tilda? If I remember correctly, both of you are contestants." "Stop smirking. We are borrowing each other." "Oh ho, then let's confirm your topics. Which one of you will go first?" "Please let Fujimiya go first." Mahiru's reply surprised Amane, but Chitters reached out to the paper Amane was holding, as if she was saying understood. He didn't have to hide it anyway, so he turned to Chitters happily and showed her his paper. After reading the content of the title, Chitters showed a slightly disappointed expression. Amane didn't know what Chitters was expecting. It seemed that this was not the result she desired. Despite this, Chitters regained her vigor and brought the microphone to her mouth with a smile on her face. Now let's check the questions. The first question for the red group is, someone you think is beautiful. Hearing the question, everyone exuded an atmosphere of peace of mind. Amane's choice was very safe. As far as he knew, no one in the school was more beautiful than Mahiru, and Amane also thought that Mahiru was the cutest. Even setting aside Amane's personal opinion, bringing Mahiru here was a perfectly normal choice. Although reaching the end with Mahiru would inevitably attract hostility from others, the content of the subject was so the hostility has somewhat eased. The problem lied with Mahiru's topic. Although Amane didn't know what was written on her paper, he couldn't help but feel that Mahiru's topic would make his student life drastically different when he thought that Mahiru had specifically asked for him. Chitters took the paper from Mahiru's hand, blinked, and glanced at Mahiru. Although Amane couldn't see what was written on the paper from his perspective, Chitters' expression seemed to say, "Can I really say this? What is it that needed me to be here?" Chitters' reaction made Amane puzzled even more, yet Mahiru's face still had a peaceful smile. In other words, it did not matter even if it was exposed. Chitters confirmed Mahiru's intention and returned to her usual smile. Well, let's take a look at the first question from the white group that crossed the line at the same time. The first topic for the white group is, an important person. While the voice of Chitters resounded through the playground, a sudden silence washed over the student rest area. Amane looked at Mahiru and she met Amane's eyes, her pale red lips traced in an arc. "What have you done?" Her expression was like when a child succeeded in a prank, but it also showed a bit of shyness. What was certain was that Mahiru looked to see how Amane would react when he knew the content of her topic. It was easy to predict Mahiru's thoughts. If the topic was made public, she definitely knew how other students would react. Even so, Mahiru decided to choose Amane as the thing she borrowed in order to publicly bring changes to the relationship between the two. From now on, the two would no longer be strangers in public. What Mahiru showed was not the beautiful smile she showed at school, but the sincere smile she showed in private. Amane sighed in a low voice, "I'm going to be interrogated later," and scratched his head. "Fujimiya, what's going on?" After returning to their respective classroom to eat after the morning events, Amane was, of course, being questioned by the class boys. Mahiru was not only the lone flower on a peak, but also the object of everyone's longing. She, in public, borrowed Amane as her important person. Amane understood that the boys would feel uneasy about this, but still, a crowd of people bombarding him with their issues and questions was still overwhelming. "Why are you Sheena's important person?" "When did it start?" "How?" "It was when you started having lunch together, right?" "How did it happen?" "What does Sheena think about you?" "It's impossible." Question after question, Amane looked into the distance, wishing for help. To be honest, even though he had expected it, the boy's coercion exceeded Amane's anticipation. He didn't even have time to eat his lunch. Of course, the boys were not the only ones who responded to this incident. Although the girls did not join in on questioning him, they also watched Amane. Some looked very happy, and some showed a sense of relief. The reason for relief was probably that Mahiru, the girls' biggest competitor, liked Amane, which gave them a chance with other boys, and some other gazers also inquired, what kind of person does Mahiru long for? What's so special about him? Being the focus of the class's attention felt like sitting on pins and needles. Mahiru herself was not there. She had gone to the vending machine to buy sports drinks. While Atsuki and Yuta both smiled dryly from his side, Chitters looked at him with a subtle expression of excitement on her face. Amane resisted the impulse to scold these people and kept calm as much as possible, and raised his head towards the surrounding classmates. Since Amane couldn't escape, he had to fight them head-on. Furthermore, Amane couldn't turn a blind eye to Mahiru's actions. If Mahiru dared to speak out in public like this, then the courage she mustered could not be wasted. He couldn't avoid her approach, nor could he dismiss her outstretched hand. She had done something and he had to respond in kind, so he spoke slowly. "It's not easy to answer if you are all shouting at the same time, so please ask one by one." Rather than let the rumors spread out of control, it was better to tell them the truth. Amane made up his mind, but the boys flinched. They didn't seem to expect Amane to fully comply. To be precise, they hoped that it was a mistake and that he didn't know. When did you improve your relationship with Sheena? Around last year. Oh, huh? Then the one who went out with Sheena during New Year's visits and Golden Week, was it you? In order to stand next to Mahiru, Amane needed to dress up when he went out with her, so he would always show up with that appearance. Now, it was useless to hide it, so Amane told the truth naturally as much as possible. Possibly, in the minds of his classmates, it was easy to connect the important person mentioned by Mahiru during Golden Week with the important person just mentioned. It just so happened that the girl in the class who had witnessed them over Golden Week looked over at him, and Amane looked away as to not arouse suspicion. The mysterious man who aroused everyone's interest was actually himself. Amane felt apologetic, but since Mahiru liked it, there was nothing wrong with it. Amane really felt the gazes getting stronger and stronger. At the same time he tried his best to maintain a calm gaze, watching his classmates. How did you get to know her so well? Didn't you guys have nothing to do with each other? And why did you change your appearance when you went out with her? We lived near each other and it just naturally progressed from there. Also, I dressed like that outside because we knew that you people were going to make a commotion, just like now, and if you knew who I was back then, this would happen. I was afraid of you guys acting like this, so I hid it. After Amane said this, the people around him muttered dully, as if he had made a valid point, but they still seemed to be dissatisfied with this relationship. He heard them whisper, "Unacceptable." Amane didn't ask them to accept it in the first place, so he ignored them. Fujimiya, did you have sex with Sheena yet? Next, someone asked the question he was most concerned about. Amane smiled. We have a pure relationship and we cherish each other very much, but we are not dating. It's just that we are on good terms. Amane kept the fact that he liked her to himself. In fact, the deep affection in his heart could be described by a single word, love, but it was not appropriate to say it at the time, so he kept it a secret. In this semi-public environment, Amane felt himself relax, because he was able to tell the truth frankly and no longer needed to conceal it. But you said you had no interest in the angel. I didn't lie to you. I really have no interest in the angel. Who I care about is the girl named Sheena Mahiru. What Amane loved most was not the talented woman who was adept in everything, and it was not the elegant and dignified angel, but the hard-working girl who rejected others but was afraid of loneliness. A vigilant person, but once relaxed. An ordinary cute girl. What Amane liked was not the so-called angel herself, but the person. He was not interested in the external facade Mahiru put on. After Amane finished speaking, the boy who was being so aggressive was taken aback. Then he raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth as to say something else. Please don't bother him too much. Before he could speak to Amane, someone spoke up to stop the former. The person to help out was the same one who caused this whole incident, Mahiru. Mahiru had gone to buy a sports drink, so she returned to the classroom later than others. She held the bottle in her hand. It was a bit hot, and the bottle was moist from condensation. After meeting Amane's gaze, Mahiru showed a soft smile. It's noon, but Amane-kun can't eat lunch because of you guys. He will be troubled. Only people who were close would use each other's first names. It seemed that Mahiru didn't want to hide her affection for Amane anymore. Even if she received the attention of boys and girls, Mahiru didn't mind. A boy walked in front of Mahiru, the same person who had just pressured Amane intently. The people around realized that he wanted to be the representative to ask everyone's concerns, and took the initiative to give him space. The questioning towards Amane also stopped. Sheena, you said Fujimiya is an important person. Do you mean? Yes, Amane-kun is someone I value. After Mahiru decisively affirmed, the same smile appeared on her face. The boy cringed for a moment when he saw the angel's seamless smile, perhaps because of the support from the surrounding eyes. He continued to ask even though he lost a bit of momentum. Then, does that mean the person you like? Even so, what is the issue? No, I mean, if you do like, why someone like Fujimiya? Someone like Fujimiya? I know, the humble Fujimiya and Sheena feel a little incompatible. There are better candidates than him. Is that so? Amane showed fear in his eyes. He knew that the boy had just made a fatal mistake. Mahiru hated that Amane looked down on himself. She did not want Amane to be improperly evaluated. In the same way, she also hated others that belittled Amane. From Amane's perspective, no matter how Mahiru viewed him, he hadn't shown the real side in school. So he didn't deny this evaluation. Whether or not Mahiru would accept it was another matter. The smile on Mahiru's face was the same as before, but held a certain darkness to it. The atmosphere around her had become a little colder. Only those who knew her well could see it, and there was a dangerous light in her caramel eyes. No, that. How exactly is he inferior? Could you please tell me exactly what part of him is inferior? Temperament, looks, etc. Do you choose people you like based on looks? No. Will you choose people whom you will stay with for a long time in the future purely based on their looks? There was still a smile on Mahiru's face, but she exuded an inexplicable pressure. As for the reason, Amane was afraid that Mahiru was angry at this boy for insulting Amane. Even Amane, who was quite some distance away from them, could feel the pressure, and the person who confronted her must have been even more stressed. At this point, the boy also noticed the anger in Mahiru's smile. Even if he could only see his back, Amane understood that he was frightened. That is, no matter why I like someone, you don't have the right to judge them. Her lips formed a soft smile, and under the gentle voice and tone, she spoke harsh words. The anger in Mahiru's smile was so obvious that even Amane felt chills. Sorry, I shouldn't have spoken like that. Seeing that the boy in front of her speechless, Mahiru softened her tight expression and put on a soft smile. The fact that Mahiru, who had always been gentle, was now angry made the boy who confronted her a little unstable and uncomfortable. Let me correct your words. Amane-kun is handsome and gentle. I also admire his steady and warm temperament. Moreover, he is also very gentlemanly and willing to respect me. When I was pain, he would comfort me. At least, he is not a person who will speak ill of others and hinder them from falling in love. Mahiru added a fatal statement at the end that clearly shut him off. The meaning of her declaration was, I will never like you, who say bad things about the people I care about. Do you have anything else to say? With a cute smile on his face, Mahiru tilted her head slightly and urged the boy to continue, but he seemed to be unable to stay any longer. No. Nothing. With a shriveled voice that was so small that it was almost inaudible, he shook his head and walked away weakly. Mahiru looked at Amane, her eyes clear with affection. Under the eyes of everyone, he received words that were almost equivalent to a confession. Amane's face was stiff, as he didn't know how to express his feelings to Mahiru, and Mahiru showed him the most beautiful smile back at his pained face. The smile was completely different from the smile of her angel form. It was a sweet smile full of joy that she showed when she was at home with him. Amane-kun, let's eat together. All right. At this time, no one were going to question Amane anymore. You let her confess first. Really, dude? I am really sorry. Late in the afternoon, after several events had passed, it was finally the time for the cavalry battle. Amane and his group were getting together for this reason. After hearing Yuta's whisper, Amane lowered his brows. They were stationed far from the tent, the reason being that the hostile gazes watching him were annoying. Although there were still people watching, the number of them was not comparable to when he was in the main tent. The meaning of Kadoaki's words were, it should have been Amane who confessed first, right? Amane couldn't do anything but apologize. I can see it a little. Is the relationship between Shiina and Fujimiya really that good? Kyuju's expression was a little puzzled. He seemed to vaguely perceive the changes in Amane and Mahiru's relationship. Well, I was thinking about why they haven't started dated yet. On the contrary, it was not easy for Shiina to bear her burden until now. They have been concealing it, but seeing the commotion at noon today, it is understandable as to why they would. He sympathized with the exhausted Amane. Although Kyuju and Kazuya were in the same classroom, they couldn't get close due to the bombardment that was falling on Amane. The two did not have deep friendship with Amane, but their judgment was correct. It was amazing. Shiina broke all their hearts at once. It was really refreshing. It's not. It's so embarrassing. I think that this incident had too much impact on them. Well, as a man, you need to confess to the girl you like openly. Not only are they not like that, they are always pestering her, and are even insulting Fujimiya. If you dare to take risks to get what you want, then I can respect that. But the same cannot be said for their actions. It's just childish. Well, Kazuya, part of your words hurt Fujimiya. If you're a man, confess openly. This sentence penetrated Amane's chest. I guess means Shiina is expressing her wishes and feelings, right? Of course Amane knew this. Now that Mahiru had done this, and Amane could no longer deceive himself or others. He could no longer say that Mahiru was simply being kind to him. Amane understood that it would be not only impolite, but heartbreaking, not to answer her. Amane also understood that Mahiru had expressed her feelings straightforwardly, so he should also answer with sincerity. The content to be answered had long been determined, but there was another issue. How should he communicate his feelings to her? I will answer her after I get home. Let's forget it for now. His heart must be conveyed to her, but not at school. That kind of thing should be done when the two were alone, and Amane also hoped to monopolize Mahiru's expression. Although the current situation was a public confession, it was best to find a place where there are no other people when communicating one's feelings. Amane's determination was met with a grin. Well, let's just try not to die during our cavalry event. We can talk more later. Kazuya was very happy for some reason. He smiled and said, there is no doubt that we will get targeted. Amane could only smile bitterly. Kyuchu, who was their rider, complained with a discouraged expression, isn't my burden too big? But the tone sounded annoyed rather than sincere, as if helpless, which made Amane smile. Fujimiya, let's wreak havoc. I'll try my best. Amane felt that he should show his masculinity, block all the hands that reached out to Mahiru, and let her become free. I'll confess when I get home, but first. The four of them smiled at each other, preparing for the oncoming wave of attackers. We suffered so much. Amane took a shower to clean the sand and dust off his body, and then leaned on the sofa due to the unique feeling of fatigue after exercise. As expected, the enemy's offensive was fierce against them in the battle. Although it was expected, the opponent rushed them aggressively, which caused Kadoaki and the others trouble. Kazuya happily yelled, "This is youth!" with a warlike smile on his face. He probably liked this type of competition. As a result, under the opponent's swift attacks, Amane's team did not survive long, but thanks to the hard work of the rider, they captured more headbands than expected. Although Kyuju was the most active, Mahiru, who was watching from the enemy team, watched Amane and smiled. So the event in the afternoon finally finished, followed by the closing ceremony and the usual cleaning after the event. Amane finally returned home. Too many things happened and he was exhausted physically and mentally, but he still had things to do. I must tell her. Mahiru had mustered up so much courage to publicize the relationship between the two. If he didn't respond quickly and seriously, he would lose face. But how do I say it? The determination was there, but Amane felt confused and hesitated again at the thought of confessing. Perhaps this was why he was scolded for being timid. For Amane, this was the first time in his life that he seriously liked someone. If you want to confess to such a person, you would naturally feel troubled. Girls would definitely want to be confessed in a very romantic atmosphere. How can I express my feelings and make the other person happy? There was no definitive answer to this questioning. Amane's mind was in shambles. Just as Amane was thinking about what to do, the sound of a lock came from the door. His whole body trembled. The girl whose voice had been hurting Amane's head had come to the house with a spare key. It was the first time that he had felt so tense. There was another sound of the door closing and locking. Soon after, slippers were heard on the floor. In the corridor connecting the doorway, a familiar girl with flaxen hair appeared. Amane-kun. Mahiru's cherry lips bent into an arc, forming a soft smile. As if the commotion in the school had never happened, Mahiru showed the same as usual. No, a sweeter smile than usual, which made Amane's heart beat faster and faster. He don't know if she knew he was shaking, but Mahiru sat beside Amane as usual, the distance between each other smaller than a fist. He glanced at Mahiru, her soft hair flowing down, The scent of soap rushed towards Amane. Mahiru seemed to have done the same as Amane. Take a shower to wash away her sweat. Upon closer inspection, you could see that her smooth milky skin was more rosy than usual. Realizing that Mahiru had just gotten out of the bath, his whole body got even hotter and he felt even more nervous. Mahiru smiled beautifully at him. Amane-kun, I think you have a lot of things you want to say to me, or things you want to ask, but can you listen to me before that? Okay. Amane straightened his back, not knowing what Mahiru wanted to say. At this moment, Mahiru bowed her head towards him. I'm sorry, I blocked your retreat. You were probably uncomfortable due to their hostile gazes. I'm really sorry. Because I knew it would be like this. Seeing Mahiru talk awkwardly, Amane understood what she was guilty of. Mahiru was very aware of her influence. She has always been careful with her words and deeds and was deeply loved by everyone. Now, Mahiru had shown Amane's position in her heart to everyone in their school, which obviously would cause confusion and uproar. She knowingly committed this deed despite knowing this fact. Well, I understand. Mahiru knew that I would probably run away. Aren't you angry? No, of course not. That's great, that's great. It was because Mahiru knew the consequences and still did it. Her courage caused Amane to make up his mind. Through this incident, Amane realized how serious she was, so he didn't feel disgusted or angry at all. Moreover, Amane was also ready to respond to Mahiru. He took a deep breath and looked into Mahiru's eyes. Her eyes were clearer and quieter than usual, and they were so peaceful that one could hold their breath and fall into them. Can you let me apologize too? Apologize for what? I'm sorry. I'm so cowardly. Before expressing his heart, there were some things he needed to say clearly. I knew that I loved you, but I didn't dare to take that step. I've been evading and turning a blind eye to your heart. I'm sorry. Amane had vaguely sensed Mahiru's feeling, but was avoiding it in dear. I was too embarrassed. I shouldn't be liked. And how can I make a person like me? One after another, Amane made excuses for his cowardly actions. But now, he had no plans to escape. He steeled his nerves, planning to tell her everything. This time, he looked straight at her, and Mahiru smiled softly in response. It's fine, you know, I'm the same. If I wasn't convinced of Amane-kun's feelings for me, I wouldn't be able to take this step. With a faint smile, Mahiru gently stretched out her hand to Amane and touched his. I'm so cunning. Really? I'm more cunning. Mahiru being cunning. How cute. Amane smiled, and then gently hugged Mahiru's body, pulling her onto himself. Suddenly, the slender body in his arms froze, and then, perhaps after understanding that Amane was embracing herself with tender care, Mahiru's body suddenly lost its strength. As he pulled her unexpectedly, Mahiru, who was sitting on Amane's lap, leaned against Amane's chest and raised her head to look at him. Her caramel eyes were both surprised and confused, and they also held some expectations. Can you tell me why? After Mahiru murmured, she then leaned against his chest a bit coquettishly. Well, it's the first time I really like someone. I used to think I wouldn't be like this. I thought I couldn't do this. Is it because of a previous incident? Yes. Amane hugged Mahiru tightly, not letting her leave, and at the same time nodded gently. The reason why he hesitated to say that he liked her and refused to recognize Mahiru's feelings was because somewhere in his heart, their incident from junior high school still lurked. He did not dare to reach out to others when he wasn't sure of their feelings. As soon as he thought of what would happen if he was rejected, Amane felt that it would be better to stay the way they were. This idea probably started to change after encountering Mahiru. So, I thought I would never like others this deeply again. I never expected to be so wrong. Amane looked at Mahiru in his arms again. As long as he was with her, Amane felt warm in his heart. He was a little embarrassed, and she was the first person to fill his heart with affection, but she would be the only one to do so and he would cherish her forever. At first, Amane's affection for Mahiru was not strong, but over a period of time, she changed Amane. Thanks to Mahiru, he took a step out of the shadow in his heart, and he was able to identify himself bit by bit. He had developed the feeling of loving someone, and gained this desire of longing for her affection, and he also learned what it is like to hold the other person in his hand and love her with all his soul. At first, I thought you weren't cute at all. I know, you told me in person. I'm sorry about that. At the time, both sides had a bad impression of the other, so Amane would say rude words, and felt that she was unlovable. Mahiru probably felt that Amane was a cold and depraved person. When we first met, you were frank, bothersome, yet you cared for me, and unknowingly, I started to feel that I was inadequate. At the beginning, Amane didn't want to get involved with her. When did this change? I started to want to know you more, I started to want to touch you, and I started to want to cherish you with my heart. I wanted to have you. It was the first time I had this kind of thought. I've been enduring, feeling that I couldn't match you. But you told me that I'm fine like this, but I couldn't just give up, so I started thinking about what I must do to be worthy of you. Although in the end, I wasn't able to do anything, you took this step first. I have been patient too. Amane-kun was so handsome, I was afraid that Amane-kun would be robbed by another girl. What would I do then? I had no idea. I didn't know what I could do if I lost you to another person. You are the only one who would like someone me. Here we go again. You look down on yourself too much. Mahiru showed a look of dissatisfaction. But after seeing Amane's face, she blinked again and showed a surprised expression. What was on Amane's face was not the humiliating look that Mahiru had been criticizing as of late, but a serious look and an expression full of determination. So in the future, in order not to let others say that you have bad taste, I will work hard. What? I will try my best so that others won't be able to criticize your choice. I may not be able to match you, but at least I'll be able to stand proudly. Amane wanted to be an excellent man, one that able to stand next to Mahiru, so that no one could complain. This was not only for Mahiru, but also for himself, to be able to have the confidence to love her wholeheartedly, and the first step would start with this: I love you. Would you like to date me? Amane stared into her clear caramel eyes and muttered slowly, and her clear pupils became moist. However, no water fell from her eyes. They just reflected Amane's figure. As if to hide her embarrassment, Mahiru closed her eyes and smiled at Amane. Yes, this cheerful whisper was so weak that even if there were others around, only Amane would be able to hear it. After Mahiru conveyed her feelings with her answer, she buried her face in Amane's arms again. She put her hands around Amane's back, and hugged him hard, showing no signs of wanting to let go, as if saying, I won't let you run away. This made Amane feel a little shy, and then he put his hands behind Mari and hugged her back. I won't run. I want to treat her well. I want her to be happy. I want to love her. These thoughts flew through Amane's mind as he embraced her. I wish for Mahiru to be happy. Can you guarantee it then? Mahiru raised her head slowly and asked mischievously. So Amane smiled and put his lips close to Mahiru's ear. I promise. I hope to make Mahiru happy with my own hands. I will definitely cherish you and make you happy. Okay. Hearing the enthusiasm pouring into his oath, Mahiru nodded with a sweet smile, as if overwhelmed by his affection, and looked up at him with gentle loving eyes. Postscript. It's not over yet. Anyway, thank you very much for picking up this book. I am the author Siki. Thank you everyone for reading to the end of the 4 volumes. The first thing I want to say now is that the book is not over yet. For the second time in the 4th volume, Mahiru became more and more active. Amane also spared no effort, and finally confessed to Mahiru. To be honest, it is not surprising that even if he had not cultivated Mahiru, they feel that they are too negative. The two people who have spent so long getting together will also shorten the distance in an anxious manner in the future. How will Amane-kun's timidity disappear all at once? Wicked face. From the beginning of the 5th volume, it will be the story after the confession. It has not reached half of what is expected to be written, so the following story will continue. I also want to see the illustration of Mahiru wearing a wedding dress. I wish I could be there. This time, the illustrations of Mr. Hunkoto exploded again. The cover, color pictures, everything are so cute. Mahiru, who is tying her hair, has a sense of family and exudes a coquettish feeling. I really don't have anything to say. There is this Mahiru at home every day. How extravagant it is. Amane-kun. There are a lot of Amane-kun's color pictures this time, but I am actually very happy. Pore size is awesome. Mr. Zart of Amane-kun is so handsome. Why can't you show confidence? The author said he held his head. Isn't Amane-kun handsome? From the next volume, you should be able to see that the two are soundly in love. Looking forward to it. Finally, thank you all for taking care of me. The responsible editors who worked hard during the publication process of this work, the editors of the GA library, the sales department, the proofreaders, the teachers, the printing department, and the readers who picked up the book. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hope to see you again in the next volume, so please allow me to stop here. Thank you all for reading to the end. Author Siki, a writer who has a sweet romance of two having a crush on each other as their staple food. The most recent staple food is tea. Is this still a staple food? It's great to have a crush on each other, slogan that keeps repeating. Illustration, Hunkoto. Freelance illustrator living in Hokkaido. I like hot springs and stars. And I also like to drink recently. There are two angel feathers hidden on the cover this time. Please try to find them.